was you, but you left me alone inside these empty, broken walls. And I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall. And now you'll be the reason why my soul is tainted. Somebody help me, 'cause I'm feeling trapped and I don't
I totally wasn't distracted and forgot that I was supposed to switch screens. Whoopsie. Hello, Alex. How you doing? I'm glad work is finally letting you breathe. Welcome, welcome. Whew. Had to run back over here. Let me see something real quick. Who the heck is this person? As I don't recognize this one. I hope you're doing well today. Welcome back to another bit of GMs Chat. Let me go ahead and swap the music to something a little bit more appropriate. Then I'll say hello to my friends. Eve! There we go. There. Let me rejoin the chat with my friends. There they are. Hello!
Oh, he's back.
Hi.
Well, I totally didn't lose track of time getting distracted by something.
Look, we were talking about... Look, we got distracted as well, so it happened.
Yeah, it's fine.
We did.
Just
fine.
Giving a quick peek at this person that followed me today when I was offline, trying to figure who the heck this is. I was getting confused when that happens.
That reminds me. Yeah, I need to check something as well.
Oh, they seem legit, whoever they are. Yeah, I'll just check them out later. Got them pulled up another window. Why is my stream saying offline? Refresh page. There, I can see us now.
I was about to say, everything seems fine on my end.
Uh-huh.
I may have done a thing that lets you not have to worry about ads while still having you get the ads.
Wait, what?
So basically, if you're using like Firefox, you know how you can like pop out the window for the player.
Right, yeah.
If you do that and then pause the ad in the background, it still counts the ads as playing.
That's cool.
That's how you do that. Huh.
I learned that the person that I showed you the campaign from actually was the one who taught me that.
Alright, so... Unfortunately, Alex, I have yet to figure out why your chat does not show up on screen. I still do not know why it's doing that, unfortunately. It really annoys me, too, because I've been trying to puzzle that out for 2 weeks now. I have no idea why it's doing that. The only thing I can think of doing is like completely deleting the script and redoing it.
Oh, no.
But thankfully, I have 3 different sources to see when you chat, so I still can respond to you. It's just not showing up on screen for some stupid reason.
Yeah, they're echoing into the abyss right now.
Hello. See, we can see you. Honest.
Hello. Look, if you're screaming into the void, just get a little bit further back from me. Okay, that's all I ask for.
Stop screaming into my belly button.
Exactly. Wait,
That's
how did you pull my shirt?
That's not weird at all.
Hi, I'm Undead. Have we met?
Ah.
Yeah, at least I admit it. So, believe the first thing we're going to do is discuss this question I got over the last week from a friend of mine who asked, this is an off-the-wall question, but what is horror to you? I've been sitting here trying to rack my brain on why scary movies, video games, etc. don't really invoke that fear in me. Don't get me wrong, I've had a few give a great sense of immersion and such would give me a few goosebumps, but nothing ever made me just say nope. And that is a damn good question and really hard to answer. So, what is horror to you?
My biggest example, and this is something that has followed me throughout my life, is The Thing. Basically, the whole you don't know who they say they are. Not being able.
So you're afraid of changelings?
Why do you think I play one?
That is similar. I think doppelgangers are a little scarier because they have that ill intent.
Oh yeah,
stealing your identity.
Look, not just that, but doppelgangers also have that extra oomph where they can use the abilities of people that they copy too, which is much more terrifying. But it's the whole fact that you are trapped, you are alone, there is no real escape for you. and you don't know who you can trust.
Yeah, the quintessential horror survivor experience.
It
Like,
also
we can't
doesn't-
get out, and we're stuck with whatever that is.
Also, the fact that my memory is so bad with that movie that I can never remember where the part who is infected at what point.
Thank you, Kimmy.
But like, atmosphere is always the biggest thing. Like I like the idea of a monster that doesn't seem aware of your existence, and you're trying to sneak by. And it just, you can tell from the camera angle that it is technically following your every move.
Yeah.
Alien Isolation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking more like the usual Cthulhu mythos where
Oh yeah.
they might notice that you're there, but they just don't care because you're just that insignificant a speck to them.
They just keep track of you because you are currently within their range of vision.
Yeah, they
It'd be
keep track
kind
of
of like
you the
us when
same
we
reason.
see ants going somewhere.
Exactly.
We're
I was just about to
what's
say
those ants are
that.
doing? Yeah.
They're keeping an eye on you for the exact same reason we keep an eye on ants. A, because their movement is attracting your eye, and B, you want to make sure they don't crawl onto your foot and try to bite you, because then you have to crush them like the little insignificant specks they are. Something
And then
that
you
is
get
that impassive to your existence.
Yeah. And then you get that game called Sucker for Love where they'll crush you in another way altogether.
That's horrifying in different contexts.
Yep.
Let's see, how did it go? Death by snoo. Death by snoo.
Oh my god, that song lives rent free in my head.
Right? I don't want it to, but it's there. It's like, damn it, really? That's probably taking up important space for something else, but stop playing.
Can't remember where your keys are, but you remember Death by Snoo the entire song.
Exactly.
Yes.
Look, I'm sorry, but they should not have gone that hard drawing that fucking bronze dragon's humanoid form. God damn.
No, it's god damn.
You could grind meat on those abs.
Right?
I'm sorry, we've been distracted.
Well, par for the course for us.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I'll
It's like
definitely.
horror in a different fashion.
Yeah. Like, oh wait, we're supposed to defuse this bomb. What? Where is it? Oh shit! 3, 2, bye guys.
Yep.
It's just the bard being told that now they have to make the constitution check after the charisma check.
I need to make a jingle
Oh.
keys redeem.
Oh.
Look, I was just adding on to it this time, I promise.
Oh, yeah, sure, why not?
I don't know how
There you
I'm
go.
going to begin to do that.
You don't have to do it right now necessarily. But
I've got so many redeems. I actually need to start going through some of these, getting rid of some of them.
I'll have to remember I actually have enough points for another, or I have to actually do that myself too.
Uh-oh. I concerned.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Doing the exact opposite.
can't be any worse than my last one.
What, the low, deep, evil voice?
Uh-huh.
Jingle keys redeem. Good go. I actually probably do need that redeem, though, to be fully serious.
Oh no! Oh.
Don't worry, it'll be perfectly fine.
Alright, so, yeah, that's actually a pretty good one. Just the unknown enemy or a...
Yep.
I think that's one of the reasons I like a lot of board games that have, is a co-op with an eventual or a hidden defector.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at like the very first game I ever played of something like that is called Junta.
I mean, like, one of my favorite games... Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, but that leads to stuff like, you know, the werewolf game. secret mustache.
Oh, Mr. Mustache Push Broom Man.
Well,
yeah.
the werewolf
Yes.
game and stuff like that, that's not like that's a hidden traitor, certainly, but you know that they're there. Some games you're never fully sure if there is or isn't one. Like, for example, Shadows over Camelot, Dead of Winter, and even Betrayal at House on the Hill, where you're all on the same team and you have no idea who's going to be the bad guy, so you're all trying to help each other out and get buffed up because you don't know what's going to happen. And then one of you inevitably turns traitor. Well, not always. There's not always the case. It could just be a bunch of monsters just
You're all on the
pulling
same
board.
team until you're not.
Yeah.
You never know who's going to want to survive just as much as possible.
Yeah, and it just adds a little extra tension of which one of us is going to turn on the others, because even the person that's eventually going to turn doesn't fucking know. Whereas with Dead of Winter and Shadows over Camelot, there are enough cards given out that there is a traitor card in that deck that's passed out to everyone, and there's always like 1 or 2 cards left over, so you're never sure if one of those cards left over is loyalist or traitor, or if someone picked up the traitor card and is being real quiet about it. So you're like,
We shouldn't go to Camelot. It's a silly place.
was that actually a mistake on their end, or did they just purposely fuck us?
Just listen for the person who goes, it's only a model.
It's only a model. Yeah, I could certainly see that. Like, not to mention the thing, the original thing with the, oh my god, I forget what it was called. Practical effects, there it is.
Yes, that was...
Fucking amazing.
Yes.
Body horror and never knowing when someone turned until it was too late and like, oh, fuck.
Yeah. I will say they did do some decent practical effects with the quote-unquote prequel, but they also went a little too hard on CGI.
Yeah, it just wasn't the same.
No, it was not.
CGI,
Also,
if it's done right, can be very effective, but there are some places where it just like it kind of detracts, especially from a horror setting, because it just looks fake.
Yeah.
And it's hard to trick your mind and go, whoa, what?
Look, I will... This is living rent-free in my head as well. For the new Alien movie that came out, they had a remote control facehugger.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
that's awesome.
Like,
Practical
that's-
effects are just hard to beat.
I'm just looking at that like, can I have one?
Right?
I want one.
I think I think practical effects are better too for a reason like we haven't discussed, and it's like the actors actually have something to play off of and to act
yeah.
with.
Yeah,
Whereas
yeah.
with CGI, they're talking to a tennis ball.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That
Or
is very
a
true.
person in a green frog suit.
Eh,
Yeah, that's
I-
very true. It's easier to react to something that at least make believe it as an actor, what you're looking at there, yeah. The foreign guy at the beginning says the dog was a monster in the thing. 2 BS.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair,
Yeah.
nobody. All they needed to do was have one person who could speak. What was it? Finnish, Swedish, one of those, and they could have lived. But no, they were all. It was Americans. So there you go. We don't
Yep.
we don't know other languages. What do we look like? Europeans?
Ha!
Eh.
It's also one of the things that, while it's probably one of the, I won't say it's the, but it's one of the best horror movies that's been made, at least in recent years. But ignoring the warnings is like a cliche of any horror
yeah.
movie. You have to be warned and ignore the warning. Now, granted, they had a good
Don't
excuse
go-
for it. They didn't understand the warning.
Yeah. There's one series I actually like to read right now called Tales from the Gas Station. Literally, they have an entire group that's going to a cabin in the woods that they
God,
got the key from a key from their uncle that they had just found out they had, and they just had all the horror cliches going on, and the gas station attendant is like, no, this is none of my business. No, I'm not gonna. No, I can't warn. No. Fuck, I'm gonna. Finds the one person that's basically the Velma Dinkley, gives her a gun, tells her, look, when shit goes down, just leave. And unfortunately, it's the Freddy who survived.
Of course. For a split second, I thought you were describing the movie Cabin in the Woods rather than a book. I was like, this sounds like word for word.
I thought the same thing. I was like, dude, Chris Hemsworth was in that.
To be fair, obviously
He's
inspired by that. There was also a cult in the woods that died, came back as zombies, died again, came back with like half a brain, started working for anybody that just showed a little bit more power than the previous person.
Wow. I wonder if the amount of people who learned that language due to the thing is non-zero. Probably.
No.
Absolutely.
So
there's at least one person who was like, I am going to be prepared. I'm going to work in the Antarctic, and I am going to know Finnish, and I am going to be able to save everyone. Because I want to point out, how many articles have come out about, we found this current, up until now, recently unknown species of bacteria, or this or that from in the Arctic.
Yeah.
Frozen. We're going to unfreeze it.
Wasn't there an entire epidemic of anthrax hitting Russia because some ice thawed and then anthrax basically got out?
I think so.
Yeah. I wouldn't doubt it.
People just getting lesions everywhere and they weren't sure what the fuck was happening. This isn't a movie, by the way. This actually happened, by the way, guys.
Yeah.
It was fuck, 4 or 5 years ago?
This is also the whole basis of Back 4 Blood, too.
Yeah.
It's like, we keep messing with things that should just stay frozen or dead.
Yeah. Remember the lexicographics they got unearthed? And it was like, no, put it back. We need a break, goddammit, you put it back.
By the way, remember I showed you that article about apparently dead frog cells can come back under certain conditions?
Yeah.
I believe it.
And it's just like, oh, okay, we just got to keep them away from unknown markers and things like that.
Why do I hear Doom music?
Look, you don't have to worry about the Doom music unless you kill a rabbit.
Oh god, dog.
It was a rabbit, actually.
I was referring to a different thing. I was referring to Isabel.
Okay. Oh yes.
Fun quote unquote fact. Apparently, canonically, Doom Guy and Isabella are married.
You know what?
They're married now? Wow, their relationship has gone really well.
ID and Nintendo saw the fan pairing of them ever since they both released at the same time. They decided they fucking love it, and they just went with it.
I love the fact that they were just so chill about both games coming out at the same time. It was actually
crazy because Nintendo's usually very protective of their IPs.
Right?
And they usually wouldn't sign off on stuff like that.
Look into the fact that they're now recently suing Power World. For patent
deservedly, let's be honest.
Patent infringement. Not copyright.
Wow, fun.
It's still
they don't really have
they
much of a
definitely
leg
ripped off Pokemon.
Who hasn't? And it's not the only game they got inspired by. I mean, let's be for real. They're not the first monster hunt catch battle game. Not
Absolutely
by a long shot. But
And
the fact that they're using a sphere instead of a ball is kind of borderline. That's probably what they're going for. Really, is the only
Probably
patent infringement I can think of.
I just want my Digimon that are the champions
Yeah, I
for the
mean,
digital world.
which one came first, Digimon or Pokemon? I think it was Pokemon, wasn't it?
It was Pokemon.
Pokemon, yeah, but
And then Digimon
But
immediately
Digimon-
came up and ripped them off.
Technically, Digimon was first, but they were Tamagotchis. They were
Right, they were Tamagotchis
yeah.
first. Right.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So technically, they are older, but it's not
but in
actual
toy
because
form.
they were just Tamagotchis.
It was a different name at that point. Okay.
Mhm.
I think so, yeah,
patenting
but
game
definitely they
mechanics,
stuck with that,
yes.
and they eventually rebranded it too.
100%. God, patenting game mechanics is the dumbest thing it really fucking is. Like, just look at Middle Earth Shadows of War. The entire Nemesis system, no other game can do that. No other game can go, hey, that's a really cool idea. Let's put it in our game. Nope, can't do it. It's patented. And scheduled to be renewed on 2036, I believe it was.
All right.
That is so infuriatingly stupid. It's like, really?
Yeah, I've seen so many lawsuits happen over little things like that. Usually they fail horribly too.
They need to. They need to fail a lot more often.
Yeah.
I heard someone say that another reason that Nintendo was suing Power was because you could ride some of the monsters. Like, oh, Pokemon took the first. Like, hello? Medieval Europe. They rode horses all the goddamn time in battle. You want to sue them too? What? Riding anything has been around since we have developed the ability to do animal husbandry. Look at Final Fantasy 1. You can ride a fucking chocobo. Why doesn't Square Enix sue them?
Because Square Enix is too busy trying to make NFTs a thing.
And Square Enix is also not that petty, I don't think. They probably are in some ways. I just haven't noticed. Because I will admit, I'm a little bit of a fanboy.
Look,
It depends. When it comes to like Final Fantasy 14, they really don't care about that. But the person who directs it, Yoshi P, is like a darling. We love him.
Yoshi P hates Gacha games.
Yeah, Yoshi P is our Lord and Savior.
I wish, honestly, I could get into Final Fantasy 14, but it never sticks with me.
That's
I
fair.
don't know why. I want it to, but it never does.
That's fair. I mean, it's one of those things that the story is amazing. Some of the content is a bit of a headache sometimes. But I love that.
Oh, yeah.
I always end up going back to it.
Yeah,
EU has now been sued by Nintendo. Thanks, Joe. Nice. I wouldn't put it past the bastards.
By the way,
no, because I want to love Nintendo, but they do so much shit that makes me hate them.
by the way, there's apparently a Final Fantasy TTRPG now.
Nice.
I think actually based on 14.
Oh yeah,
I believe
yeah.
so. Yeah,
I believe so.
but I figured I'd bring that up just because. Hey, it's another alternative.
Yeah, it
Don't
is.
think I haven't been tempted.
Can I be the fighter who gets to use sword chucks?
Oh, God.
Or
8-bit theater
Chuck.
reference.
I'm
Yes, I know.
glad
8-bit
somebody
theater.
remembers that one.
I'll never forget it. That also lives in my head. Every now and then I have to remember it, dig a little bit and remember some of it, though.
Yeah, for those who don't know, used to be a Sprite comic called 8-Bit Theater, based around the original Final Fantasy, and started off with the usual silliness. We got the Armoire of Invincibility. The Black Mage learned the Hadoken,
It's like one of his
and
first
hates the
spells.
fighter who is the fighter is the dumbest being on Earth, to the point where he created sword chucks.
Super monkey style attack. Whatever that
I'm
is,
trying
it better involve him keeping his pants on.
I'm trying to remember what was the other, because there was like sword chucks, shield chucks, and the most powerful of all, chuck.
I'm going to read that again one of these days. That was so great.
That was literally just a chain attached to a chain.
Oh, that was Chuck Norris attached to another Chuck Norris. Chuck.
Oh,
No,
okay, now that'd be too overpowered.
Nope.
We're not.
Nope.
We are not allowed to break the universe 2 times, with chaos being the other side of that.
Oh god.
Oh god, Chuck Norris versus Satoru.
Nope.
That did destroy the universe. So we covered Morden's answer on that one a little bit. The unseen enemy that keeps disguising as your friends and just replacing your friends. Kind of like a scale model of a bacterial infection in a way, or a virus that just consumes and takes over everything else and just pretends to be that thing until it's time to strike again. That's actually a fun thought.
Uh-oh.
All right, I need to make a note. While I'm making that note, who would like to go next on their answer to the question?
I can go.
Nice.
So, I think it's because it's one of the more recent movies that did actually, I was just like, oh god. Funnily enough, Nope.
I have heard good things about that.
It's great. definitely. Highly recommend it. Like, it's so funny because, and they do actually do this in the movie a few times, but, you know, it very much, definitely, the name is very fitting, because, you know, you do look at that and go, nope.
Nope.
Nope. No,
thank you.
I am noping the fuck out.
Yeah, exactly.
Hell no to the na.
Yeah. That kind of feeling, I feel like, kind of it embodies that kind of sense. Because there are definitely things I'm just like, okay, that's kind of gross, but I mean, but just those things that just like, nope, no. Yeah, I would say that sense of nope.
What did
really.
they do that caused that sense of nope?
In Nope?
Yeah. I've never actually seen that. Maybe to catch that, apparently.
Let's say, have you watched it?
No.
Okay.
I need to, for the sounds of it.
Rain.
Yeah,
That's all I'll say. If you watch it, you'll understand.
Uh-huh.
I can't really say a lot because of the nature of it. It does also kind of embody, at least for the first about half of it, that sense of not knowing what the heck's going on. That kind of, it gets really into that fear of the unknown. The latter half of it gets a little silly, but also kind of cool. But yeah, it's just, you just gotta watch it.
Okay.
But yeah,
so
it has a great build up.
I was gonna say that just reminds me of a lot of the modern Resident Evils.
Yeah.
Or actually, that's just Resident Evil in general. There you go.
Resident Evil, it very much does have that Resident Evil feel. I do agree. Mm-hmm.
So sort of a virus sort of thing going on that's fucking up people.
Or at the very least, it's more that it's like scary at first, and then and then you get to the point where, oh hey, I have way too many weapons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that kind of thing, a little bit.
I just got the Magnum. Nothing can stand against me.
Something stands against you. Oh no!
It's like, nah, I still got this.
Look, I crafted so much Magnum ammo in Resident Evil 2 Remake just for the last couple fights.
Yeah.
Listen though, in Resident Evil 4, there's one creatures where you gotta have the heat-seeking vision.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god, the regenerators. Those
Yep.
regenerators actually did creep me out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They
didn't use them nearly long enough, which I think actually helped.
The originals and the remake ones were both terrifying in their own way. I'm sorry, but the ones in the remake where they're just crawling on the fucking ground before popping back up.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck, man?
Yes.
I mean, I openly admitted to my friends, brothers, that actually kind of freaks me the hell out. Just the way they sounded, the little slight twitching they would do, like they were constantly shivering, jerky movements. It hit every mark it needed to hit.
It was very good.
It made you go, nope.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially if they managed to get too close and you weren't expecting it, they just like belly flop up off the ground like 5 feet into the air and latch onto your neck and start gnawing at you. It was like, I about dropped my controller. And that's me saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's also like one of those where it's just like a jump scare done right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because everyone has seen me shrug off basically any sort of jump scare, like, meh. Because jump scares
Except for that one cardboard cutout.
Yeah, except for that one cardboard cutout.
One single cardboard cutout.
There are the occasional jump scares that manage to catch me completely off guard and nail me, but it's easier said than done.
That's different though than that sense of just, oh god, ugh. Just because of how unsettling they are.
Yeah. And they hit every mark perfectly on those things.
No, those are an excellent example.
Also, anytime you just have a regenerating enemy, it's just like, no, no, go away, no.
Uh-huh.
Well, the regenerating part is not even what got me. It was like, that was
It doesn't help.
It doesn't
really
help,
doesn't
but
help.
it didn't really do anything either. At least not for me. Just because I'm used to all sorts of things just regenerating like nothing happened.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, I'll just go around your ass then. Like,
to be fair, I will say, to be fair, one of my favorite generating monsters in like Resident Evil was Jack Baker.
Mm-hmm.
Just because he was so crazy about it. He's like, I'm going to show you something wonderful. And it shoots himself in the head.
oh god, Code Veronica?
No, this was 7.
Oh, 7? Didn't Code Veronica do something similar?
Maybe. It's been a long time since
It's been a long time since I played Code Veronica. It's hard to get past that voice acting.
Yeah.
The villain who had that high-pitched voice that sounds like he's got way too tight underwear and someone uppercutted on his nads if you one time too many. It's like nails on the chalkboard for me. It's like
to be fair, there was a reason for that. I'm not going to spoil it for people who haven't played it.
That game is so old. If they haven't played Code Veronica by now, oh, they can find Code Veronica.
There are people who were born when it came out that are, able to drink and drive now.
I don't think they're going to
about that. That is the main one that a lot of people are pushing to have remade before.
It does need a remake with a better voice actors, because God, that voice was made it impossible to play.
I will look. Back then, voice acting was not what it was today.
True, very true.
Voice acting back then was, oh hey, it's a gig to tide me over until I hit it big in Hollywood.
Yeah. Now there were some back in the day who were freaking amazing.
Oh yeah, look, a lot of this is where I will give Disney so much fucking credit is the animated stuff they had back then.
Mm-hmm.
The voice acting was just amazing.
Oh yeah.
I was talking about more in the video game industry. You had some back in the day that were that took the shit seriously.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But like you were saying, it wasn't a big priority for the developers. Neither was music half the time, because some of the music just was like, what?
Look, they got most of the musicians were tied up in games like Final Fantasy.
Yeah. They were one of the few that did it right for the longest time.
Look, Nobuo Uematsu. I love the man.
Oh,
my biggest introduction to him was Final Fantasy X, where I got the OST for it, and I hadn't heard any of the music before, so I was was listening to Return of Xanarkand, which beautiful, lovely melody, and then the next song on the album is Otherworld.
Ah.
And I'm like, why is there metal on this? Where did this come from? I'm not mad. I'm just curious.
Soken's pretty good too. Masayoshi Soken, I think is his name. Yeah, I think I should pronounce it. Who I think he works with Nobuo Uematsu.
I believe so.
He's done a lot of excellent work in Final Fantasy XIV, I know. Mostly, a lot of his music being like a love letter to the older stuff with his own spin on them.
Nice.
Which is wonderful.
And I will say that, and I'll say this for horror especially, like if you want something good for that, you either have something that's going to build on the tension, or you're going to have sudden silence is really good too.
Oh yeah.
I adore when it just goes quiet and it's like, what's going on? What am I missing here?
Mm-hmm. That's why I spend way too much time going through music for my games.
Yeah, look, I'm trying my best right now not to rely on Kevin MacLeod.
Hey, Kevin is a godsend.
Oh, I know, but I don't want everything to be him, especially for, the Dead Space game, because it's like, I want this to be a little more where what the theme would be.
Yeah, man, I collect from a whole bunch of different artists and for all sorts of things. The only time I've stuck with one artist is for the Curse of Strahd game, which I use exclusively Nox Arcana music because it was like it was made for that game.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Now I don't use just one of their albums for it either. I use almost all of their albums.
Yeah, like I will freely admit for the current thing that I'm searching for, I'm digging through a lot of White Bat audio. Because they've got a lot of good 80s and like synth music that I feel would fit very well for the for like Dead Space.
Nice.
What about you, Ronnie? What is horror to you?
Personally, horror to me is, well, it's just that it is like a personal thing to each individual. So things can be different for everyone, but for me, I would definitely say atmosphere is the most important part. Jump scares are only rewarded when you build a perfect atmosphere to get to that point. Just like a creepy feeling, for example, I think Silent Hill really hits the nail on the head there with like the fog and how everything's muffled and quiet. You don't really know what's around the corner, but you can kind of hear things, what's going on, that kind of situation. Like the unknown, I think we really hit that a little earlier too.
I
Definitely plays in that.
I love in Silent Hill where the way to detect monsters is also a way for them to find you.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Man.
You've got the radio static, so you know they're nearby. But what's that? That static I hear?
Uh-oh.
Let's go check that out. Also, I will never forgive the little gray babies in the school Silent Hill 1. I will never forgive them.
God, that was a great game series. Let's see, trying to remember what book it was that described this almost perfectly. Can't remember if it was one of the World of Darkness games or if it was Cult. I think it was Cult, actually, that just described it really well. Hell, it might be called Cthulhu, I don't know. But running a horror game is a lot like being on a runaway stagecoach. And the horror is wanting to hurry up and get to its payoff and scare the crap out of everyone. And you, as the one running the game, are pulling back on the reins going, no, slow it down. Let it get there in its own sweet time. Don't rush the scare.
You have to set it up so that one wheel goes rolling off into the distance.
But
I know my stereotypes. Thank you, Terry Pratchett.
I think for me, it's really hard for me to describe because I'm kind of like my friend on that one. It's really hard to actually really get me. Even though I can generally put myself in all sorts of different mindsets to get invested or immersed, but to actually be properly scared is not that easy. Startled, yeah, that's not too difficult. That's why I get annoyed real quickly at jump scares. It's like it's just cheap, and they again, only one out of 10. I think the biggest reason of that,
yeah, and I think the biggest reason for that is because of what we discussed earlier. That horror to me is a big part of the unknown. Whereas you and I have the same issue. We are scholars of horror. We've seen almost every movie they have or like read each book. And there's nothing really unknown to us out there. We're like, oh yeah, that reminds me of this time with this and this. So at this point, we more or less appreciate the genre than we do actually become affected by it.
That's very true, yes. Probably a lot of truth to that, actually. But like I do have to agree that the unknown plays a big part of it because that's basically the birthplace of horror stories and ghost stories in general. When we were primitive people sitting around a campfire telling stories about what the fuck that sound was in the woods that we can't see because it's really hard to see past this firelight.
Oh yeah, not to mention you have that uncanny valley terror for everything.
I do like Uncanny Valley. Just that you're looking at something and you know that something isn't right, but you can't quite place your finger on why it's not right. And I think I know the theory you're
that I read
talking
is that
about.
the theory that I read is like that is a evolution of Homo sapiens to like allow us to survive the other species of of humans, because those other species of humans would cannibalize or eat Homo sapiens. So we would be able to identify that something doesn't feel right here, the vibes aren't right, and we would either run away or attack because of the uncanny valley.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. That's the theory I remember hearing about. Yeah, because people seem to forget that we weren't the only humans around at early time frames. There were others that were evolving that just didn't quite match up to us.
Yeah, they couldn't. They weren't able to clean the phones properly, so they died.
Did you at least remember your towel?
I always remember my towel. I also know how to fly. Just throw myself at the ground and miss.
Was it that you had to miss the ground, or was that you had to forget that you were falling?
Combination of A and B, I believe.
Probably, yeah.
Porque no los dos.
For those of you that just got lost on that one, we're talking about Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yep. So long, and thanks for all the fish.
Yes. At least everyone knows that one famous quote of 42.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. But what is the question?
What is 7 by 9? Wait, no.
7 times 9.
That's not so.
And that was also wrong. But the only reason why it worked was because, well, at least this way we don't have both the answer and question at the same time. Therefore, the universe is safe from being replaced by something even weirder.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But
Look, man, this has been a weird year. I'm pretty sure that it's getting replaced by weirder universes.
I mean, I'm keeping an eye out on the notice board for any, interplanetary freeways going through.
Like we got
At
mad
this
at
point,
Jack
I'd
Black
say
this
let
year.
them.
This is a weird year.
right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I do understand what happened with that issue, and at the very least, they are going to come back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I didn't want to open that can of worms. I just wanted to mention that we're mad at him for that and for Minecraft. Well, when I say we, it's the universal internet.
To be fair, that has become an amazing meme. Just him popping up everywhere. I am insert name here.
I mean,
I can imagine him carrying 27 stacks of gold, 64 blocks of gold.
Nice chill.
what did I do? I've been good boy.
I mean, we did have that little bit of the conversation about Sucker for Love earlier, so
I
I
was
get
about
it.
to say. You sure
I
about
didn't
that?
bring it up.
Hi, Mick.
Yeah, we continued it for a moment. So here we go.
I
Hey,
just
that's
realized-
what happens when you become too familiar with horror and you start becoming attracted to horror.
Fair, yeah. Arara.
There's a reason why the monster fluffers exist.
Yep, because people got a little too comfortable with horror, and then they wanted to.
It also didn't help that you had like we're gonna make it so that these aren't quite as scary by making things like Mr. High.
There you go, Morton. I assume you heard it.
Yeah, I did hear it. I was just enjoying that for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, well, Monster Focus has become an entire genre lately. Which, hey, I'm cool with.
It has.
There are books. There are books.
The
There
Monster Sutra.
Rule 34.
Well, there's that too, but I'm talking like full-on books, like In the Lair of the Orc King.
Oh dear.
Oh god, I think I saw that briefly. I was like, no, I don't need to delve down that rabbit hole.
You know what though? Hot take: orcs, not monsters.
Oh, I mean, to be fair,
They're humanoid at least.
I mean they're counted as humanoid, but that also depends on what edition you're using.
Yeah,
They're not
which lore you're
monsters.
going by. If we're going by Warhammer 40k rules, well, they certainly aren't human because they grow from a fungus.
That's true.
Oh god, I'm just reminded of goblins from Kingdom of Loathing now, because they...
Oh god.
Oh my god, you know Loathing?
A little bit.
So, goblins in there literally like shoot off spores that become more goblins.
Yep. Little spore gobos.
Yes.
I was just making noise. Let's see. No, that is something that made me really amused when reading up on Mage the Awakening again for the World of Darkness. Humans are basically just orcs from 40k in that universe. Why do planes fly? Because we feel they ought to. Any scientific breakthrough is actually magic that we just believes, yeah, that makes absolute sense. That's logical. It should do that.
Awakenings like that.
Okay, you said Awakening, and I'm shifting over to something else entirely in my head. So forgive me. There's a magic system from a series or from a book called Warbreaker, where basically take a piece of person's soul, give it to something else, and awaken it, giving it a command.
I was talking about Mage the Awakening, World of Darkness setting.
Yeah, it's just literally Awakening has been ruined for me because of that. There's a glorious sapient sword. He's not quite sentient yet because time doesn't properly for him, so he thinks that certain people are still alive that aren't. But he wants to destroy evil. He really wants you to draw him, because his former owners used to draw him all the time.
This is sound like an SCP.
Yeah, about to say.
The best part is his only command when he was awakened was destroy evil. He doesn't know what evil is.
That really sounds like an SCP.
I mean, I would not doubt it. This was a story written for the author's wife while they were on their honeymoon. The man also wrote a story of The Princess Bride, but what if Buttercup actually went to go search for Wesley?
That could be interesting.
Oh, and the sea is also made out of horrifying spores that if you put water on them, will turn into like giant trees or spikes, depending on what color they are.
Fun.
Oh dear.
And yet seagulls still exist.
Why did that make me think of Blackwater all of a sudden?
I'm just thinking back to Darkwater.
That was an old cartoon. I'm not sure if people even know what that is.
Pirates of Darkwater.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I'm still pissed off at the fact that they ended that literally in the middle of the storyline.
Yeah, there's like no conclusion, or you don't know what the hell's going on in that damn thing. It was good from what I remember of it.
Oh yeah, like it was campy because it's Hanna-Barbera, but it was still like
it got pretty dark surprisingly at the time.
Oh
it
yeah,
surprised me as a kid. It's like whoa.
Yeah,
we're just literally feeding people to this thing, huh? Okay.
Yep, they had to find like 13 jewels that would be able to stop whatever was going on that was making the dark water. And about halfway through, it's like, oh yeah, the rest of the jewels are going to start shifting shapes, so you can't find them as easily.
Yeah.
And that's where it ended. That is where it ended.
I don't remember what the villain's entire motive was outside of just simple, blatant greed that didn't even make any fucking sense to me.
All I know is that the heroes had a broken sword, had probably one of my earlier reasons to enjoy goths, and a flying monkey, as well as their ship could just fucking glide.
Yeah, it was a trip.
They literally could shift the sails to make it glide.
Nice.
Going back to earlier, like Ronnie was saying, that we've become so ingrained with horror that it's hard to actually scare us. That's one of the reasons I think I like to dip back into true crime and real life monsters. It's because just the fact that what the human mind can do or make you do or is capable of is always... at least on some level, primal fear.
Oh yeah.
Well, like the original Dracula, like you don't see any of the biting scenes. You just see them like very vague silhouettes on a wall.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'll go for as long as I can in a horror setting to not show the monster for as long as humanly possible. If it is a monster.
Yep.
Oh god, I just remembered the most horrific thing we were talking about last night when we were doing character creation for Rockcross with Ron. Talking about somebody who managed to roll, what was it, like a 26-28 on a deception check with the hags. That apparently they now owned the old bow grinder.
Yep. Yep. They forged a document that had that was the deed to the windmill. They forged it as if it was in their name. Rolled like a 26.
So it's just like
it didn't work because the DM. We're not going to talk about that.
Yeah, no. All they had to do was be like, the hags get a lawyer.
Actually, that made me think, since we're talking about horror stuff and they were clearly hags, they could do a haunting, because I know what kind of hags they are.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
They could have done a haunting instead and forced us out of their windmill. They could have played along with it. Like, oh yeah, see, sweetie, you can stay here. This is yours. We don't want to infringe on you. And then make us never get sleep there. Every time we sleep there, we just get a level of exhaustion because they're fucking with us the entire time.
Yeah, that's something that they could absolutely do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're night hags, so they definitely can do that.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, they are.
Yep.
I've actively avoided trying to do that because my players would literally die too damn quickly if I did that. Because every time they run into them, they're too low level to want to fuck with them.
Yeah, my favorite night hags are the ones from Strahd and the one that is literally an entire section of Avernus.
My favorite night hags are the ones that don't want to fight and they just want to continue to be not known. So they fuck with you in the shadows.
Yeah. Which, as far as I'm concerned, pretty much all hags should be doing anyway.
Yes.
Exactly. They don't want to fight.
The best hag is the one you're not sure if this is an evil creature that you need to deal with, or if it's just a necessary evil. Yeah, she's fucking with people, but at the same time, she is helping in her own way.
Yep.
I mean, you get what you get when you make a deal.
Look, my favorite hag is the one that talks shit about my warlock patron. Seriously.
I had my party one time fight a night hag. And this night hag was in the dream world. She was in the dream realm. And they found a way to get in to go fight her in her own home. So they were tracking her ass down. There's an NPC that was a paladin that really, really wanted this night hag dead. Really wanted this night hag dead. But before they could get that person freed from their own dream nightmare, they spoke with the hag. And they're like, hey, we don't actually want to kill you. And the hag's like, great, I don't want you to kill me. How about this? I'll give you a gift of power if you let me go, and I can cast a sleeping spell on your friend, so that way they think that you killed me while they were asleep. And the party took that deal.
Nice.
Look, I'll go with that.
For just about what I was getting.
I was starting to get the Bloodborne vibes from the Canehurst setting.
I was getting that more Elm Street Dream Warriors vibes.
Yeah, outside of the horror aspect, because I'm a little frustrated, I gave the druid a mirror that if they were to use their wild shape, and they were a moon druid, I allowed them to split their HP pool into 2 creatures instead of just 1.
Oh, nice.
So they wouldn't be a full health black bear, but they could be 2 half health black bears. They could use it whenever they wanted. Didn't use it a single fucking time.
Balls.
Still a little mad about that. I'm like, that was a really cool item.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's something that could easily turn the tide in their favor, too. I mean, again, action economy is king in that game system.
Yep.
Oh, it is. It is.
But,
absolutely.
Speaking of which, people in chat, if you have any questions you would like us to answer, either on this chat or on one of the following chats, whenever we have the next one, Do feel free to DM me your questions. I'd be more than happy to post them to the rest of the group, like we did with this one today.
Yeah, I would love to try and
Yeah, just
Throw
DM
my-
me personally, as you don't pester everyone else unless they're cool with it. I don't mind being poked.
I mean, the ones that are here specifically because of me shouting out in my community definitely can message me if they want.
Fair.
If they feel more comfortable doing that.
That is absolutely fair. But yeah, like some
Pretty
of
sure
the
your lore doesn't bite though, as far as I'm aware.
So long as you're not trying to sell
only if
me
you
on a
ask
new
nicely.
So long as you're not trying to sell me on a new model or new artwork, I'm good.
Right?
That too.
That especially, yeah. Oh god, like that last one. I think I brought up. Who did I bring the last boss up to last time? Follow the script exactly. It was Eve, actually. I told her
Yes.
how to bot her community.
Yep. And I was like, oh god, why?
Because they're dicks. Joker, what's up, man? And I apologize to everyone that's here that's a streamer because I have not been shouting out any of you.
How dare!
Well, we're just gonna
Out
have to
there.
follow each other otherwise. I think we're all following each other mostly. At least
Right?
I am.
I believe so.
Okay, I think that was it. Does Mac Awesome stream? I don't think they do they?
I don't believe so.
Let's see. Morden and Eve, you're in the title, so I don't really need to worry about shouting
Yeah.
you out. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, you just
Yeah,
need
no.
to talk to me. You don't need to shout me out.
Shouting is not encouraged. We can hear just fine.
But sometimes I just gotta get loud. But yeah, I
Excited
like
sometimes.
to.
Totally get that.
That's why I like to revisit real crimes and just make horror kind of based on that sort of kind of.
Yeah,
Which leads to some
Here's
scenarios
another
I've
thing.
made that I've never actually let see the light of day because I think that might be a bit too much for some people.
understandable.
Understand.
Here's a good tip, especially if you have small children near you, and I'll elaborate. Ask a child to make a scary monster for you in D&D. They're gonna come up with with a dragon that's breath weapon is spiders. That's fucking terrifying.
Oh god, are you talking about that one ancient dragon?
Yeah, that literally breathes spiders. That's fucking crazy, and that was apparently some child who came up with that.
Yeah, I remember that. One of my one of the campaigns I listened to, or like one short campaigns I listened to, they thought they were about to fight that,
Oh man.
but it turned out it was a major image.
That's funny. I would stat that up, and I would absolutely make my people fight that because that is awesome.
Unholy moly. Because I've got plenty of horror scenarios that deals with like violence against children. I was like, some of this might be like too dark for some people.
A bit much, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so definitely got to make sure you're
Especially
hitting your consent forms.
Yep.
Oh yeah, 100%. Because the original idea I had for this is like it's actually a cult game. So there's your first warning. It's cult.
Yep.
And of course, you've got your relationships with NPCs, possibly other characters. And I was like, okay, whoever has like a kid brother, because you're going to be playing like young people, well, young adults to late teens sort of people. And whoever's got a younger sibling is going to have a really bad fucking time as they get snatched by a psycho clown.
Yeah.
Taken into a hall of mirrors that when they scream and go and get help and they get the police and everyone else there and they're like, what hall of mirrors? We've never had one here. And they look at horror as the entire building is just gone with their younger sibling.
Oh god, it's the classic magical store that just appears out of nowhere and then disappears.
But then that character would be the first one being targeted by a vengeful spirit of another little girl that was captured by the psycho clown who lives in reflections. Playing on that little fear of you always have that little something in the corner of your eye that flits through the mirror, your reflection. You look and there's nothing there. That's what she is. And she's eventually going to get more and more aggressive, like appearing in any reflection and trying to fucking kill you for what happened to her. And what happened to her is, quite frankly, unspeakable.
Now
I'm sure
flashing
you
back.
can connect some dots.
Yeah, I'm flashing back to a story where guy got the power to teleport through mirrors, but that also allowed for the creatures in dimension to look out through those mirrors and come for you as well.
Yeah, it was one of those sort of scenarios slash stories I came up with, just thinking about what would disturb me, and I just started going a dark rabbit hole of like horrifyingly terrible things happened to the innocent youth. It's like, if this disturbs me on some level, this might be way, way too much for some of my players.
Yep. People who live through 2020 to 2022, the sickness will disturb you.
Get done with the sickness?
Exactly.
Oh,
Ooh,
Sorry, I had to make that joke at some point because you kept saying disturb.
God, I love Disturbed.
Mm-hmm.
Cradle of Filth is also good.
People love to give them shit, but they were very good for what they were.
Who gives them
And they
shit?
still-
They're
they still
freaking
are.
iconic.
I would say, aren't they still banned?
They
Yeah.
are. The problem is you got the gatekeeper metalheads who are like, no, that's not metal.
The only issue I ever had with Disturbed was like a lot of their songs sound very similar. Like,
Yeah.
which
I mean,
CD?
it's hard
One
to
of their
get away
CDs I
from that,
absolutely loved. I think it was their self-titled album, and the one right after that sounded exactly the same. And I was like, Indestructible was a CD where I was like, I can't listen to them anymore.
Yeah, that's fair. That is a fair
But I
criticism.
heard that they've done a lot more to like vary it up recently.
They've done
they
a
have
lot
been.
recently.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I had a friend who was really, really into Disturbed.
I like them a lot.
Right now, all
Legion of Monsters
Like,
is pretty good.
I love that we've got some older bands coming back again.
I also liked their cover of Hello Darkness.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I got to give him some respect for that one. That was pretty
Sound of
good.
Silence.
That was
Yep.
Sounds of Silence, thank you.
Yeah.
Sound of Silence, yes.
That was amazing. Holy shit.
Sound of Silence, and I'm still more partial to their version of Land of Confusion and Shout.
Land of Confusion
Same.
was great.
Land of Confusion was
Yeah.
amazing, yeah. I don't remember Shout. I don't think I actually listened to that one. I need to try to
That was off their first release. It was called Shout 2000 at that point.
Ah. No, I might have actually listened to that.
Teenage Morty made an AMV to that.
Ah.
I would love to see that one day.
Unfortunately, that was on a old Gateway computer that is now long
you didn't
dead.
post it?
No.
There was no YouTube at that.
There was Justin TV, I think. Is that what YouTube was at first, or something like that? Or is that Twitch? That might have been.
Look, I didn't get into the whole watching of YouTube and all that until my second attempt at college in 2008, I believe.
Before YouTube, there was what? Esther's World or something? Or E-Bomb's World, I think it was?
E-Bomb's World was one of them, yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
That one was weird.
I remember Daily Motion.
Yep, Daily Motion.
Like, I know that's still around, but it's nowhere near as good as it was.
That's anything.
Look, it's still one of the only places I can watch Gaki no Sakai without having to download it, at least.
I'm so surprised Newgrounds is still alive.
Yeah, let's say Newgrounds also.
I know.
Do it for the... Yeah,
And-
Vine just decided to bow out on their own terms.
Yes, say that Vine is gone.
Look,
Very much so.
look, I will still do it for the Vine, though.
Yeah.
I ain't doing it.
Vine was amazing. They got out when the get was good. I'll give them that. They saw the writing on the walls like, okay, we're about to get made obsolete immediately. Let's end on a high note.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I can't
Yeah,
hate them and fault them for that.
Oh, no. And I still watch compilations from Vine.
Yes, they're still
that-
around.
Like there's the compilations that people are like, hey, this seems to like mimic a piece from like the book series I'm watching or reading. Sorry,
Yeah.
and like Dungeons and Dragons especially.
Yeah.
Road work ahead. I hope it does.
I think
I have the
that's,
Tower of God and anime on my side.
I think that's actually why a lot of people still fondly remember Vine, is because they bowed out gracefully while they were still at a high peak.
Yeah.
Instead of floundering and struggling and dying in ignoble
copywriting.
death.
Yep.
That's
I
why
don't
mom
know.
doesn't love you.
Which
Mhm.
TikTok is just
Look.
fine. That's basically what happened.
Look, I still love that there's one Blockbuster still in existence.
Every time a company goes out of business, it's been long-standing. They go, "Haha, we outlasted you" on Twitter.
Stop! You almost gonna drop my croissant.
Anya Nataka-san.
This house is a fucking nightmare.
New
Crawls
ground
on
sets
top
stick
of the-
around due to the occasional game like Castle Crashers, Geometry Dash, and I think that current one is Friday Night Funkin'. Yeah?
Yeah, Friday
Yeah.
Night Funkin'
Yeah.
blew up. Yep.
And unfortunately has done nothing with it since because people keep fucking around and finding out.
A few people have still been modding it.
That's what I'm saying is a lot of the modding
Mhm.
keeps getting killed because people keep fucking around and finding out.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, I love the fact that Newgrounds has survived this long as well.
Yeah. It's one of the old guards still around.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
And of course, there's the other places of the internet that we probably shouldn't have been going to. That
look,
I'm sure other lovers of macabre might have come across.
high school Morty mortified so many of his classmates by playing Happy Tree Friends
Good
Eh.
old Happy
And
Tree
the
Friends.
and the God and Devil Show.
I was like, what the heck is this?
I got the DVDs back when they were popular.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Every now and then I'll still see the mason jar floating around. It's like, oh god, there's only probably a few people that know about that fucking thing.
Yeah,
If you
God
know,
Devil
you
Show.
know. I'm going to gatekeep that one just because no one really needs to know if they don't know.
yes,
The fact that the two of you are already aware is like,
yeah.
I believe I know what you're talking about.
If you ever watched God and Devil Show, one of my favorites was when they interviewed Charlton Heston, and then you have the choice to send him to either heaven or hell. And if you send him to hell, he's freaking out for a minute until he realizes that he can survive, that he can have his guns by damning them to hell.
oh, I'm scared to ask. Or
You
I'm
should be.
scared to
You should be. It's like the jockstrap incident. You just don't want to know about it.
Yeah, I've
you're
seen
so
some
curious about it.
incredibly horrifying things that has probably mentally scarred me in more ways than I can even begin to unpack because of some things I came across in some websites no one should really have ever gone to, but the police, not police, the internet wasn't really
Police.
policed back then. That's what I meant to say, but I switched the
Police.
words around. I almost said the police weren't really internet back then. It's like, wait a minute, no, let's flip that around. The internet wasn't really policed back then, so you could see
There you go.
weird ass shit and, quite frankly, deeply disturbing shit of things that, again, nobody should be seeing.
No.
They say I think one of those rotten.org. I don't think that exists anymore.
No, that does not exist anymore. I believe it finally fell to the lawsuits. I remember watching a video on that for Wang on YouTube. Not to promo somebody way bigger than us, but
Joker,
goddamn,
this
that
is
was a
back
good
before
video.
the dark web was a thing.
Yeah,
I
remember
We're going to like the early days of the internet.
oh yeah. And to
It
be honest with
didn't
you, I
need
bet
to be
it's still around somewhere. I heard that Twitter is still a cesspool of like.
Probably.
I mean,
all the worst
are you surprised?
I heard it got worse ever since the takeover.
Mm,
It's
I'm not surprised by that.
no.
Yeah.
I don't even know why I still use Twitter, honestly.
I don't use
Oh
it
my
anymore.
God.
The only reason I use it is because I
You-
feel like I should since I started streaming. I was like, I guess I gotta have it.
Yeah,
And Twitter is hell 100%.
Oh, God.
That's why I
Oh,
keep
man,
forgetting it.
Yeah, God. Fun fact: Mozilla originally, way back in the day, was just fucking like download client.
Mm.
Used to download the Dragon Ball Z movies because that was the only way I could get them to download without somebody trying to stop me.
I'll use it for any game devs and ours. Yeah, basically, I'd be real careful where I'm going on Twitter, just because it's just a cesspool real quick if you go the wrong direction there.
Oh yeah,
Of course, I think that's again most of the internet. That's always been the way the internet has been.
Yeah, not. I will also say not to mention that little link called Grok. You want nothing to do with that, especially if you have like anything that's your personal IP.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Let's get away from that little trip down memory lane of the deep, dark, and disturbing.
I mean, that was our horror back then.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
So was Jeff the Killer, though.
Oh yeah.
And if you go back and look at that now, you go, "Oh no!"
Look, you know what I'm enjoying right now? The revival of Slender Man.
Ooh.
Oh god, it's
That
always
is
fun just to
interesting.
delve into the old creepypastas every now and then, just
Yeah.
because the birthing of the creepypasta was amazing for horror
Mhm.
content.
Oh yeah.
Personally, my favorite, Ted the Caver. You can't do better.
I
than
would say,
Ted the
yeah,
Caver.
Ted the Caver's great. I
I'm
like
familiar with
Godzilla,
Ted the Caver.
There were-
NES. Yeah.
There were some. Oh yeah, there's so many good ones. Hell, Ben Drowned.
Oh yeah,
Just
Yeah,
because-
that's
classic.
true. Yep. Classic.
Ben Drowned wasn't
Anybody who was-
bad.
Anybody who got freaked out by that stupid statue in Majora's Mask.
I remember
What
seeing
was the other
Slenderman
one?
in like 5th grade, and I was terrified. Oh, when they made the movie out of it.
Trigger warnings on this one, but if anybody's never read Baraska,
Oh.
it does have.
I have actually listened to that one.
Yep,
There's actually-
it
there's
does
actually a
have
sequel coming out.
very intense adult themes.
Oh, the game, yeah.
Absolutely, and
Mhm,
it smacks you like a fucking ton of bricks. But
Oh,
that
yeah.
one is phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, there's a sequel coming out. Someone I listen to who reads like creepy stories and things like that.
Was it Papa Meat?
No, Dark Somnia.
Good old Papa Meat.
No,
Papa Meat's amazing.
I think you would actually like Dark Somnium. He's got a very good voice. He actually like gets other people to do the readings with him as well, like Autumn
Hell yeah.
Ivy, Nick Nocturne, all of them.
Speaking of deep voices and creepy stuff, whatever happened to Corpse Husband?
His fans ran him off the platform.
Internet?
Yeah, pretty much. Somebody I think found a picture of him and started.
It wasn't actually. It wasn't
Gotta
actually
be
him
dicks.
though.
Yeah, but still, it was.
They
attempting
did
to
it
dox.
too many times that he finally got fed up and said, "Fuck it, I'm just going to stay off the internet." And he hasn't been back since. His
Dude,
quote unquote fans have
that
run him
sucks.
off.
Yep.
Mhm.
Because he seemed legit. Like he seemed like a legit dude, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mhm.
he was.
Mac Awesome says like the game, so Slender the 8 Pages, Slender the Arrival.
God, Slender the 8 Page was so good.
Yes.
The
Um,
Pages one was really good, yeah.
I actually, one of the few times I've actually ever like thrown money at something to help kickstart it. I did throw money at Slender the Arrival,
Mm.
Nice.
and I'm still just in shock that they remade that, and apparently they're doing something else with that. I also didn't realize that Blue Owl Studios had Troy Wagner as one of the writers.
Mm.
So for those who don't know who that is Jay from Marble Hornet.
Oh God, Marble
okay.
Hornet was amazing. I heard that they're making a comeback too.
Yes, they got enough money on a Kickstarter to do a entirely new series on the Marble Hornets channel
Yes.
with Jay and Alex at the very least. Don't know if the guy who played Tim is involved at all because
Yeah.
unfortunately they had a falling out a while back due to stuff, namely mostly a third party that got hired on. That's neither here nor there. I've been going back and listening to Nick Nocturne do the whole review of Marble Hornets, and currently I'm on Everyman Hybrid. That was another fun one. Habit is still one of my favorite. If y'all ever want that, watch Everyman Hybrid. That was one of those crazy stories that just.
Let's see, where was that one?
It does not. If you were there when it was going on, it was crazy.
Here you go. Are you familiar with the Gemini Home Entertainment series?
It sounds familiar.
Basically, it's like a bunch of old VHS recordings of like something they record on like a public broadcasting network, and it got really weird really quick sometimes.
Oh, I think I have heard of that one.
The creators of them also made another series called Morley Grove, which is equally as good. It's still coming. It's still relatively new on that one.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good ones out there. One I can recommend that's done for right now, or actually it's done, and the creator's actually working on something new. It's called Hi, I'm Mary Mary.
There's another one. It's basically a found footage series called Anomalies, and it was absolutely amazing. It had some plot holes in it, I will admit, but it was actually really fucking good for what it was.
You're making
And
me
it just flown completely under the radar, and it's been out for like well over 9 years at this point. And so many people have never even seen them.
Yeah, y'all are making me go through my subs now and seeing what I can find of all the fun series that I've used to watch.
Yeah.
Hell, Dark Harvest actually had a new series or a new video come out. That, by the way, Dark Harvest is another one of the old big three of Everman Hybrid, ML Anderson, and the defunct Tribe 12.
Yeah.
We do not talk about that last one.
Does anybody remember Feed the Pig?
I believe so.
I think so, yeah.
That was another good one.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Okay, we're just going to just share our collections of things we've seen over the years, and just have a binge watch party or something.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
what? I got a question that's horror based. What is the thing that scared you so bad that you were never scared by horror again?
Ooh.
Because I have one, and I'll tell you mine right now. When I watched The Ring as a kid.
Oh.
Now, let me give you some context. I watched it. I was way too young. I think I was like 7 or something like that. I was young. I should not have been watching that. But I also had one of those staticky TVs in my bedroom.
Ah.
And I didn't have the remote. I'm pretty sure my sister did. And I'm pretty sure she was fucking with me.
Yes.
Look, God, who was it that... I don't know who it was that told the story, but they had seen Poltergeist and when they were younger and got freaked out by it because they had that same punching clown that you could punch and it would just keep coming back up.
Oh yeah, little Buffy.
So he would try and prove that he was stronger than it by punching it, and then started getting freaked out more and more until he finally tried to throw it out, went to sleep, and his mom was taking out the trash and saw it, and he's like, why is this out here? Takes it back up into their room.
Yeah.
So when they woke up, also, trying to remember what the name of this was. I think it was like Freak Show.
Oh yeah, Freak Show. I think I remember that.
I'm
remember
trying.
that, yeah.
I think that's
American Horror Story?
No.
No.
This was
Okay.
This is his own thing, yeah.
I was gonna say this was actually scary.
Okay, I was about to say American Horror Story is not scary.
No,
I've never found it scary.
No.
I haven't found it scary either. It's amusing though.
It is amusing. The first season was really actually quite good.
Joker says. What was that?
I was just gonna say one of their more recent seasons is basically repeating the first season. It seems.
Joker says mine was the movie Grimcutty. After that, nothing could get to me. I honestly do not know what made me so.
Yeah, I'm struggling too.
I almost want to cop out and say it was after looking into so much real life horror nonsense, like actual crime and horrifying imagery that I came across that kind of made me resistant to most horror things, but that feels like a cop out. I remember The Exorcist actually scared the crap out of me when I was a kid. Especially with the backstory of the curse that happened to the crew on that film.
Mm-hmm.
I love that Linda Blair has just embraced all that at this point.
Right.
I miss 13 Nights of Halloween.
Oh, God, yeah. 13 Ghosts was a fun one. I won't say that's a scary movie, or at least it wasn't scary to me, but it was a really good lore to it. I liked it.
Wasn't that the one about the House of Glass or something like that?
Yeah.
No.
It had that, though.
Was it?
I was going to say another story that I really want to like. I love the inspiration that like Everman Hybrid took from it. Well, but it's called House of Leaves. It's a book that has like. It's got stuff. It's book within a book, almost. It's very.
It might have been a book for me too. Now that you mentioned, but I cannot for the life of me remember what this book was. It was a collection of scary stories. It was aimed at children to young teens. I think it was. I cannot for the life of me remember what it
Stories
was.
to tell in the dark.
I don't know. There was this
Where
one
is
story.
my big toe?
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah.
I was also.
That big toe fucked
It
me
was
up.
similar to that. It was similar to that one. It had something
Mac,
similar to that one.
Mac, I was actually about to bring that up too.
There was this one
yeah.
monster that was able to sniff out the kids through chocolate, and if it found them, would eat their face, like
What?
just chomp it off.
That legit.
And they had to
I was
like
about to
eat
say-
a bunch of like spinners and then to mask the smell of chocolate on their breath.
That legitimately sounds like something out of like.
It was just snuffling around the house
Goosebumps,
trying to find
yeah.
them. It might have been. It was like Goosebumps adjacent, but it wasn't Goosebumps.
Scary
There was
stories to tell in the dark, I
another
think.
another story.
Are You
about,
Afraid of the Dark was another one.
I don't think it was that one. There was another story about their kid in a science class, and they had this like little brainwave scanner sort of thing in the science class, and this kid was acting out a little bit. Says, "Okay, you get to volunteer. Come up here. Think of something pleasant. You'd see the brain waves. Now, think of something absolutely terrifying." So you picture this monster just ripping off the roof of the building and coming down and crunching the teacher like a soda can and eating him. And then all of a sudden, lightning struck the building and sorted a lot of things out. And what he saw became real as the monster was coming out and started crunching and eating people all around him. And then he finally figured out, wait, if I get crunched and eaten, then this will all stop because this came from my head. So the story ends with him getting killed and eaten, and we don't know what happens after that. That particular story stuck with me for many, many, many years, even to this day. And I can't for
Sounds
the life of me
a lot
remember
like
what
the
it is.
blob in
If I
Ghostbusters.
accidentally spawn a monster, that's everybody else's problem now.
Right?
You know,
It wasn't like a blob-like creature. It was something that literally just ripped off the roof of this classroom and reached in, grabbed him, crushed them, and just popped it into its mouth.
you know, it's a
my friends
No,
have
it
fun with
wasn't
that. I'm
Goosebumps.
running.
This just sounds very similar to
yeah.
that particular Goosebumps book.
And I was
It
going to say,
was basically a collection of short, scary stories into one book.
Interesting.
I cannot.
and
So many years ago. I was like, damn, 25, 30 years ago.
I was also going to say, Mac Awesome, myhouse.wad, for those who don't know, that is a Doom mod that has been making the rounds recently.
It's so good.
It is, and it's based off of House of Leaves.
It's so good.
And it's got its own alternate reality game going on through all the notes
Ooh.
and the forum posts about it.
But I did grow up reading a lot of Goosebumps too. But this book was definitely not Goosebumps. I remember that very, very clearly. It was not Goosebumps.
Yeah, the only thing that I can think of, we've mentioned a couple times, was Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark.
Maybe.
Yeah.
For life of me, again, it's like over 2 decades ago. I cannot tell you the name of that book to save my soul.
In a dark, dark room
That could also be possible. I don't know. Let's see.
and other scary stories. Grizzly for tales. Grizzly tales for gruesome kids. God damn, I can't talk.
Man,
All right, I'm using the good old Google.
Yes, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm looking around.
It has been so long since I've gone back and thought about,
Spooky stories,
some of
head
the stuff.
scratchers, and tales.
because I played a
Oh god, Babysitter's Club.
I need to buy some of
Oh,
these books
God.
again just so I can have something to read on
It's
stream every now and
definitely
then.
Babysitter's Club.
It's definitely Babysitter's Club. Yes.
I need to get some of these
That's
books
not
again
hard.
just to
Get outta
read
here.
Got real
on.
fucking weird with it.
Uh huh.
Just get some of these just to read on stream. It'd be hilarious.
you know, they actually are remaking the most horrific thing of all time.
What?
Courage, Cowardly Dog. I'm kidding. I would love that actually.
That would be amazing.
Now I'm just reminded that Muriel's voice actress died.
No.
Oh, fuck.
No.
Why'd you do that to me? I could have went my whole life without knowing that.
Yeah, sorry that I just heard about that this past week. Oh, why?
Seriously though, like one day I would love to do a D&D campaign where it's all the monsters from Courage the Cowardly Dog and wait to see how long it takes people to realize it.
Return to
Hell
slab.
yeah.
Return to slab. Return to slab.
I've been a
You
little
ran
It'd be something else. It'd
I
be
couldn't-
like,
I couldn't be in
naughty.
I would get it immediately.
Look, just give me.
Why does this person keep trying to shave my hair off?
All right, I'm getting me mallet.
All right, he takes a swing at you and he hits for 0 damage, but you now have less hair. What?
What?
He gives a mischievous grin and holds a finger up to his mouth and goes, I've been naughty. Like,
Oh.
That was such a good show.
So,
It was.
So when are we going to have the NPC that goes, "That's where you're going, fool"?
Gotta have that.
Your son says you are very sick. What is up with that?
Look, one of my favorite Bloodborne runs that I've watched somebody do. They ran around as Eustace Bag.
Yes.
They got the Kirk hammer. That's all they used.
You make me look bad. Ooga booga booga.
Hell
Oh
yeah.
god, you know you have to have a Rakshasa that's just like all suave and
Yeah.
acting superior.
Yes. Mr. Katz.
Yeah, exactly.
Was it Totally Haunted Kids? I'm not still looking at this. Totally
I'm not sure of a piece of media that desensitized me to horror, but Goosebumps and Are You Afraid of the Dark show me different ways to make horror intriguing. Despite the, I loved those.
Yeah.
I love those ones.
Are You Afraid of the Dark is one of the best things that came out of Canada alongside
Oi.
Reboot.
Oh yeah, I loved Are You Afraid of the Dark. I adored that show.
And Hugh Jackman.
Oh,
I mean,
Canadian.
hello.
I'm not.
Beer Hot's just followed.
I'm not. I wasn't going to say anything about that because.
Hello, the Bear House. Thank you for the follow.
Oh, there. Hello.
Was it terrifying tales to tell at night? Maybe.
We don't know.
Again, I could not tell you the name of that
Sounds
book at
plausible,
all.
yeah.
Oh no.
A lot of the books
well,
back then
I found a
have
list
are
for you to go
very-
through later. You have to tell us.
By all means.
There's
Oh
255
my god,
books in there. Have
255
fun.
books.
Good luck.
Let's
Oh
fucking go.
Lord. Oh my
do
god,
more
255 books. You weren't kidding. Shit.
I wasn't joking.
You were not, sir. Oh my god.
Look, you want to see something that.
Drawn here
It's
by
from
a
a show
Magical
that's-
Owls Discord. I wonder who the hell that is. I don't know any Magical Owls.
I wonder.
Y'all want to see one of the most terrifying things that came out of a show that's like super magical and bright otherwise?
That's a very broad list. That could be a lot of things.
What?
I sent the gift.
Oh yes, the Nowhere King.
Yes. Like that came out of nowhere.
The show
Literally.
sucked. He saved it. He was amazing.
What show is that?
What? Yeah, what is
Centaur
It's
World, I
Centaur
think it
World.
was.
Yeah, Centaur World. It's a very silly and stupid show, but
I mean, I'm not saying it sucked and it was bad, but it's definitely not my style show.
yeah, no.
Except when he
That
came
kind of
out.
tracks though, because looking at that, I think of
Holy
Lit
shit.
from Adventure Time.
Yeah,
A little bit, yeah.
only far more
Yeah.
badass.
It sounds like it was kind of like Adventure Time copy almost.
Kinda.
That is awesome.
It had a really. Once you got past the, oh god, this is so cutesy and silly. Once you got past that and started looking into the backstory of what was going on, I was like, it got dark.
And when I say, look, when you say backstory, there was literally someone who's like, okay, I'm just going to jump into people's backstories.
Yeah.
That was literally their superpower. They could look into people's backstory.
I didn't watch
Fun.
it. How the hell does it go from colorful centaurs to that? Right? That's when I started paying attention. It's like, wait, this might actually be something.
Yeah. I mean, if you watch the very first episode, it was dark to start off, too.
Yeah, but that was like very easy to miss, and it just
But
got everything you
Oh,
saw
yeah,
was
no.
just so colorful.
It was one of those things that was a blink and miss it, yes. If you actually pay, but if you go back and pay attention, it's like, oh, fuck, okay. Yeah, this was actually set up.
And my god, his lullaby hit so fucking hard.
Yes.
Hush now, hide all you little ones, rush now into the middle of nowhere. Singing and laughter will die. Dreamless sleep follows the Nowhere King. When his kingdom comes, darkness is nigh. quiet, crawl to the in-between, silent, secretive feeling, a fearsome hatred that reaches the skies. You will bring joy to the Nowhere King when he sees the light leaving your eyes. For a fucking kids show, holy fuck, that hits hard.
Oh yeah.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like, whoa.
Yeah,
I like
it's
that.
like
I like that a lot.
That made me sit up and go, excuse me?
yeah, I love series that have that whiplash, that tonal whiplash.
Yes.
Like, we just did a 180 and I like it. You have my attention now, sir. Maniacal laugh. Okay, one second. I need to take a sip of this.
So I will absolutely recommend that as a show. If you can get past some of the really weirdness, really weird shit.
There you go. Yeah, it's never was like, it's not my style of show, but for the most part.
Until you get to that.
Until you get to that and the fucked up story that's going on in the background of a man who hated himself so much he about destroyed 2 worlds.
Yep. All because while he hated himself, he couldn't allow himself to die.
Yeah. So yeah, going back to the original topic of what we were talking about, the unknown.
Look, that would be good for a fucking horror story or a horror game.
Yeah.
The Nowhere King, it's one of those things that it would have to be, like with any horror story, really. It all depends on the story you're going with. If it has to fit somewhere, you can't just throw it out there and go, look at this scary thing. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. What about it? Oh, I guess I'll just boop it on the snoot. I don't care. But if you like, again, it's a silly show, but they actually did the Nowhere King a lot just because they built up to him over how many episodes before they finally reveal who the fuck this guy was. That everyone was like, the hell is this lullaby about? This is a really dark lullaby.
Yeah.
Because I think the lullaby played like twice in 2 different episodes before he came about. Like, oh shit, so this is the in-between. That's what, oh god.
And they're like, oh, hey, well, I guess you're going home now. We told you not to, but fuck it. And then, oh, fuck. Because it's just a pure white void that they're going through, and then suddenly, like, they get stuck in something, and then slowly but surely this fucker starts making his appearance known.
Yeah. And it's just one of those cartoons that you would not expect to have such an incredible villain just show up in. Like, this is like probably one of the best villains we've had in recent years. At that time, anyway.
Oh, yeah.
When that came out, he was easily one of the best, well-written villains that just appeared out of nowhere. Quite literally. Rather apt, considering he's the Nowhere King.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of like Toffee from Star vs. Forces of Evil. Because like it was all just jokey, cartoon villain, not actually a threat, up until the point that he showed up, and then shit got real, quick.
I mean, like Adventure Time, it did the same formula. It was like silly, goofy, this is fun, and wait, who the fuck gave you permission to hit me in the feels?
Yeah.
Don't squeeze me, I'll fart. What?
Yeah, that series, when you really looked at like the background stuff going on, it's like, oh, this is fucked up. Simon fucked me up, okay?
Yeah.
Dude, Simon and Marceline episode, I can't watch it. I cry. I can't stop.
Yeah. It has had a couple of really good creepy moments, like the Lemongrab Kingdom. That peeling orange as it's shrieking and its skin just peels back as it's looking at you. And Jake said it best, nope!
Ain't like a nope moment.
I fucking love Jake. He's my spirit animal.
Right? Soul of lobster.
It doesn't help. He's voiced by Bender, so there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, John DiMaggio is a wonderful voice actor. The problem is his voice is so iconic. I can pick it out immediately every time.
Yeah,
he is my least favorite Joker, but there you go.
He wasn't terrible at Joker.
No, I wasn't saying.
And also, are you sitting here and telling me that shit? What was his name? The guy who played Joker was just Jared Leto. Jared Leto was better than.
I meant voice work. I meant voice work.
Yeah, it was like, ooh,
I'm
I was
about to say,
to
I'm
some
playing with the
fight
rules that you
words.
set down. You said the least.
No,
Good
if we were going for all of it, yes. There is no Leto Joker. There is no existence of that. We do not talk about it. We do not throw it into the face of Morbius as well.
His laugh sounded like the fucking penguins.
Mm-mm. He would have made a better
Hey,
Oh,
point.
no,
Danny
it's
DeVito
good.
as a penguin makes sense. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's, to be fair, when it comes to like voice acting Joker, after Mark Hamill, you're competing for second place at that point.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely. Like the only other person who did it. Oh god, I've forgotten his name, but the guy who is fucking Joel in Last of Us.
Oh shit! What's his name?
Going from all interpretations of the Joker that was either voice acting or acting, first place definitely goes to Mark Hamill no matter what. Second place I would say goes to Heath Ledger because god
Yeah,
damn,
Heath Ledger.
that's a close second.
Yeah, I was going to say Heath and oh god, why am I suddenly forgetting his name? The one from
Mark
No. God damn it! Why I hate my memory for names. I hate
Right?
it.
Mine's not that great either. Anyway.
Personally,
That's,
I might put Heath Ledger above Mark Hamill just for the fact that he died,
That's fair.
and I can almost say he died due to the performance. Like it fucked with his head.
I thought it was because he accidentally mixed the wrong type of medication.
No, that's not it. But like, I feel like that was his magnum opus. He was not going to do any better.
Oh, it
than
was
that,
his magnum opus, no
Hollywood-wise.
doubt.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
I thought his entire death was
There we
accidental
go.
overdose because he took some medicine that wasn't working, so he took a different type of medication so he could actually get some sleep in it, mixed poorly.
And
I'm not thinking of
it's the
someone
same-
else.
I'm
Might
pretty
be
sure it was the
someone
same
else. I don't
medic because that's very similar to what happened with Jackson.
Hmm.
Michael Jackson's
Um,
doctor's in jail now though, because you can't kill the
as he
king
should
without
be.
getting in trouble. Absolutely.
So
Well, that wasn't a
I-
case of accidental overdose because he mixed the wrong medications. That was giving him drugs he shouldn't have been getting in the first fucking place. It was an
Yep,
accidental
absolutely.
overdose
Yeah.
of prescription medication, including painkillers, anti-anxiety drugs, and sleeping pills. Okay.
Oh, fun.
yeah, some of that provided by one of the Olsen.
Oof.
Hmm.
But I was also going to say I found the name Jack Nicholson.
Oh yeah, Jack
Ah.
Nicholson.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Oh, God, how would we
Right.
forget him?
Yeah.
The first one to appear on screen. Wow.
Ugh.
I'll make people mad right now. Mid.
Wow.
I'm not going to say he was bad.
I'm not a
but-
big fan of the campy comics. I do not like camp.
Well,
That is
here's
fair.
the thing. Here's the thing that the first two movies were not all that campy.
True. It wasn't until shit, what's his name? The director.
It wasn't until Clooney
Mhm,
won.
Well, I wasn't even talking about Clooney.
Yeah.
I was talking about the director.
Bruckheimer.
Was that his name? Who went like
Jeremy
way too
Bruckheimer?
weirdly
I feel like Tim
stylized with the backgrounds. Tim Burton was good.
Yeah,
Is he part of it?
I think at
Tim
one
Burton
point.
Tim Burton did at least the second one.
The
Okay.
Bat credit card?
But
Yeah.
even then, like
That was bad.
comic books by then, or comic book movies by then, were super campy. And like, I don't mind camp when it's in a drag show, but I don't really like it in comic books.
Okay, so no, Tim Burton did the original one.
Yeah, Tim Burton did the original one back when it was good.
However, you get a whole drag queen like lineup for like a very campy comic book movie. I'm watching that shit. That's gonna be the
I just
best.
found it funny that George Clooney had bat nipples.
The bat nipples were weird. They were very
Yeah.
That's
that
like,
was very
why? I when the back row was coming out, I was like, oh God, please tell me you did. Oh, thank God you didn't. Oh boy, that
No,
would've
they,
been a
if you look
mess.
real closely, they did. They did get Batgirl bat nipples, but they were very faint.
Why did you do this
Also-
to me? Because now there's going to be that part of my
I-
brain that's going to have to make me confirm this. So I'm going to go stare
And
at her
I-
fucking tits for a half hour going, all right. And I'm
Well,
going to feel like
I'm
a creep
fucking with you.
afterwards.
I could be
going
fucking
back
with you.
down-
That's true.
Exactly.
I'm going back down the rabbit hole with Batman Returns, looking at Catwoman from that, and like, oh right, my taste in women again.
Listen, Poison Ivy didn't do us any favors either.
And there was also Danny DeVito as the Penguin. Goddamn.
So, Danny DeVito was a pretty damn good penguin. I'm not gonna lie, that was amazing.
Danny DeVito can do anything, and I'll love it because he's just awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
I will also say this: Tim Burton has his group of actors that he wants to keep around.
Oh yeah, with good reason.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I can't even handle it. Then again, I mean, look at Alfred Hitchcock. He had the exact same group. Actually, I think it's because it wasn't that big of a pool of actors back then. But still, he had the same ones over and over and over again.
Oh yeah.
I think that's also mostly because there were some of the only actors that would actually put up with his shit sometimes.
Yeah.
I would say he was a worse director when it came to how he treated actors, but there weren't too many that had good reputations back then. I think one of his famous quotes was, "I never said that actors are cattle. I said that actors should be treated like cattle."
That's not.
Which I think some of his actors just went, "Yeah, that fucking tracks."
Oh my god.
But yeah, if any of y'all have any questions, do feel free to DM us with them, and we can discuss them at the next GMs chat.
Oh yeah.
Was there anything else you want to discuss about what makes horror for you? Because I think we basically all kind of centered right onto the unknown in some way, shape, or form.
Because I will say this for sure. I'm tired of demons. I'm tired of them. I'm tired of seeing every horror game in the world suddenly be like, oh, but it was because they summoned a demon.
I got bad news for you for our D&D campaign.
Look, at least in D&D, it's understandable.
To let y'all know, it is a demon Western hybrid. So basically, think of like the early 1900s, but infested with fucking demons everywhere. Like basically, they're wild animals almost.
Nice.
Some of the games I'm going with that I'm kind of making it like that really dark one I saw earlier. So it's going to be hinting at ghosts and monsters and all, but the real true villain is actually a human that inadvertently caused this vengeful ghost because it was someone that he killed some time ago, but he's trying to awaken into a godlike being himself. And it's like, well, stop him before he fucking sacrifices your sibling after doing you don't want to know what to them.
Yeah, humans are worse. Like,
oh yeah,
look,
nothing is scarier than humans.
One of the most fucked up games I've ever played was Amnesia Justine.
Oh god, yes, that was a good one.
You want fucked up story? There you go.
Basically, the entirety of the Amnesia series was good, except for the bunker. The bunker can go fuck off.
We've had this conversation a few times, but
I still feel very strongly about it.
But Justine is you have no good decisions, and you've got this character who has a fucked up vision of what people should describe her beauty as.
Part of horror for me is the unknown, but also the concept of being unable to stop something from happening. Yeah, that's cosmic horror to a T right there.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Not only you're powerless to stop something from happening, but the fact that your very existence is inconsequential to it happening, because it'll happen whether you're there or not.
Oh yeah,
it's one of those things that kind of like a real sense of defeatism to that, really.
Oh yeah, the whole concept that you are so small in the face of all of this. It is literally that one part from Hitchhiker's Guide that does not get nearly enough credit for the horror that it's supposed to be. Because what it's supposed to do, because the character who gets this torture, basically, they are strapped into a like basically gurney, and have basically the biggest IMAX film in the world above them. That is the entirety of the universe. And then you have this itty bitty little thing that just says, "You are here."
Oh yeah.
Like literally just showing you, hey, you mean nothing in all this.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember whether it was this man's dumbass take on how that actually worked, or if somebody actually manipulated the torture to not be as brutal on him.
I loved Hitchhiker. Yeah, that's a good one. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is great.
Mm-hmm.
You have a fucking restaurant that literally goes in and out of the end of the universe.
Yeah. Whether what is after that is nothing.
Like that.
With a main course that's telling you to eat him.
Hitchhiker's Guide literally has some very, well, it's silly, has some very good cosmic horror bits.
Mm-hmm.
The main course always amused and terrified me at the same time, to be honest with you.
And that is not including Vogon poetry.
Oh, God, no. That's just crimes against nature itself.
Everything. That is a crime against everything. If there is a god, that god was just like, what? That god was killed by the Vogon poetry.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I haven't read the book in years, and I still remember all this stuff.
It's just...
It sticks.
Filled with... It was wonderful writing.
Mm-hmm.
Just his way of words and how he described things was... I won't say unique, but not too many people were brave enough to do what he did, because it sounded like... You can't just make an entire book of just alluding to something the entire time. It's like, that's exactly how he did it. He would just always compare stuff, and like it was like this. And people got it. And they still get it to this fucking day.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I will also say, like, Discworld was what made me very accepting of, like, death, because the death in that book, or that book series, was my favorite incarnation. He does not kill. He just simply guides you after you pass.
Yeah.
He also hates drama. and he especially hates people who kill cats. He has a lot of cats in his... I love the concept of a being that is more or less created by our concepts of how death is supposed to work, and he's trying to understand humanity.
Yeah, that's why cats have 9 lives.
Mm-hmm. Man, if only he could actually get that to work. But right. I love how he got like a swing to work in his realm. It's like, well, we gotta tie this to one branch over here, and we gotta tie this other end to this branch over. Oh, there's a trunk in the way. Well, we're just gonna cut out the trunk in the middle so that they can just swing through. And it just stays there.
Can't confirm about the 9 lives.
Look, I have a cat that I'm pretty sure is one of my cats reincarnated, so I'm not going to deny the 9 lives potential, even in the real world.
Yeah. So I guess that's about all we can really say about that question. We spent mostly an hour on, with another hour of going down memory lane on a certain thing.
With an hour chicanery.
Yeah.
Yes.
All boils down to the unknown, or just whatever the hell scares you. It's really hard to answer that question, but yeah, I think we can all agree the unknown is the best way to go for that. Even if it is something that's known, try to keep it unknown for as long as you can get away with.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it'll be time to react to some horror stories, including one that I've got, personal. Right after I go smoke and get something to drink.
Yes, I also need a break.
I'm just taking a drink. I just got my drink right here, so that'll help.
I need to find out what we're doing for food.
I just got some food.
Well, I will be right back. I will mute myself, but keep you guys active so y'all can continue chatting. And I will be right back.
All right, this is way spicier than I thought it was going to be. I'm going to need a drink. I'll be back.
Okay.
All I can say to all this, you don't want to introduce Strahd? Well, here's this lovely guy that's just going to help you out this entire time, silly. He's a silly guy. God, I'm stuck here by myself again. No! Gotta entertain. No. Oh no. I'm so sad. One of my favorite. God, that was on G4 TV? Well, speaking of horror, the existential horror, that's something that you saved as a bookmark like a decade or so ago is no longer in existence. Fuck. Does anybody here remember G4 Tech TV? I know I made a comeback recently, but it's nowhere near what it was. Because that was the link that I had. Oh my god. Supervillain Primary Debate 2012 on the military and high definition G4TV.com. Oh my god. I could feel my skin suit rapidly aging right now. Just like there is no reason for it to be reminded that it's this old now.
Matt, can you please get out? Out.
Now,
Out.
I refuse. I am cat. Hear me meow.
I would be trying to finish up my work, and I would hear as I feel claws in the back of my arm the entire night.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah, like, why are you not petting me? I'm in here. You're supposed to be paying attention to me. Oh, you're paying attention to me. I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I was just rapidly aging.
Such a good cat. She's such a good cat, but that's exactly how she acts. She's a queen.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what a cat is.
Yeah.
But I was just rapidly aging because I clicked on a link that I had bookmarked about a supervillain debate from 2012.
Okay.
The page no longer exists because it was on G4TV.com.
Oh, G4's gone. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's back technically, but one of the people who made it turned out to be, or helped bring it back, is also a complete idiot. So that's a whole can of worms there too. Fuck.
You know what, though? I'm going to bring it back to happiness. Spike TV's gone.
But you know what I miss from that?
Deadliest Warrior.
No, God, what was it called? You know Wipeout?
Yes.
It was the Japanese show that inspired
Ninja
it.
Warrior?
What?
Ninja Warrior, I think is what
No.
Oh, were you talking about the time where they dubbed over the Japanese people, but they gave them French accents because why not?
Yes, MXC. There we go.
Yeah, all right, that was pretty good. And I did like Deadliest Warrior. I just really didn't like the computer guy from the first one because he definitely was very biased.
Look, I'm still pissed off about the whole situation of zombies versus vampires.
That's what you're mad about? I'm mad about Knight versus Pirate. Just because one little pebble got through the armor, you can't throw the armor away completely. Come on.
Look, they tried to imply that a zombie biting a vampire would turn them into a zombie.
You can't be undead undead.
Not to mention, vampires do not have flowing blood.
Yeah, you can't die undie twice, can you?
At least
That's
not
some fanfic shit.
At least not in that way, because you've got the one variant of vampire where they bite you, drain you until you're almost empty, and then give you their blood.
Yeah, that's weird. No, there's a lot of things about that show I was not a fan of, but I still love the show.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's like that is like if you get boys in a room, and I'm talking like age 8 to like 16, you put them in a room and you ask them to make a show. That's the show they're making.
Yeah. Also, Ian, that had a break time question. When doing a TTRPG, D&D, Pathfinder, what are your go-to snacks? Well,
I don't have a go-to snack actually.
I was going to say it kind of depends. If it's like something that's being streamed, something that's not going to be that you can hear through the mic, for one thing.
Yeah.
If it's like just we're gonna play this, chips, cashews, basically.
Ooh, cashews is a good choice.
I love me some cashews. I can't as many as I do because you eat too many of those, it's a bad night. They're so good.
I've never heard that about cashews. Or is that something it just does to you?
No, it's actually a real thing. It can mess with your digestion.
Okay, so don't eat too many cashews. Got it.
Yeah.
Even though I love cashews, and I'm probably going to do it anyways. One time I got flavored cashews. Holy fuck, I ate those. I ate them all. I probably got the shits from it, and I didn't even realize it.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happens if you eat too many.
That's what I probably did, and I probably blamed it on something else. Couldn't be my because I mean, think about it. Pickle brine is also a diuretic.
Yeah, it makes sense.
That's a dangerous combo.
Like, I'm not big on a lot of different flavors that they do for these things, but I love me some. I do love cashews with salt and pepper. I'm the weird person. I am the weirdo who really likes black pepper, especially.
I don't think you're weird. I mean, sometimes a good cracked black pepper, like Triscuits, if you don't get their 3-pepper Triscuit, you're wrong. The black pepper one, you're wrong. It's so good. It is the best Triscuit there is.
It's just funny because a lot of people that I knew growing up were so weirded out by the fact that I would put black pepper on, well, anything.
No, man, that's a basic spice. That's like elementary spice. I love black pepper. It's so good. My wife likes it a little more than I do, and she completely ruins tomato soup every time she has it. She just sits there and she's like, it's like those memes where you want to tell the waiter at Olive Garden, you don't want to say when they're doing the cheese. That's what it's like.
Yeah.
She'll have like a little pile of pepper, and I'm like, that's too much. There's way too much black pepper.
Look, that's why, to fix it a little bit, I use milk for it now. As the extra
milk for tomato soup.
Yeah, it makes it really creamy.
I've never tried that. I'm not going to say ew because I've never tried it.
It's actually something that's recommended on the side of like the Campbell's can.
Huh? Yeah, I've always used water. I mean, it makes sense. I don't see why it wouldn't taste good, but like the idea of eating a tomato and then drinking milk is awful. That's a terrible image in my head. But I think the milk and the soup could work.
Look, I'm still the weirdo who, because of one accident in high school, enjoys the combination of tomato soup and a peanut butter, just straight peanut butter, no jelly, peanut butter sandwich.
I mean, I can sort of kind of see it just with a lot of Thai recipes, use peanuts and all sorts of things, and tomatoes as well, so I can see that.
Yeah, it's a nice sweet and savory mix.
You get your tang and like vitamins from the vegetables, and then you get the fats and the sweetness from the peanut butter. And the bread's just a mechanism to get it to your mouth. Yep. I can see it.
As for...
that's like... I did the TikTok thing of the Oreos and mustard, and I was pissed off that it worked. It tastes so good.
Wow.
Well, look, I'm still trying to find an actual full case of the churro, the churro Oreos. Right?
If I see them, because I'm in Ohio and we get a lot of test market stuff, I will buy them and ship them to you.
Because for work, I've got a customer who actually leaves like this little singles packages of those out, and I'm just like, every time I get them, I'm like, yes, give it to me.
That's smart though. That's really smart for your drivers, for delivery drivers. They'll fight over your house because they want the cookies.
You find the customers who give you food and drinks, and you never want to leave them.
Yeah.
You can hate the rest of the area entirely, but if you have that one customer who leaves out snacks and drinks, well, I will suffer for this.
It's fair. That is fair.
They got the puffed Cheetos. I love those.
The puff Cheetos are really good. Oh, we were going snacks and we were talking about flavors. I myself am a big flavor guy. I like a variety of flavors, like chips and shit. But I'm gonna say something that's probably controversial. They got to cut it out with the Flamin' Hot. Cut it out. They're putting it on too many things now.
I'm not. I don't eat hot chips, so I don't care. Yeah, take them away. They're going nuts with like the one chip challenge and all that stuff. So I'm just like, eh.
Didn't somebody die from that?
Oh,
I don't.
That's a little different. Flamin'
so.
Hot's like.
I know some.
My child can eat Flamin' Hot.
I know some people who have literally just been like, that's not even the actual like pepper that's supposed to be going. Like you see at like Wendy's where they've got the saucy nugs now.
Yes.
And you've got the one that's labeled as ghost pepper. It's not.
Yeah. It's probably not ghost
Or
pepper.
if
It
it's
probably has like very little.
Or if it is, it's very very minimal.
Yeah, because they don't want to like
ghost pepper because it's very sweet when you get past the burning.
It is, yes.
A lot of peppers are actually.
But exactly what you're saying, like they can't give the general audience, like the general consumer, an actual ghost pepper. That will fuck people up.
At the same time,
people like us, we probably can eat it just fine.
Getting.
But yeah, I mean you're right. Yes, but you know lawsuits. If anybody has a heart attack from it or something,
Yeah.
I'm worried about.
Which is why I hate some hot sauces or some challenge shits because there's no flavor to it. It's just hot, no flavor to it at all, and that makes me mad. Like there's no point to this thing.
Like I unfortunately am not a big fan of hot sauce. I'm weirdly fond of wasabi, but that's an entirely different thing altogether.
It's a different kind of burn.
You know that it's probably not wasabi that you had. It was probably horseradish.
Probably.
No, this was actually wasabi.
You had actual wasabi? I'm jealous.
That's hard to get.
This was.
Yeah, because most that you get in the United States is horseradish because it's a very similar plant and they just dye it green.
Yeah, no, this was from a friend of mine whose family had went on trips around to various countries. So
that's cool. So what was the difference between horseradish and wasabi?
I could not tell you because I don't eat horseradish.
Fair.
That is 100% fair.
I've heard that it's a lot more of a subtle heat with real wasabi. It's got a bit more flavor to it. It's like more of a floral flavor to it. I've heard. I've never actually.
So less kicking you in the face, more flavored.
Remembering back, yeah, I can definitely see that. They were like they use that as like a topping on mashed potatoes as well, which is my second favorite topping after gravy now. And Tish is to blame for me getting my gravy cravings.
Hey, gravy's good.
Craven.
Look, if I could have this as a snack during games, fucking poutine.
Oh, God.
Ooh, poutine. Giving some love to our neighbors up in the north.
I can almost never eat something like that while I'm playing games just because I'm generally the one who's running them. And I've got so much stuff going on. So if it's not like something I can use with one hand to get something to just pop in my mouth real quick and chew and swallow, then I just don't bother. So it's like nuts, chips, something simple.
Yeah, no, but that's like...
The real food has to wait till after the game. Even if it gets cold, it'll just wait till after the game.
Yeah, as a player, I'm fine with that, especially when I'm like just behind a screen. Whereas if I'm going to be running a game, I absolutely am going to have like stuff all over the place. I cannot have gravy and whatnot getting on my notes.
Yeah.
Well, that's just cowardice talking.
I want to be able to read my notes. I created an alphabet for you guys.
Well, for me, it's not so much. Speaking of which, we really need to get together later so we can go over a couple of the maps I've actually managed to get done. I need to finish up the rest of your maps. I just get off my ass and do them.
Morty told me that you would do all my maps, so.
I did tell Ron to talk to you because I'm going to shill the fuck out of you.
Commission's opening soon.
I was joking, but I am going to tag you on a few things because having another DM's like, and since we don't know each other super well, like I know the other DMs, having your perspective will be very nice.
Okay, that's fair. What was I saying? Oh, right. The reason I don't eat the messy stuff or whatever, the more complicated stuff, is not because I'm afraid of making a mess, but more so it occurs to me to play because most of my games I play online, And I've got to do a lot of talking, especially on those, to convey what I'm doing, because they can't see my body language of me trying to describe things, so I have to really be more poetic with my words, or that's not the word I'm looking for. You know what I'm getting at, but so me trying to do all that while I've got like my mouth half full of some random food I'm crunching on is not exactly ideal.
Look, I would use that. I will say, if you want to be playing as a character who is in the middle of like a restaurant or something, yeah, do it. Chew a little bit, but make sure you're understandable.
I mean, something like that I will do just for the effect of something, but that's like with whatever stack items.
Yeah.
One time, one of my players stabbed someone under the chin with a rapier and got caught right in the roof of the mouth. And then they're going to try and interrogate them, so I took a swig of water and I just, hang on, this is soda, so this might not work well. Hang on.
That's basically what you get. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Which apparently made one person nearly gag, but they were easily grossed out, so. Oh, hi, Megan. How you doing?
What did I come back to?
Someone gagging on my... No, never mind.
We were talking about snacks because somebody asked about that during the break.
Oh, okay.
I almost regretted that joke almost immediately.
Here, I was
That
about
was
to
a
be
funny-
like, don't skeletons not have... Oh, nope, never mind.
We got bones. We got bone. But I was just... We were talking about certain stack items, about how I can't eat things too complicated while I'm gaming, because I'm generally the one running the games. So just quick little snacks. Then someone's... they mentioned about having something in your mouth like they're... for effect if they were like in the middle of a meal or something. It's like, I sort of kind of just noticed something similar when someone stabbed one of my NPCs with a rapier under the chin and got into the roof of their mouth. And so they're going to interrogate them, so they had... One second, let me do it again. By just taking a swig of water and just doing that. Only this time I did it with soda, and that burns a little bit. I shouldn't do that too often.
Yeah, don't hurt yourself doing it.
Yeah, please do
Yeah,
not.
don't worry yourself.
One must suffer for their art.
It kind of sounds a little bit like a Murloc, not gonna lie.
A little
Kinda,
bit.
yeah.
But when you got a mouthful of blood, I mean, you're not going to understand a damn thing.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to
Uh-huh.
talk very well unless you take that out and heal them real quick.
What
Uh-huh.
they probably did was they realized what was happening, because he was willing to talk, he just couldn't be understood. Because, you know, rapier in his mouth.
Yep.
That's not how you
Here,
force
plus-
it.
And so once they pulled the rapier out, he managed to spit the blood out. He spilled his guts real quick. He's like, yeah, okay, I'll tell you whatever the fuck you want to know, just don't kill me. That really fucking hurts.
But just like, dude, that fucking hurt. Why would you do that?
You killed all my friends and you almost killed me. I'll tell you whatever the fuck you want to know, man.
Huh. That is so
And
good right now.
me doing that sound effect, because I actually used actual words while choking on the water, well, quote unquote choking on the water. And one of my players about gagged at it because they were easily grossed out. And me doing that made them
Excellent.
actually visualize the blood coming out of their mouth as we're doing that, apparently.
Excellent.
Which is the entire point of me doing it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I think it's great.
Oh yeah.
Which is when you entered and went, well, you're gagging on what, huh?
This is literally a consequence of their actions right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which is great.
You want to talk to them, but they don't. They kind of have their mouth filled with rapier and blood.
Rapier.
And I don't know about you, but I'm also pretty sure it's a little hard to spit that out if you can't like move your jaw very well.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And quite frankly, there are better ways to get your daily dose of iron.
Chew on an iron bar. I'm sure you can find one at your local black.
You just gotta wrestle the rust monster for it.
Heh.
Look, my favorite thing that with Rust Monsters recently has been, oh hey, we're just gonna bring a bunch of ball bearings for this.
Oh, they'll love you forever.
Exactly.
I
They
heard
get
you
to
want new
play
pets.
and eat? Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
They won't leave you alone
Lord.
after that.
Lord, I'm gonna tell you this right now. You'll appreciate what somebody did in Dungeon and Mad Mage. So you know that that statue?
There's a lot of statues.
the one that the fire giants are working on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they let a bunch of rust do it.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Hallister is pissed.
Oh, I don't doubt it. He's probably both
He
pissed
is-
and amused all at once, because that's just who he is.
The DM, the last session that they were able to have recently, had an animatic made of Hallister going nuts, basically being like, they stole my Shadow Dragon, they killed my Rock'em Sock'em robot with rusters, etc., etc. I'm giving y'all 6 or 5 human years to get back down here and apologize, or I'm going to destroy all of Waterdeep.
Hee
I love that he gave him years.
Hallister is so much fun. Oh, my God. I loved having him just do, like, random appearances, just, like, peering over their shoulders, like, Not saying anything, just looking over their shoulders, waiting for them to notice him, and he just gives that little crazy-ass grin, says something silly, and then just vanishes.
There's also strangely buff Hallister, which is
Right?
official art. Which is official art.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, he's hot.
It
Shit,
literally
he
is
left.
buff wizard.
Dost thou even left?
God damn it. That's fantastic.
Right.
Like, why is this a thing?
Technically, if he used some illusion spell, he could definitely make himself look ripped.
No, there is literally there is a simulacrum of him that it literally uses a great sword.
That's awesome.
That is amazing.
I'm trying to find the picture, but nobody has it uploaded, and I'm so sad about that.
Which is amazing, because it's official artwork.
Exactly. All I can think is that they send the Pinkertons after them. And I'm just like, no.
They're never going to live down the Pinkertons.
Jethro would not have done that.
How in the hell, like, that whole situation was fucked. Look, we accidentally sent you cards that you shouldn't have, so we're going to send hired assassins to get the cards back.
What?
Well, hired brute. They actually sent the Pinkertons, who I didn't even know still fucking existed,
Yeah.
after somebody who got cards before they were really supposed to come out, and basically the opening.
Oh,
I would have been a
right.
shithead. I would have let them beat the shit out of me, and then I would have tried to sue Wizards of the Coast for having them beat the shit out of me.
I would have just been like,
I
Wait.
remember about that. I forgot all about that, because it's like, there's no way
Yeah, I
that's
forgot
true.
all about that too. Yeah.
Because there's a part of my
Okay.
mind going, the
Straight
Pinkertons
into
don't
it. I'd be
still
like, this is-
exist.
I'd be like, it's money making time, baby. Please hit me.
I'm just gonna be like, wait, y'all still exist? First off, wow. Secondly, ow.
Also,
Thirdly-
that's not true. I would not open my door. I would hide and pretend I'm not home.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, they weren't expecting that. That's like the Spanish Inquisition. Nobody expects the Spanish. Nobody expects the
Oh, dude,
Pinkertons.
I do that when the mailman comes. I do not like answering my door. I do not want to answer my door ever.
Ah,
Why would you
I
answer?
don't expect you.
Why would you answer the door for the mailman?
Well, that's my point. Is like, I do not like answering the door so much. If you're not invited to my house, I will ignore you. I will sit here and play video games while you knock on my door.
Yeah,
mood.
I have things to say about that, but that's for an off-stream conversation.
It's probably anxiety from my past. When my mom said, "Don't open the door for any Mormons; they'll kidnap you."
What? That's
That's a real
oddly
thing that was said to
specific.
me when I was a child. That's probably where that trauma comes from.
that is very oddly specific.
But I remember it, and that's the only thing I remember about not answering doors.
Wow.
So I think I just left. I think I just used that as an excuse never to answer the door and to be rude. Could be a Mormon. They could steal me.
Do not answer more doors. One does not simply walk through more doors.
So now that you get a little briefer glimpse as to why I am the way that I am.
I mean, that's understandable, honestly.
But yeah, no,
Yeah, horrifying.
I'd never answer the door for anybody that I don't know who it is.
Mm-hmm.
If you really need to get in contact with me, leave a note.
Yeah.
Or a warrant.
First. Message first.
Sounds like you two were
Something.
also told that the Mormons would steal you.
I was not.
No.
I just have severe social anxiety, and I am amazed that I have gotten this far in life.
I was the one who made a no soliciting sign for my parents.
I mean, I'll answer the door for a stranger, but I'll have something in my hand.
God, that reminds me of that fucking scene from King of the Hill, where the guy's like talking about, he goes in, it's like, you got something stronger than an umbrella in your hand? And Hank Hill's like, 9 iron.
Understandable.
Like, have a good day.
Have a good day.
Yeah. God, that show's so good. I love that show.
Yeah. Well, for me, it'd be like 3:45.
Well, it had to be able to be played on national television, so I don't think they could give him a gun. But maybe they could.
I mean, on King of the Hill, I'm pretty sure they could because they had guns on there all the time.
That's true. It wasn't 4 kids that animated it, so
Yeah.
No.
right.
Oh God.
I mean, they were drinking
I'm
beer in
about
the
to
open
shoot.
too.
I am about to shoot you with my.
Looks like I gotta take matters into my own hands, Bandit Keith, and he holds his fucking fingers up like a gun. It's like, oh my God, they just edited a gun out. That's all they did.
They really did. Look,
Oh,
no,
Lord.
not
Of course, the
not
American
everybody,
has the gun, because why wouldn't they?
not everybody but can be as badass as Kaiba and just jam guns with card. Yes, chill the F out in America.
Do you
Yeah,
remember
that's-
when?
that's the weird part, that in
decided to
America's
remove
the
guns
one
from Pokemon,
Oh my God.
and then Digimon decided to make a Digimon literally out of nothing but guns.
It's like, all right, censor this, you motherfuckers.
That was such a good Digimon too.
Yes. I know exactly which one you're talking about. I'm pretty sure.
Look, I
It's
love the fact.
ridiculous.
I love the
Right.
fact that every season has these crazy designs that they're just like, yeah, we're gonna give you nightmares, and then Tamers happened, and you know who made Tamers? The studio that had just come off finishing up Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Oh, that makes a lot
right.
of sense.
Yes,
Oh, that explains a lot.
the D Reaper is from their mind.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
I gotta say though, the theme for Digimon was always on point. Like they've never disappointed with the design, even
Oh,
though
yeah.
they're weird as
Mhm.
shit.
I will also say, Leomon is the God.
Yeah,
am I suddenly spacing-
Gundramon.
Gundramon.
Oh my God! Why am I suddenly spacing on him? The actor who
I'm pretty
always
sure-
dies. In everything he's in.
Oh, Sean Bean?
Yes, he is. Leomon is the Sean Bean of Digimon.
He is. He was also the furry awakening for a lot of people. There's no way you can tell me that's not true.
I will also point out once again, taste in Devimon and Lady Devimon.
Gundramon.
Yeah, they definitely hit the.
Oh,
They
oof.
definitely hit that gothic vibes for sure that the 2000s had.
Yeah.
I'm sure the show launched a few.
All right, we got this
people
cat.
use
What are they going to digivolve into? A sexy angel that's barely clothed.
that. Yeah, I'm sure
Yep.
that made a lot of people very sexually confused when they were growing up. Like, wait, what?
Look,
Hey, that's what was my bioawakening. Fair enough. That made me go, when I was growing up too. I was like, wait a minute.
yeah. Oh, Beelzemon. There you go.
All right.
Fucking hell, that.
Oh, what was that
Oh my-
one anime? Ah, right, Ghost Stories dub. Holy shit! They were not paying attention on those.
I was so sad I didn't find that as a child.
You got Amazon Prime. You can watch them right now.
Oh, I know. I've watched quite a few of them already.
Like, wow.
They're fantastic.
Back when people like 4Kids wasn't paying fucking attention.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, let's see how far we can push this shit. I think
I
one of the
remember that-
dumbest censorships they did was in Pokemon. When
Look,
they
my
turned
favorite.
the Onigiri, the Oniball race balls, into
Oh,
fucking
and
jelly
donuts.
donuts. Huh?
Yep.
Fucking jelly donut.
I'm serious. They
Yeah.
absolutely did. They're like, what?
To be fair though, that now is an iconic name for Pokemon.
Uh-huh.
Yes,
It
yes,
is.
it is.
Go, jelly donut! That's not jelly. What?
It's a rice ball.
No
What?
one watching this is going to think that's a jelly donut. The fuck are you doing? Kids are too stupid to know what a rice ball is.
Look, you know that you remember Yu-Gi-Oh! GX? That amazing sequel to the original that had barely anything to do with the original whatsoever.
Vaguely, I never really watched it, sadly.
Yeah, so
Yeah, same.
it got got canceled after the third season because somebody in the editing studio was like, I'm just gonna let them say fuck at one point on Fox Kids.
Whoops.
That's awesome. I want that.
Whoopsie. Which, by the way, the character that did that is the more or less gender fluid monster of the main character.
That's awesome.
You know what though? Now that we're on Yu-Gi-Oh, Dark Magician Girl also.
Yeah.
Look, I got into the game by accident because a friend of mine really wanted that card, and I bought it for her.
No.
And then I was like, you know what? This looks like fun. And then I found Harpy Ladies. We've gone down that way too far.
Yeah, a lot of
That's
those
Christmas tree.
cartoons and animes, they'll awaken certain things within me, I'll not lie.
Yeah, I shared a thing in the group chat for y'all to look at.
I saw that. Was
Absolutely
great.
Digimon Evolution.
That's about right,
sure.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Because at
It
least
goes from
with
a dog
Pokemon,
to a cat to boobies to dragon.
Yeah, especially when they get into the, quite frankly, completely anamorphic ones. You're like, oh my god, who'd be into this? Oh shit, I'm into this.
Why does Leomon have a goddamn package, and why is he packing?
oh god, you had. Okay, we've gone way off topic here.
Oh,
Fuck.
very
That's
much so,
completely my
yes.
fault. I started this one.
I mean, to be fair, at least I had the D&D monster manual of Smash Passer consumed, so which I need to finish up.
Oh, yeah. It's still a funny point that it's an American company that decided to censor fucking guns in America.
Yep.
It's like, really?
We can't show guns to young children in America. They might go and try and grab the gun that is definitely not securely, or that is securely
Definitely securely. Yep.
hidden away from them, totally securely.
Wasn't 4Kids Canadian? I feel like they're Canadian. I don't know why.
I
think
don't
I
know.
think
remember.
I think you're thinking of Ocean Group, who did the original.
Maybe.
Who did the original dub of Dragon Ball Z in the U.S.
Yeah. I
Okay,
just
yeah,
hate
it was in
censoring in
let's
general.
see, New York.
Look, my favorite video on YouTube is still the quote unquote 4Kids adaptation of Elfen Lied.
Oh god, I could only imagine how they'd fuck that up.
I will show you. I will have to show you at some point.
That'd be an amazing parody because I can only imagine how they'd fuck that up.
Yep.
So 4Kids is in Florida.
Okay, cool.
That makes a lot of sense.
But even when it comes to like music and
Florida man.
anytime I hear a lyric going in,
Poor
they just all of a
kids.
sudden the middle of the lyric is just complete silence because they blip out that word and there's just silence there. I immediately just stop listening. It's like, okay, no. Especially like what's on YouTube. There's no fucking reason to censor a goddamn song on YouTube.
I'm still so sad about the fact that
I'd argue you shouldn't have censored it on a radio.
I'm still tired of the. Oh, it's a lollipop.
What?
Although the whole like smoking thing.
Oh
in anime-
god,
in
yeah.
Orchids, everything's a lollipop, and it's like Japan was like, you know what? Fuck it, we're gonna just make a joke out of this.
What was really amusing, though, is when Pokemon was coming over to America, and it wasn't just censoring that was going on that was annoying the Japanese with us. It was with the fact that we wanted to do something really weird with Pikachu. You see, our rice balls being jelly donuts, we had to do that because our kids don't know what a rice ball is. We're just too fucking stupid. We can't have guns in there. We got to make them like little cork guns or something else or whatever. make them have a lollipop, whatever. But with Pikachu, it can't be an electric rodent. That just doesn't make any sense. No, let's make her, make her kind of like an anthropomorphic tiger with big boobs. I am not kidding. They almost did it.
I forgot about
Should an
that.
anthropomorphic tiger though have like 6 boobs or only 2?
Just the two, if I recall.
If we're doing anthropomorphic, it's going to be 2.
Yeah.
And you're actually, and I know exactly what you're talking about because I have that Times magazine.
And
No.
And I was just like,
It is true.
huh?
And here's the best. Okay, here's the
Lord,
best part
what?
of that.
I am dead serious. Look it up.
Oh yeah, here's the best
Someone
part.
accidentally got Viagra in their Frosted Flakes that morning, and they were like, "What if Cody the Tiger was?"
Now,
Smash.
here's the.
They're great.
Oh,
Air
yeah.
food. Now here's the great part of all that. The fact that they were going to do that, and yet we're like, no, we can't leave in the beach episode where James is cross-dressing.
God, yes.
He had the biggest bazungas.
Didn't he?
That's
Like,
the Rambo.
damn, he went into character. Good job, sir.
Mm-hmm.
He really committed to the bit.
Yeah, he committed.
You know what? I'm not even gonna assume anymore. They really committed to the bit because James loves to dress up like a woman a lot.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
all the time.
That's just a normal thing in their
And you
culture.
know
for
what?
comedy.
If they are our gender fluid deity of the past, absolutely.
Yeah,
There's no one better than
absolutely.
James.
Yeah.
No, you. But look, not to mention the voice actor who did that did Jesse or James's voice, because they were also Maximilian Pegasus.
They were, yes.
It's just
Yogi
the
boy.
right. It's just the
Yogi
entire
boy.
thing that makes no sense to me. We can't have smoking in there for the kids. We can have guns in there for the kids. We can have cursing in there for the kids. Okay, that part's fair enough. We can't have ethnic food in there for the kids. That'll confuse them. We can't have cross-dressing for the kids, but we gotta have sex in there for the kids. Make that thing, that Pikachu, a bangable tiger.
But it can only be a furry. We can't have the gender fluid.
Right?
Nobody can have that.
They were like,
That is-
okay, I got an
that is
episode.
ours.
It's going to be a beach episode, and we're going to have women in bikinis. They're like, oh, that's awesome. And James is going to be in a bikini. What?
You mean a
And then-
Speedo, right? You mean a Speedo, right?
Oh my God, why is he hot?
And yet, they also rescued us from the Porygon episode.
Well, to that one, there
listen.
was actual health concern reasons for that
Oh
one.
yeah, no, that's what I'm saying is like.
Because
weirdly
even
enough,
Japan
it was-
had to cancel that episode.
Yeah, I'm just
Listen,
literally like, wow,
everybody.
they actually did something right out of all that.
Yeah.
This is what they were like. They were like, listen, we can't have James with giant bazungas. Can you make him a tiger?
Like, okay, if we're going to sex would confuse our children that are growing up, we need to make them really fucking confused about what they're getting turned on by.
Okay, that was just the exact conversation that happened when they were pitching Space Jam.
Right?
Oh my god.
Lola
And then
Bunny.
then they ruined Lola after.
Mm-hmm.
Like what the
She's definitely not the same. She's like, we have Lola at home now.
Oh, man.
pretty much. Can we have Lola? No, we have Lola.
Yeah,
at
I
home.
was like, that's not Lola. The fuck? And of course, we
It
can't
was not
forget
Lola.
the face that launched 1,000 furries, Sally
Oh
Acorn.
my god.
To be fair, though, that new movie also had we have Michael Jordan at home too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Look, you want to
I'm
go
going to piss
down.
somebody off today. I don't know why that's my mission, but yeah, Michael Jordan's the best basketball player ever to exist, and mic drop.
Look. You can't make me not agree with you on that one. There's also.
Yeah.
What I was also going to say, if we're going down this rabbit hole, we also have to remember Minerva Mink.
True.
I don't remember that one
true.
actually.
Yeah, I don't remember that one either.
That was Animaniac.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
I still don't
God.
remember.
For those of you just tuning in, welcome to GMs Chat, where we get completely sidetracked within a moment's notice.
If any of you can guess
Is
what
that a
today's
slogan?
topic was, you get a star.
Don't look at the title,
A
that's
star
cheating.
sticker.
Don't look at the
Look. I was looking for fingerprints, but I'm not allowed to do that anymore.
fingerprints. I don't think so.
Good night, everybody.
Oh.
I found
man,
prints. No. Fingerprints. No, I don't think I will.
No.
Good night, everybody. There we go.
Oh,
Man.
God.
Steven Spielberg got away with so much back then.
It's because he was a
Spielberg, he
genius
get
and
away
they
with
knew
anything.
better.
He got away with cross-dressing aliens in a movie.
He got away with AI.
He did.
To be fair, though, there is I will respect his decisions with AI for just one reason and one reason only. I just got the fingerprints joke. I'm so glad we could corrupt you just that little bit more.
Look, anytime in Animaniacs where Yakko just looks at the screen, blows a kiss, and goes "Good night, everybody," that was because they were probably going to get canceled after that.
Yeah.
If anybody realized what was just said.
Yep.
And it flew for like 3 or 4 seasons.
Yeah. Going back to his Spielberg's AI movie, which I'm not going to mince words. That movie sucked. It was bad. But the reason why it was the way it was, I will always respect, even though I dislike the movie, and just because it's not a good movie to me. But that was a script that was written to him for him by a dear friend that before they can get to work on it, passed away. So in honor of his friend, he didn't change a damn thing in that script, and he made it exactly as his friend envisioned it at the time. It wasn't great. He knew it probably wasn't going to be great, but he was going to honor his friend, goddammit. And I respect that.
Fair. That's like, I do respect CD Projekt Red using AI to copy the Ripper Doc's voice with AI, because with express consent from the family, to honor his legacy in the sequel or in the expansion for it.
Yeah, I could see that.
Like,
And
that was actually sweet. They gave all the proceeds to the family, like he was there in the studio. That was really sweet of them.
That's awesome.
Oh.
Yeah. And that is it. You get permission first. That is the main thing.
Mm-hmm.
You do not fuck around with this without permission.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but some other studio is going to see, oh, they used a dead guy's voice for this. We can do that too, and they're just going to do it.
Oh, they probably already have. I think they have, actually.
Oh, I
People
guarantee
getting in
it.
trouble
Oh, yeah.
for it.
Look, it wasn't even a dead person that they did this with. They did that with Scarlett Johansson at one point.
Yeah,
That's right. They asked her for permission. She said no, and they said, we're going to do it anyways.
Yep.
and not pay you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Like,
and not
that's
pay you
her
for it. And then
voice.
she sued
That's-
them and won.
What? Yeah, deservedly so, because that's quite frankly theft.
Yeah, support your voice actors. Support them.
Plus, like, Scarlett Johansson is incredible. Like, she's actually really fucking smart. I respect the
Mhm.
shit out of her, so.
Oh yeah. This is one of those cool little stories that I came across that, so that's why AI was the way it was, because, like, this doesn't feel like a Spielberg movie. It'll happen to you, like, oh, that's why, okay, fair. I suppose we should get to the, horror stories now, huh?
Yeah, we got some horror stories.
Horror story.
So I'll start with the one I have, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's start with the one that's at this point.
I'm trying to remember everything that happened because my players weren't exactly very helpful with giving me reminders of what all he was doing for some things I wasn't paying attention on because, well, I'm busy. But this happened literally just last week on Tuesday, which culminated in him getting outright banned in a heartbeat. I think he only played with us for about 4 sessions, maybe, so he was with us for about a month. It was a friend of one of my, well, a quote-unquote friend of one of my players who brought him to this server because he was looking for a game. I was already busy with other games, and I'm apparently the only one on that server that will run games currently, so I was like, I'm full up at the moment, my dude. You're just gonna have to wait. But thankfully for him, wasn't too long that we were having some scheduling issues, so we decided to swap games to something else. Like, hey, I'm going to start bringing a new game. You were wanting in. You can come into this one. Even though I was already kind of annoyed with this guy because he was so hungry, he'd keep pestering me or messaging in the Discord. And when I was in a voice channel playing games with some of my friends, just hanging out and playing games, he'd just jump in unannounced and start talking. Like, okay, hi, who the fuck are you? I don't know you that well. Why are you just jumping into my conversation with somebody? It's like, That's why even though I get an open invitation to jump into chat with other people and their server sometimes, I just actually do not do it unless I've been invited, like a vampire, I guess you could say. Because I personally find it incredibly rude to just jump in if I'm not like really, really close to these people. And I don't like when people do that to me. I don't do that to them. So he was already kind of like on my be wary of list, but I said, okay, you know what? I'll give it a try. He's probably just excited. He's never gotten to play before. He's hungry for it. So tell him when our Citizen Zero is going to be. It's going to be on Tuesday. It's going to be at this time. The game will always be at this time. So Citizen Zero comes around. He's already made his character. It's like, okay, that's kind of what the entire point of Citizen Zero was. But sure, again, he's excited, and you're not the only one that did it, because all my other players forgot that too. Because they just get excited sometimes. Okay, fair.
Yep.
You just know the rules that, well, that's not a big deal. That doesn't bother me at all. I've had to teach people how to play the game before. So, we do Session 0, talk a little bit about the setting, what they should expect, and we schedule the game for the following week. Same day, same time. And then the day comes, and he's constantly asking, are we playing today? What time are we playing? He's like, we went over this, buddy. Which, that became a theme. He could never quite get through his head that the game always starts on the same day, at the same time. And it's like, how many times have we got to tell you this? Even someone who wasn't actually playing the game told him this. It's like, it's always going to be on the same day and time, dude. Set an alarm. I even put in, using the Discord time zone stamp thing, that shows the game start in your own local time zone so there's no confusion. But anyway, first game comes around, and we already start noticing quite a few peculiarities about this person. He acts like he's the smartest person in the room, in which we quickly dunk on him real fast for that. I was like, no, the fuck you're not. Acts like he's a really cool guy. I was like, dude, you're playing a nerd game with a bunch of people you've never met before. You're not going to impress anybody. And his entire language was gaslighting and obfuscation. Constantly trying to get his way and get someone else to pay for it, for example. Like, everyone got 50 gold pieces at the start from the person they were agreed to go help. And instead of trying to buy his own supplies, he's trying to get someone else to do it for him. It's like, you gotta do it for the team, man. You gotta help out the party. It's like, yeah, you got gold too. Do that yourself. So that was warning flag number 1 that had him on our radar real quick to start watching closely. Let me turn this music down, because suddenly it got very loud. Ow. Why did it just crescendo there, right? Stabbing into my ear. Anyway.
I can't hear it.
I'm glad, because I think my ear's bleeding.
Rip.
So, it was also quite fond of subtly insulting all the other characters. To the point I was like, I gave him the point of question, like, okay, out of curiosity, what's your alignment again? That's what it is? Okay. Noted. They come across a party of NPCs that are running from a bunch of undead, chasing them and go, oh, thank God you're here. Could you have his hand real quick? He was like, no, we're not going to help you. Before anyone else could say anything, the NPC just immediately responds with, tough, here they come, and combat ensues because they didn't give him a choice. So is that when we take the time to stop the game and explain to him, was like, okay, you see you're this alignment, I'm going to put you on warning right now that your alignment's getting ready to change. And you got confused, like, dude, everything you were just describing about what you're doing about looking out for just yourself in the party, that's neutral evil to a T. You literally just described the very definition of neutral evil. Keep that in mind. If you keep acting that way, your alignment's going to shift. Oh, this is after he had insulted one of the merchant princes in Port Nyanzaru, who was giving him critical information, letting him know, like, oh, I've also got magical items on sale if you need them, and these are some of the things that you will want to watch out for. And he's like, I want to go get a drink. Was there a tavern nearby? Completely interrupting the NPC. He's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, the tavern's right over there, so you know your way out. So the party's already kind of met with him because he's getting a bad reputation with the fucking merchant princes. And cutting things short, he was showing off to be incredibly greedy. He was warned about the fact that insects in the jungle could make him sick. Saw that everyone else was buying insect repellent and decided, I'm not going to buy any. Even though literally everyone else is buying some, I'm not going to buy any. And, okay, fair enough. So everyone's spending their gold. He's not spending his. And when it comes to about you might want to get a canoe to travel down the river, because that'd be the quickest way to get to this point that we're trying to get to. He tries to get one of the other party members, the person who actually invited him into this group to begin with, to buy it flat out for him. It's like, dude, you've got so much money. You've spent like a gold piece. Chip in or buy it yourself. And it was just stuff like that over and over again, constantly gaslighting. And when something would go wrong, he tried to obfuscate by making it sound like someone else's fault that something happened instead of his. Combat was starting, finally, all of a sudden he's not in an advantageous position and want to swap places. If the gold didn't split cleanly when they got their party treasure, he would want to try to get the extra gold. He was just being, quite frankly, greedy and just not a team player. This finally culminated at one point where one session he asked 3 times where they were going and why they were going there, despite having been told that answer every single time, all in the same session. Like, it was like in the span of an hour. It's like, how many times we gotta tell you we're going to this place to get this item, and it's right over there, we're almost there, you're asking this literally every 20 minutes now. Are you not paying attention, or are you just dense?
Little column A, little column B.
Alright. And every single session, you'd constantly be asking what time we're starting. Every session. So we had to miss a week because scheduling issues. Someone had to go to work that day and we weren't able to play. And I didn't want to kill someone in a dungeon, their first dungeon, when they're not there, because I just don't like doing that. So last week he gives another player permission to play his character. It's like, hey, I'm going to have to work this day. Y'all go ahead and do the dungeon. He can play my character. And I was like, okay, that's what you want. Just, you know what the risks. So we get ready to start playing. He says he's going to be, our problem player says he's going to be there. And the game time starts, and we sit and wait, because we're already missing one player, and we're waiting for him. And we wait for 40 minutes. He doesn't show. It's like, okay, I guess we'll cancel this week. We'll try again next week. No word from him or anything. About 30 minutes after that, when we decided to call it, is when he messages go, when were we going to be playing? He's like, dude, we were supposed to be playing an hour ago, and you never fucking showed. One of my other players, who goes by Roll for Kitty, is one of the sweetest people you ever know. She's a nice lady. Even she was calling him an asshole.
Oh, no.
This was before.
Oh, no.
This was like a couple weeks prior that she called him to his face an asshole. It's like, because you keep acting like an asshole, this is why we're not just giving you our insect repellent, even though you're begging us for it, because he did something nice for the party for a change. He actually did something and helped the party and saved somebody. So I was like, you know what, as a reward, we'll give you some of our insect repellent. And then he tried to negotiate for more. He was a very much, I'll do this if you do this for me type of person. In every transaction. He would not do something good without some sort of immediate reward for it. If he didn't get it, he wouldn't do it. So again, it's like, you're not really being a team player in a game that's literally designed to be a team game here.
Sounded like, honestly, he was treating it like a video game.
Yeah, that's what we're starting to think too. So,
Yeah.
this nice lady started to basically just grill into it. It was like, look, we were supposed to play it this time. You know we're supposed to play it this time. You have to remember to set an alarm or something, man, because we waited for a while. And then he started lying out of his ass, gaslighting about how he's always been there on time, that we should have reminded him of the time, because no one told me what time we were supposed to start. You guys always tell me what time we were starting. It's like, A, you didn't ask this time, because we assumed you knew. B, and I called him out on this right at this point, I was like, you've never once been on time. You've always been late by at least 15 minutes, which I don't care if you're 15 minutes late. That's about enough time for us to chat and catch up, and by the time you finally show up, we start. But the previous times, you told us you would be late. This time, you didn't say anything. So he was already being pissy, and that's when he decided to tell me to go fuck myself, and I said, no, fuck you, and I banned him immediately. Like, you're not going to sit there and try to gaslight us into thinking it's our fault that you didn't show up for the game when we've told you for a month now the game starts on this day at this time. It does not change. It has never changed. If you can't get that through your head, you just don't want to play. You're also clearly not paying attention. You're constantly insulting the other characters. I'm guessing you just want to wake up dead one day from camp. The point that they were literally about to let a monster just drag him off and let him kill him. And just being a complete greedy little shit. His entire command of the English language was only to be able to lie, obfuscate, and gaslight. Quite frankly,
Oh boy.
I had already figured out like 2 weeks ago that I was going to have to kick this person eventually, or have a very serious talk with him that could still lead to him being kicked if he didn't learn from that talk. And he made the decision for me by telling me to go fuck myself. I was like, no, fuck you instead.
The talking did not need to happen.
And what's great is that after I banned him kicked him from that Discord, he must have had everything already queued up to do it, because he already quit my other Discord. He deleted his character on Roll20 before I could kick him from it, which I don't care that you delete your character, because you're going to be eaten by a snake. You're not getting a good death. I'm going to have you killed by the most laughably easy creature to kill. You're being eaten by a fucking giant snake that any one of these people could one-on-one. You don't even get to die to a cool monster that's terrifying. No, you're just dying to a fucking snake.
Fitting.
So, yeah, that was how my week started last week.
Oof.
And it's like one of those things
That's
like,
not fun.
yeah, I will forgive a whole lot of things. Gaslighting and lying right to my face is not one of them. I also don't appreciate having my time wasted. So, us waiting for 40 minutes for you before we finally give up, and then you try to say, well, you guys didn't tell me what time we started. You know what time we start. You just normally give us a courtesy of saying, hey, I'm going to be a little bit late. I'm big on courtesy. Because, again, I have a problem with like time blindness in a way. And the way I counter that is by, if I have something coming up, I don't do anything before that time. I wait for that game, and then I run the game. Then I do whatever it is I wanted else to do. Even if that game's like 2 or 3 hours away, I won't do anything else. At best, I'll watch videos. I won't play a game. I won't read. I won't do anything but just watch some quick, short videos and prepare for the game.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
So,
like,
someone not showing up makes me feel like I wasted my entire evening.
Yeah, no.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I had to run late today just due to the fact that my stream earlier had run late, getting started in the first place, so...
Yeah, but that was something that I could see that you were doing and that you also told us you were doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, fair enough. You respected our time by letting us know, hey, I'm running behind, be there soon. That's absolutely fine. I don't mind late. I mind when I'm not told you're going to be late. And I'm just sitting there going, what's going on?
Especially and as we talked about before, the over 30 minutes.
Yeah, and we waited 40 minutes for him.
Yeah.
We were supposed to start at 6 p.m. We waited to 6:40, just chatting and shooting the shit. It's like, dude still hasn't showed. I guess he got busy or decided he didn't want to play. Don't know. And then he came at us with attitude. It's like, oh, no, the fuck you don't. You're not going to try to chew out one of my players because you don't know what a clock fucking is or what a calendar is. So I called him out on his bullshit. He got offended and told me to go fuck myself. It's like, all right, let me fuck you first then. Bye. Go grow up, asshole. Dude was like probably in his late teens, early 20s. I'm not actually sure how old he was.
Oh my god.
That's insane. It's like literally not that long after we'd started discussing horror stories.
Yeah.
It's literally straight up.
You are easily one of the youngest people here, if not the youngest. You're dealing with people who have literally 2 to 3 times your lifespan. Good fucking luck gaslighting us. Ain't none of us here stupid.
I mean, you've got people who are younger who will always think that they're smarter than people who have experience.
Mm-hmm.
I remember being a teenager and thinking, "Oh yeah, I know so much more than these people." Then I got smacked down.
Yep. It's like, I'll put up a lot of stuff, but the second you start attacking my players, that's where I immediately draw the line in axe.
Yep.
Because that's like the third person I've kicked from that group. And this is a private group. This has nothing to do with streaming. This is just D&D between me and friends and some of their friends. I've only banned 3 people from there.
Crazy.
One who did basically the same thing, just hated this other woman for some reason and tried to accuse her of all sorts of things, like stealing from the party. It's like, no, she had this item well before you joined the fucking game. And just made an entire shit post about this person, about why they were leaving this game, which I immediately deleted and banned them, and told everyone in the game, like, this is not, everyone in that group, Discord, that this sort of shit is not going to fly. And if you attack another person over something this fucking petty, will also be banned. You are now officially all warned.
Yep. As you should be.
It's a game.
It's not that big of a deal.
It's really not.
And I've been through a lot of stuff, and it's like you don't make that mountain out of a molehill, and you do not make it, and you do not try and call that boat ship. And otherwise,
because I got news for some of my players. Like, when it comes to me GMing, I like GMing. I enjoy it on some level. I don't love it. And I will not put up with stupid bullshit when I could be doing literally anything else I'd much rather be doing. That is a massive time sink for me to make these games for you. And if I don't get respect in return or consideration, or you're going to disrespect other people at my table, I will drop kick you where the sun don't shine. Because I don't care if the game stops. I could do something else. Now, people want to play with me. Great. I'll make whatever the hell they want. I'll work myself stupid on finding the right music for you. I'll try to come up with some cool, spooky stories. Though I am taking a break from fantasy games because I desperately need a break from fantasy games. I've been running non-stop fantasy games for the last 6 years. I need more horror in my diet.
That's fair.
But yeah, that was basically my horror story from last week.
That's so crazy.
Oh,
Like I said, it literally sounds exactly like, something straight out of one of those Reddit posts.
Yeah.
Oh,
really
absolutely. Do. I've had the good graces of never having to kick anybody out of my group, but I think that's because I usually know the people pretty well before I play D&D with them.
Yeah, let's say I would not.
That is something
anyone that I don't know well.
Yeah, that's going to be something I do from now on in the future. That someone brings a friend in and I don't know who they are, that we're going to have a one-on-one chat. It's like, okay, let's get to know each other a little bit. How old are you? What sort of things you're interested in? Just simple, basic questions like an interview. And if I get a weird feeling from them, it's like, you're just not going to be playing my games.
Yeah,
that's fair.
I know from experience that I've played with people who I honestly nowadays would not play with at all. Like oh my god, one of the first people I ever played with, they had a ranger who threatened almost every NPC. And being that I was playing a swashbuckler who I actually have fucking charisma in that as a character, I had to smooth shit over constantly.
Ugh.
Which was way out of what I wanted my character to be able to do, because they were literally coming from a different part of the world and were not exactly supposed to be the most. They weren't supposed to be good with other people outside of what they had read out of books. Mostly trash romance novels, mind you.
Yeah, that one made for interesting RP.
I had one player one time. Let me think of which time it was. Oh yeah. You've all played the Curse of Strahd, and we know about the windmill. For some reason, as a paladin, they just decided at that moment they needed to use their divine sense.
Oh, no.
No other context clues as to why they would use divine sense.
I see. They've been part of the. They were part of the metaverse.
Yeah, and then they got mad at our characters for when they tried to attack the old lady and failed. We sat there and laughed at them. They got mad at us for doing that. It's like, you're the only paladin here, dude. We don't know you can smell evil. That's not something our characters would know.
So he didn't even.
So we're just watching you attack an old lady, and we're like, this dude's fucking crazy.
Wow. He didn't give any sort of indication what to the rest of the party. He doesn't use divine sense and then immediately went on the offensive. Wow.
Immediate attacking. So I guess I've had a problem player or two in my time.
Yeah, that's just straight up metagaming too. Oof,
it's usually the same guy.
Oh yeah.
I will give this player some credit. They did think of the forgery. Actually, they didn't think of the forgery thing. I was the one who suggested it out of character because they were spinning their wheels on how to get it to work. And I was like, "Is any of you good at forgery?" Because I knew one of them was a Order of the Scribe wizard, and that was the guy who was the paladin who switched to a wizard. He was like, "Oh yeah, I could just forge it." I was like, "Okay, that would have saved us like 20 minutes."
Right. Oh god, I just love when you just sit there just twiddling your thumbs, waiting for the party to come up with something, and then you, as the judge master or game master, just go drop a not so subtle hint to make this move along some.
Yeah.
Well, the worst is when the DM is somewhat new and they don't know how to control the table, so they don't drop those hints to move it along.
Yeah.
Look, I'm sorry,
they just let us spin our wheels in the mud. I can't stand that. If I see my team spinning their wheels in the mud, something's going to happen. Combat something to get them out of that mud.
Yeah. Even if it's just something as simple as like, hey guys, how about we just take 5, go clear our heads a little bit, because y'all are not get what I'm putting down. So
or
you guys need to clear your heads. Yeah. Well, it depends on how long we are into the session, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that door might be a mimic. So I'm going to stab it. I'm going to try and intimidate it.
I'm going to intimidate the door.
Intimidate the door. Yes.
I am going to incite the door. Look, one of my favorite things I've ever heard somebody do is I want to incite the donut, and they rolled a natural 1. And the DM just like cut off the music, put on one of the more horrifying ones from Kevin MacLeod, and was just like, you know that something is up. You know they are plotting something against you.
Oh no.
That's funny. One of the funniest times I had that actually reminded me, Morty, D&D wise, was I was a druid and there was a fire and we didn't know who started it, but there was cows. So my character was like, "Oh, I'll talk with animals and I'll talk to the cow and figure out who it was." Cow was really stupid and not able to help out at all. I didn't see anything, but all the other players saw was me going moo 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 moo. Well, then we get questioned that we may have started this fire. The sorcerer looks at my character and goes, "Have you questioned the birds?" I don't know why it was funny, but it was the funniest thing. It was his delivery, I think.
But we didn't start the fire. It's always been burning since the world's been turning.
That was Billy Joel.
He didn't start it either.
Shithead orphan kid.
Oh, that makes sense.
He claims.
Oh god, it actually reminds me of one of the times that one of the few times I was a player with a new-ish GM.
Uh-oh.
It's not so much that he's a new GM. He's done it a couple times. He just doesn't do it very often, and there's long stretches of time in between. But he's seen me GM enough, so he tries to emulate my style sometimes with his own spin. Which, hey, fair enough. He's got a very unique style of his own, though. But I was playing a rogue. I'd roll to detect traps in the hallway. It's like, don't detect anything, go down, then all of a sudden at the end of the hallway, I'm hit with the traps. Like, oh, I guess I didn't roll high enough. Next hall. Spot a trap near me. Cool. Go down the hallway, get hit by another one. So this is how we're going to do it. All right, time for some malicious compliance. So, going by just from what example he's been giving this so far, I would move a square, roll detect traps. Go a square, roll for traps. Square, trap, square, etc.
Yeah.
Until he finally goes, dude, you don't have to do this. No, sir, clearly I do.
Yeah, pretty
Because
much.
I detected that one and got hit 10 feet away from that trap that I disarmed and got hit by that one. So clearly I do, my dude. Which he got the hint pretty quickly. Okay, I need to not do that. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, that bogs things down so quick. I usually have detect like stuff like that, like take at least 10 to 20 feet of freedom so you don't have that situation.
Yeah. I mean, I generally will assume that if you're checking for traps in a corridor, that you're checking the entire corridor as you're going down. Now, I
Yes.
might rule that you're probably not checking the door itself unless you tell me specifically you're checking that door. I might do that. But if it's a small area, I'm going like, yeah, you check and, yeah, you find this over here. Like, oh, you weren't even looking for that, but you found that. But, stuff like that. But
Makes sense.
getting hit like 15, 20 feet away when I was just already checking this hallway is like, okay, we're going to play it this way. Fair enough. You like dice
That's when you
rolling,
just take
I'll
one
roll
level
dice.
barbarian so you can rage and just run through all the traps.
Yeah.
Barbarian with the totem of the bear, so I take half damage no matter what.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to do that as a DM because Lord knows you will make them paranoid and make them roll every fucking time.
Yeah, which is why I did what I did. I say it's malicious compliance, but it's also to make a point, so we go, okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
So he would see why he shouldn't be wanting to do that.
Yeah, this is why you don't do this. Like, you have Dungeon the Mad Mage, which more or less is kind of like that.
Yeah. So if you're going to make us roll for every trap separately when we don't know that there's multiple traps in this area, that's going to go real south real quick.
I still like the much better use of find traps by using it when talking to or making a deal with like a devil or fae.
Well, there's this content creator who I absolutely dislike because he does so much ways of how to break the fucking game. But he also did point out something very true about how useless detect traps really is, or find traps is.
Oh, the spell, it's the worst.
It is absolutely awful. It is completely an
Are there traps, Wizard?
trash.
Yep. Give me that spell slot.
Yeah.
Except,
That should honestly be a
Nom nom.
cantrip. That fixes it. That makes it like, okay, I can get it now. But like,
except the way
Yeah.
they word it isn't traps. Any object that is designed with the intent to cause harm, which means the spell should always be going off because you are armed, and your weapons are designed with the intent to cause harm.
Well,
Did they change the
to be
spell?
fair, I
It's an
think they
anxiety
did.
attack spell.
I was gonna say, to be fair, that's why you aim it the way that your other characters are not in view.
the barbarian's always going to get in the way. We know that's going to happen.
Yeah.
And the barbarian sets it off alone. They don't need a weapon.
Yeah, but yeah,
You never
I
know
like
what will
this.
trigger him.
So one of my favorite DMs, Jocat, they actually were like, you know what? Find traps is so fucking useless. I'm just going to let it do what it seems like it's going to do,
Yeah.
and actually do the thing.
Which I will do that as well, but it's like you never really realize just how absolutely dumb some of these spells are until you actually look closely at them. It's like, why would they do that?
I don't think they reprinted Find Trap. I don't think it's in
They
here.
did. It's in 5.5.
Is it? Oh, there it is. I found it. Okay. Let me see what they changed.
It still reveals that a trap is present, but not its location.
Yeah, which I'm fine with it. Not
You
telling you
sense
the
a trap
location.
within range.
You
It's
do
within line
learn-
of sight. It includes any object or mechanism that was created to cause damage or other danger. Thus, the
Well-
spell would sense the alarm. Okay, that's kind of better, but not really.
But
That's hilarious.
But it won't reveal
That's-
natural weaknesses in the floor, an unstable ceiling, or hidden sinkhole.
It's really
hello.
fucking bad. What the hell, wizards?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I will say, you do learn the general nature of the danger posed, or the general nature of the danger posed by a trap you sense. So, that if you learn that, you can kind of get a sense of what to look for.
Yeah, which I don't like how they phrase that either, because that really puts more pressure on the GM that they gotta try to be vague about without giving it away completely, but be descriptive enough so that you can try to figure it out. So like, just, really? And well, the way it says, like, within line of sight. So if it's a hidden trap, it's not in line of sight because you don't fucking see it. So that hidden dart trap's going to still dome you in the head.
Well, I mean, I guess there might be the opening. I don't.
If the spell did what it's supposed to do and like shows you where the trap is at the location, that doesn't tell you how the trap works. That just tells you there's a trap there. You still have to investigate. You still have to do all that. So like, there's no harm in giving it the ability to actually find the trap.
Yeah, there really isn't.
And worst case scenario, you just set off all the traps by casting fireball in the middle of the room.
Yeah.
Well, we actually did malicious compliance once because my DM was getting a little mad at me for casting banishment on all his stupid meathead fighters. Well, I twin cast banishment on 2 ice giants, and we made a mad dash to get to the end of the dungeon so we didn't have to actually fight them. But the dungeon master knew I was going to do this and set up traps on the way out. This was Ricker Boom, by the way. So we had our bear totem barbarian, rage, and just start fucking running through the traps, disarming them with her body. It was
Oh god, there's
that was malicious
nothing
compliance.
more.
We're like, all right, well, there's going to be traps. Let's just have our barbarian run through. Cleric, keep healing her.
Look, I still want to see the I am speed monk build that just uses kinetic energy to just slam into an opponent.
Yes. Quicksilver style.
One of my favorite quick, simple builds is a half-orc barbarian bear totem. Because they just will not fucking die. The last time I played a character like that, the GM was okay with it, though he was clearly getting mildly annoyed that he could not put me down. Because I took half damage from everything. Yep. So he petrified me.
Almost everything. Psychic damage does get through.
Yeah, but how often do you come across psychic damage?
And that's when you play a gem dragon born.
Yeah, it's when you play a gem dragon. That's how our team one time thought it would be fun to do a battle royale, but the only person who was tactically better than me at the game was running it like the GM. He wasn't going to be part and involved. I did a bear totem barbarian with a twilight cleric.
Nice.
Because we got to play 2 characters. So literally I was like getting so much temporary HP, which then was also cut in half anyways because I was a gem dragon bear barbarian.
Yeah.
They couldn't hurt me.
There's very few things that just straight up psychic damage. What he ended up doing was ended up petrifying me. He was like, you know what? Fair play. I'm out of the fight now. Good luck, everyone else.
You can't fight if you can't move.
Good.
One of my
It's one of those things that they thought I was going to be kind of annoyed or upset about. I was like, dude, I DM all the time. I done the exact same thing. Remove the threat from the fight so you can make everyone else sweat. I do that all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. When I'm playing with somebody and they're a DM and I'm playing a Druid of the Moon, I don't feel bad about what I'm doing to them. Because Druid of the Moons also will not die. They just will not fucking die.
Yeah.
This is a stupid thing that I just remembered. So, part of a group came across a basilisk, and the person who originally had encountered it was turned to stone, and then it tried to turn the Goliath stone. They saved they made their save, and it's like, because this is a low intelligence character, they looked at the person who had been turned to stone, and they were like, "Gray." It's like, I'm already gray. I'm immune.
It's fantastic.
I think they also continued that joke later with, "I'm always hard."
Oh wow, nice.
Just like, oh my god.
Is anyone else
they built their character with the idea of Drax in mind.
Oh god.
Just
everything still, you
yeah.
can't see me. Everything will, yeah. So, has anyone else got any personal horror stories that I'd like to share before I dig into my batch of saved stories?
I don't think I have anything new.
I think the best I can bring up it from memory is there was a scene at a river.
Was there a van down by it?
No, but there was a there was a half orc, a half sea elf, and don't remember the other one, and I did not consent. But
What? Oh no.
but yeah, I'm just like, okay, I did not agree to this at all. But
That's not where I thought this was going.
That's not where I thought it was going either.
No,
Oh no.
no, and then one of them had my kid.
Oh.
Fresh meat took literally, huh?
Huh.
Yep. And
Some
I'm just
people
like,
are weird.
yeah, just a little bit. I was not overly thrilled with that part.
I would have been either. It's like, okay, how fucking horny do you got to be that you're going to do that in an RPG at a table for fuck's sake? It's like, if that's the sort of game that y'all want to play and everyone's aware and cool with that, you do you. I got no issue with that.
It's a session 0 conversation, though.
Yeah.
Or, hey, this is what we're going to do, but just so you're aware, before the fucking session 0. In this case, literally.
Yeah. So that's my horror story there. We did continue to play and got out of there eventually, but just that was
Uncomfy.
That was something else. Yeah.
And I say that as someone that will frickin' borderline do sex scenes myself with my vampire characters when they're seducing someone. Which one of them times was fucking hilarious because that NPC was a straight male at the start of that scene. He woke up the following morning questioning himself. Please don't give me ideas. Oh, I love giving ideas. I love getting ideas too. Give me more ideas.
Give me more.
God damn it. No, my head, get out.
No. I eat nightmares. Where do you think I have to go for those?
Oh, it's not nightmares. It's just that it's now playing in my head and won't stop.
Yes, I know. Where do you think I go for all that sort of thing? People's heads.
Well, let me go ahead and pull up one of the stories then.
Hey, everyone, I hate to bow out early, but I've been on the computer for way too long today, so I'm gonna take off. Thank you for inviting me, though. I'm definitely
That's
down
fair.
for full time next time.
All right. Hopefully you had a good time at work. Hopefully you're free from work now, too.
Oh, absolutely. I had a blast at work. No, I'm just sorry. I've just been sitting at the computer for too long. I need to get up and stretch my legs. So
No,
that is
hop off.
understandable
Thank you again for inviting me.
entirely.
It was a lot of fun, as always.
Yeah.
All right, man. You take care of yourself.
Yeah,
Yep, you
We'll
too.
catch you next
Good-
time.
Yeah, it's good talking to you again, Ron.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So this one is titled, The DM Killed My Character Even Though I rolled a nat 20. Am I the asshole? So I will share the story, and I will give you just a little bit of preface for this. It's a joke article. It's not meant to be taken seriously. It's part of a D&D circle jerk sort of thing.
I see.
It's basically parody. I'm going to look. I do appreciate you lurking, Ronnie. So,
Purdy.
So I recently joined an online D&D game after years of browsing r/D&D memes. So you could say I'm an expert at the game rules. I rolled up a super strong... Yeah, he's going there.
Here we go.
Man. So many horror stories based on people going in from
I rolled up...
names.
Yeah. I rolled up a super strong rogue for the campaign and I was super excited for session 1. While playing Baldur's Gate 3, I got a ping from the DM, but I ignored it. Something about missing a session 0? I don't know, Shadowheart needed me. Next week rolled around.
Between that and Karlak, I might understand.
Right? Eve is judging us.
Look.
Oh no! I'm seeing where this is going.
Yes.
Next week rolled around. It was finally time to play. We were starting at level 3, so I already had access to my OP assassin features. Sadly, I was never able to use them because disaster struck me mere minutes into the session. The party had approached a wide chasm, 30 feet wide according to Roll20, and the DM asked us how we planned on crossing it. While the other players were discussing how they could get everyone across, I told the DM that I jumped across, rolling an acrobatics check. Nat 20! Hell yeah! With my expertise, it was a total of 27 because rogues are OP. The DM, who was talking to the other players, changed tone and addressed me saying, OP, you have to wait for me to ask for a roll. We discussed this in session 0, but I'm going to let slide this time. I need to check something real quick to see if you made it across. I saw him messing around with my sheet in roll 20, and he said, oof, and then rolled 20d6, which I forget the outcome, but it instantly killed my character. I was pissed and asked the DM why he'd do such a dick's move since I rolled a frickin' nat 20. Sorry, OP. Jumping uses strength athletics. You roll dexterity acrobatics. However, your strength score is 8, meaning you can only jump 8 feet. And as we discussed during session 0, nat 20s are only auto successes on attack rolls. That's also just, raw rules as written. But I digress. I do, however...
Talk to your DM about whether or not that's actually true.
Yeah. I do, however, allow you to jump further, increasing the distance you jumped by a number of feet equal to the outcome of the roll. If you had a strength score of 10 or higher, you would have made the jump. Hell, if you had proficiency in athletics, you would have succeeded on a roll of 19 or higher with even 8 strength. With expertise in athletics, you would have succeeded on a roll of 17 or higher. Don't worry, though. Since you're new, you can create a new character and hopefully learn from this mistake. At that moment, the DM was a tyrannic dick who ignores rule of cool and takes away player agency. I left the server and blocked the DM and the other players on Discord, and I now have notifications enabled for the DM's Reddit account so I can instantly downvote any of his posts looking for new players to bury them with Reddit's algorithm so no one else has to suffer his horrible DM styles. So, Reddit, am I the asshole? Does Pathfinder fix this?
Does Pathfinder fix this?
Oh my god.
Oh.
You see now why I preface that this is a joke post, a circle jerks
I
post.
feel like I still would have gotten it even if you
I
didn't
love the
preface.
I
love the
didn't
topic
realize what
jokes.
it was at first. It's like, what
Oh
the
no!
fuck?
You were just like, "What is this?"
Did you see the top response?
Yeah.
No, but I hear Russia has a wonderful gambling game that does.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Oh, the mechanics are so unbalanced, though. How can you possibly have fun when only one player ends up dead? Doesn't fit my DM style at all.
Really? Lousy design. Typical Russian engineering. Not like my USian brand engineering.
USian. Oh.
Oh my god. Okay, I wish more posts were like this just for the silliness in some of these.
Yeah, I might actually subscribe to this subreddit just so I can find more of this. One of my favorite comments is a little bit further down. Took me a disappointing amount of time to realize this is a circle jerk.
Oh
Look, sometimes things get cross-posted and you don't realize where you
Yeah,
are.
I didn't realize I wasn't a circle
Yeah.
jerk either until like halfway down. I was like, this can't be fucking real.
Literally, there's no way.
You hope, but there are times where it just
You right.
there are people like this.
Yeah.
Just pray you're not reading the one.
And especially when you look at rule number 5, when you finally decide to look at the rules on the side there. Rule number 5 is no unjerk memes.
God damn it.
Try to be funny, no low effort. but we're on a circle jerk thread. That's the entire jerk part of it. It's low effort. What?
What's the orangutan? What? Some of these comments I don't understand.
Look, the orangutan for me is the librarian, so we don't talk about that. We don't point that out. Or at least we don't call him a monkey.
So yeah, I figured that would be the good one to start with, just because A, it was a joke and it was slightly amusing, and B, just bring up the fact that, just so that everyone's aware, a nat 20 does not mean that you can do the impossible. I myself don't subscribe to that rule, just due to the fact that means no matter how impossible the task, you always have a 5% chance of succeeding. It's like, you flip the entire Titanic on a roll of 20? No, you don't.
No.
I'm sorry. What is this? First on the hot or second on the hot post?
Uh-oh.
Wait, what?
I just shared it in the group chat.
Oh, okay, I couldn't read this one out, sure. Oh, wait, there's nothing to read. It's just a map of...
Just the title.
Gnome with a boner looking at his goddamn phone. Yeah?
What?
I
How
can see
did you
it.
come up with such a unique world?
Just so that there is a check and see what the hell we're talking about. Here you go.
Interesting.
Forget the peasant railgun without the ability to go outside. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Okay. Here's one that's a bit longer.
I'm about to go doom scrolling on this.
This one is called Paladin Overreacts and Attempts to Kill Player Character.
Oh boy.
This is not a circle jerk. This is just a flat-out asshole.
Oh no.
There's the story. And here it is
go.
for you, chat.
Here we go again.
Extra long. It's a pretty sizable one, so. So I joined a D&D group after a long time since my very first try at it, which ended in a bad way as well, but mostly the DM was responsible for that. I don't recall much of that, so don't think I'll post it. So I figured I'd join a new group at a local coffee and gaming shop. The group was just starting up their first campaign. It was one inspired by isekai anime. Think the likes of Rising of the Shield Hero and such. Which, hey, if you can pull it off, awesome. That could be fun. The DM had done all kinds of cool things, making it feel like a tabletop MMORPG. So I was all on board. So with our first session, I asked our party what they're playing. Let me take a sip.
I was going to point out, big bad evil guy, Truck Coon.
Yeah, right. That was the first boss, and they failed.
Now they have to come back and fight him all over again.
The answers were a priestess, functionally similar to cleric, but with the ability to cast smite in addition. That's cool. Fighter, paladin, and sorcerer. The DM permitted homebrew races and presented me with a list of classes from some official D&D, and most were homebrew, so I chose the homebrew class, Spellblade. A magic and physical attack hybrid, so I chose the homebrew race that supported both. The Daemon. You'll see why I'm pronouncing it like that later on. Because normally I just go demon because it's easier on my tongue. But in this case, I'll go Daemon.
I mean, that is a thing, so I'm not even...
That is a thing.
Yep. My character's backstory was that she was summoned by the same royal family who summoned the priestess, fighter, and sorcerer to act as extra support since they knew her real name, though they were able to command her to do so whether she liked it or not. She had heard stories about how daemons, upon being summoned, were nothing but tools of war and playthings to the mortals. On a side note, the paladin was a volunteer who joined them, and once my character showed up is when shit hit the fan. Fighter. Nice to have some extra muscle, especially of the magic variety. Sorcerer. Indeed, a daemon at that. I heard about daemons, but never thought I'd get to see one in person. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Spellblade. Priestess. I look forward to working alongside you. Paladin. Ugh, heretical beast. We see where this is going already. So we decided to spend the first session looking around town. The priestess quickly growing closest to my Spellblade as she was a people-pleaser character. As we looked through shops, we bought a new scimitar for my Spellblade as hers was worn, dull, and cracked from using it so much before summoning. All the while, the paladin doing all he could to try and get my character kicked out of shops and tarnishing reputation among the townsfolk with sorcerer and fighter, thwarting any attempts to do so. I had nothing against this initially, as I thought this could add interesting development where these characters gradually become friends, starting as bitter rivals, so I let it slide. I mean, you don't get more anime than that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
At one point, we see street thugs harassing a traveling merchant who had stopped in town, so we stepped in and our first combative engagement started. As we fought the thugs, Fighter wanted to only go far enough to subdue them rather than kill them, which we all agreed on. As we fought, Paladin did something unexpected. I'm going to cast Smite on Spellblade. Sorcerer. What? Why? Me? Why? We're in the middle of a fight. Paladin. You're locked crossing blades with one, so I have no choice but to cast Smite on you to hit him. Priestess. You could hit another thug, though. DM. Just a warning, you're a paladin of the Goddess of Order, according to your sheet. If you cast Smite on someone who isn't causing trouble, you'll lose your bonuses for the rest of this fight, as you're supposed to be a peacekeeper, not an aggressor. Paladin backed down after hearing that and cast it on another thug, damaging him a good deal, and Priestess whacking the thug in the back of the head with her staff, knocking him out. After we had successfully won the fight with minimal bloodshed, Priestess healed up the merchant's minor injuries first, as we ourselves didn't even drop below half HP. And the merchant offered us all one healing potion for each of us and a small sum of gold for us to split as thanks. Later, while dividing it up, Paladin chimed in again. Paladin, I propose Spellblade doesn't receive her portion of the gold. Sorcerer, what makes you think she doesn't deserve her portion of the gold? She contributed just as much as any of us. Fighter, agreed. Don't forget she blocked a throwing knife that was aimed right at you. Me, in character, I was ordered to preserve the well-being of these three, Paladin. If that proves to be an issue for you, as a volunteer, you're free to leave at any time as I was not ordered to protect you. Just these three, and to keep my own self-preservation in mind. Paladin at this point had had enough, saying that the party was playing favorites in defending a heretical monstrosity. Paladin, I am going to attack Spellblade. DM, are you sure you want to? Paladin, yes, I'm sure. He actually cut off the DM, ignoring the warning from before. Just a note for everyone in the class here today. If the DM asks, are you sure you want to do that? Don't fucking do that!
Yeah, listen. Because usually that's a huge warning.
That is the you gon' goof.
You're about to cross a line.
That is the klaxon alarm.
Go back on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The alarms are sounding. Please heed. Okay.
Pyramid Head is about to arrive. You should probably leave.
No, you should be so lucky. Oh my god. Anyways, me, in character, stand down. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into. I attempted to intimidate him into deciding against it. I roll and get a 15. Paladin rolls and gets an 18, so the intimidation fails. Paladin goes for the attack still. After a bit of fighting and taking damage, he got some serious punishment. Paladin, I used the bonus from my goddess to heal me. DM, you can't do that. Paladin, why not? I'm under the Goddess of Order. Excuse me. DM, yes, but you're the aggressor here. You don't get any bonuses from her if you do that. I warned you about that while you were making your character and during the fight against those thugs, and you cut me off before you decided to fight Spellblade. This really is just your fault at this point. Ultimately, Paladin's character was slain by a heretical beast, fittingly by beheading. In Paladin's last moments of awareness, Spellblade told him only the self-righteous use their gods and goddesses to justify their selfish actions. Paladin's player angrily huffed, "Why are we letting a demon into our party?" DM. Demon? Everyone looked at each other, confused. Sorcerer's player, I'm afraid you're mistaken. Spellblade's not a demon. Spellblade's a daemon. There is, in fact, a difference. The sorcerer explained the difference between a daemon and a demon. Paladin's player, well, the character's just too overpowered. No, my character was nearly killed by him towards the end of our scuffle. Priestess intervened and healed my character. We had given Paladin's player multiple attempts to stop the PvP and restart the scene, but he refused, insisting on trying to kill my character. DM, the character's primary stats are strength and charisma. Spellblade uses charisma for magic power and strength for physical power. You chose a class that had powerful bonuses that came with conditions, and you chose to risk it. If you want to make a new character, we can have them appear before the session is over. Paladins player decided to just dip out in a huff, so we just continued the session and are still playing the campaign, and it's been a lot of fun. And Tales of the Self-Righteous Paladin has become a bit of a joke among us. Thanks for reading.
God.
Fun.
Like I understand the concept of being there and the whole this is I am the holy avenger, blah blah blah. But yet, if you're together with a team, you have to work together with the fucking team.
I feel like there was some underlying issue there. I don't think it was just because of
I would hope
the whole.
so.
It's a demon.
Yeah, I mean, either he didn't make his confusion clear, or, well, I think the real problem here is he wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
He heard D-men and didn't hear the A in the part of that and just assumed, or didn't listen to anything about the character's description at all. Because I assume that demons don't look like demons.
I would hope not, but...
And the fact that literally everyone, including the townfolk, are openly accepting of this individual tells me that they're not walking Satan.
No, this is Santa. Stop that.
Yeah, so this player just was not paying attention.
Just overall, just being a bad player.
Yeah. I mean, I've had that situation happen before when my party spotted a group of villagers hiding in the woods, crossbows at the ready for it, just in case, because, you know, it's Barovia, it's dangerous. And two of them mistook what was happening because for some reason they missed the part entirely that they weren't at camp anymore and assumed that they were being ambushed. Like, no, you're walking the path going towards the city. You guys have gone like 5 hexes. But they completely missed that fact and attacked and killed a couple of villagers who were just waiting for the party to pass by.
Whoopsie.
Which, when that part was revealed, they got all pissy. It's like, nah, you weren't fucking paying attention. Let's go over this again. You guys were at camp. You broke camp. You went 5 spaces. One of you were even counting it out until I told you to stop moving. And this is what happens, because a couple of you made your passive perception checks. And then, even though that you guys were in the middle of conversation with them, one of you decided to go invisible, sneak up behind one as they were having a chat, get everyone to calm down, going, okay, well, maybe we can help you out or point you where you need to go, or you can help us find what we're looking for. And then you decided to body slam one of them while invisible, thus starting the fight. So that's on you on every level. So, like, not only were you not paying attention to the fact that you weren't being ambushed, you weren't paying attention to the fact that the entire tense situation was being de-escalated and then ramped it right back up. That player is no longer with us.
Yeah.
Not surprised.
I would hope not, but...
I still chat with him on occasion,
same.
but
I
I
was about
will
to say
not
that.
have him in my games ever again. Like, no.
I will go to suplex this person. Oh no, I have realized my mistake. I realized my mistake and giving him a hug.
Giving them a hug.
An aggressive hug that caused me to trip backwards.
Totally, yeah. Let's go with that.
Oh god, I feel it's like that's what my character would do moment. You're supposed to try and get along with your fellow players, not go ballistic and try to kill them even without trying to make sure what they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there could be some fun having a character that is literally 2 sets of characters having friction with each other and having little snipes here and there.
But you talk that shit.
Yeah. That's an agreed storyline that you're both aware of in our game to play. Because that leads to hurt feelings way too easily.
Oh yeah.
I've been a part of like that done right. It's fun. Especially like I had a rogue and we also had a bugbear in the party. But Bugbear did not like how I would just randomly disappear. Didn't trust me. Midway through the game, we got stuck in some sort of like pocket dimension, and it was just me and him.
Uh-oh.
Mm,
And then he found a hourglass that stops time.
Fun.
And actually, like, it realized it stopped me. And, like, actually chose to show me this instead of just being like, I could gank this stupid rogue.
How honorable of them.
mm-hmm.
Well, he'd already started, like, at that point, like, starting to change his mind. So that was fun. Yeah.
And I would say that a lot of World of Darkness games pretty much thrive on stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Especially with vampires, because vampires are quite assholish by nature.
Yep.
No,
With a superiority
I can't-
complex.
Oh no! How is that?
I mean, that's why at court they are always basically sniping each other and subtly insulting each other all the damn time, that they have an entire social combat rules section.
That'll be right.
Okay.
Should we take 5? It's been a minute.
Yeah. We can go ahead and do that real quick.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take 5. I need to get some actual water and pee real quick, so I'll be
Yeah, I
back
should probably get
myself.
more water. Same.
Well, I'm back. Oh boy. That had to take care of a couple things real quick, so I'm glad we got a little 5-minute break. Now, I like to imagine that they've just been sent into the void with the Nowhere King. I don't even know if I'm here, if being heard. Hey, thank you. Yeah, so I'm going through this real quick because I missed out a little bit, but I'm glad to be back. Yeah, I like to imagine that someone got thrown into the void with the Nowhere King. That could be a fun little bit of, oh no, whatever will we do? And then they just shut down the portal. Ugh. been fun. We are the sidetracking is. I feel bad because I cannot help it either. But currently on a little bit of a break. Some of these stories are horrifying. Not gonna lie. I love that comment.
I'm back.
Hello, welcome back.
Echo.
So yeah, I love seeing some of these insane people.
That's crazy.
It really is. Why do people love to just take the lawful good and go lawful stupid?
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a reason why that's a meme.
Like I made,
Thank you, Alex.
like I made a lawful evil character once, and I it was a one shot, so we were like level 10, I believe, and my character had stupidly high perception or passive perception, like ridiculously high, like 29.
Nice.
And noticed that our rogue was trying to steal from the shopkeep that we were getting stuff from. Like, I was like, you know, and I'm just like, no, we do not do this. We do not do this to our own people. If we're going to do this, we're going to, because basically, as a lawful evil character, my character's like, oh no, we are totally going to just murder everybody eventually. But we have to do it within the confines of what we can get, what is technically right.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I'm just going to twist everything I can to make it so that it works.
Makes sense to me.
Because I have a bad habit of making characters who rarely will actually lie. The most they will twist the truth immensely, but they do not lie.
That makes sense.
I may have been inspired by a book series with characters who were like, "Oh yeah, you can trust this person to always tell the truth, but it's not always the truth that you think it is."
Yep. Very Faye sort of mentality.
Oh yeah, basically. And I love that idea of I have never told a lie. You may have interpreted what I said in a way that makes you think I lied, but I certainly didn't. I told you exactly what I was going to do.
Exactly.
Just like I have interpreted a character that the person I actually got my name from is a character from a book series who literally wants to end the cycle of reincarnation because he just wants to fucking die
That's
I
fair.
am back.
and
Welcome
stay
back.
dead. Hello, welcome back.
I had to get some flavored water.
Oh no.
Mm.
But I have, but that character, I'm just like, he was doing it for the best of reasons. Not everybody wants to be reborn constantly and suffer the same shit over and over and over.
That's
Let's
fair.
see, which one should I pull next? I've got so many.
My DM is a horrible person and made it so that I cannot roll anything above a 5.
Wow.
Even though I bring my own weighted dice. I mean, what?
Still reading that.
No, I just came up with that shit on the fly.
Oh, okay.
Nice. Well done.
Why is
Because
this
I have seen some that usually in the meme section, but you never know what you'll find in the regular D&D threads as well. Because I have seen some poor people who actually can't, like they've got great stats and they can't roll above a certain amount.
Well, so we got this one. Player refuses to use his character's powers or even say what they are.
No.
Oh, I remember this one, I think. This is a short one. So let me copy this. Here you go. And here you are, Chet. Very believable 5 out of 5.
Here I go again on my own. Wait, no, I'm with people. Fuck. Fuck. No, the DMCA is coming for me.
No, copyright strike. So, player refuses to use his character's powers or even say what they are. Too long didn't read. Problem player refuses to do anything with or say anything about his character. Barely contributes to role playing. Doesn't even have a full character sheet and might have the GM on his side.
Yay.
So, the problem player in the PBP campaign I'm in barely posts in C. So, play by post, right. Barely posts in character and writes a sentence at most when he does bother posting. He claims it's because his character doesn't have anything to say, do, until his secret story arc happens. He refuses to use his character's powers at all. When finally pressed on this, he claims it's because his character hasn't gotten his powers yet, which he told none of the other players about. This was completely unnecessary since all the characters started with their powers. He's made his character useless, and he didn't have to be just for his own personal storyline. When I had my character ask his character to use his powers in character, he accused me of metagaming out of character. Then proceeded to backtrack once I pointed out our characters should have known each other's powers beforehand. Not just that, he outright refuses to say what his character's powers are in-game, where knowing what other characters can... Wait, what? Not just that, he outright refuses to say what his character's powers are in-game, where knowing what other characters can do is incredibly important for resource management. Okay. I had to reread that sentence for a second. Huh?
So sometimes the brain rot happens.
I'm not sure if that was me or just the way he made the sentence.
I mean, I wasn't accusing you of the brain rot.
Yeah, fair. Fair point. He keeps referencing his character's secret story arc whenever another player asks him a question about his character and refuses to answer, regardless of what the question was. Every other character knows enough about each other to be close acquaintances at least, but he demands his character remain a mystery. He claims the GM approved everything he's done. The GM hasn't said otherwise. He just now threatened to quit the campaign when it was pointed out that his character was dragging the whole party down, and when he finally agreed to show us his character sheet, the vast majority of it was blank.
Bruh. What?
Bruh. Or to get the proper inflection, bruh.
Bruh.
I want to tell him to either pull his own weight or quit, but then I look back... But then I look like the bad guy usurping the GM's authority, and I'm not sure if everyone else in the campaign would back me on it. I've got another GM who I could switch to, but I'd either need to convince the other players to come with me or find new players. And everyone else is in the same Discord service as me, and it could result in bad blood being carried over. It's like there should be no bad blood because this dude's clearly not there to play.
Yeah.
I don't know what this DM is doing. It's like, if you don't have a fucking character sheet, you don't fucking play.
Look, I have seen someone hiding what their character, class is and everything. And you know what they did? You know what they fucking did with that? They gave the help action at the very fucking least.
Yeah. I mean, people can still... You can still be useful while still being mysterious.
Yeah.
And not showing your full hand. You can still do something.
Exactly.
And it's like, oh, I'm just going to quit if you're going to say I'm dragging the... You are dragging the party down. You're doing nothing to help anyone, and you're not doing anything in character? Like, why the fuck are you here?
Yeah, that's really freaking weird.
Especially in a play-by-post where you have all the time in the fucking world to do something. It's not like you're there live and having to come up, do something right off the bat. It's like you have plenty of time to come up with a post.
Without a... Jesus fucking Christ in a handbasket.
So again, this GM is either good friends with him or he's being coerced into letting this guy play for some reason or another. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, dude, your character's not complete and not doing anything. You need to either finish this character or stop playing. It's like,
Sir, I am asking you for the group, please do something.
I mean, if the end result is that this encounter is going to be the exact same with or without you every single time, then why the fuck are you here? And why would we be helping you? It's like, let's look at it from this way. If we're going to go, oh, you're using metagaming OOC, it's like, no. Let's do this in character. Why should I be helping you? Because you have done nothing to help me or the group. Why shouldn't we just drop you off a town and say, fuck off and leave you?
Turns out their character's just a voyeur and wants to just watch everything.
I could fucking run with that. That'd be interesting, at least. That would be something, at least. Hell, I have a character idea of a bored nobleman who decided to get into adventuring and kind of hangs back a little bit because he's a little bit of a coward. And then when he finally does something, he starts vomiting and throwing up after the fact because, oh my god, I killed something. Just to see all the other characters go, what the fuck?
That'd be fantastic.
Useless without being useless, you know?
I've almost seen that, but it wasn't quite that good, sadly, because he was a surgeon. But he was a noble. It was a Star Wars noble. But yeah, no, he had no problem with blood and gore and stuff. Though he actually broke his own leg once, in game. But,
Well then.
Yeah, he broke his own leg to cause a distraction because he he knew how to do it safely to the point where he can easily set it back again.
I'm getting flashbacks to...
I know. It was weird.
Okay, quick question. Did anybody else watch Gundam Wing?
Bits and pieces. I would hope.
I don't think I got to.
There's a character.
Yes.
The main one you come across most of the time, Hiro Yui, who literally had his arm broken, and he just sets it back in front of one of the other characters, and they're like, "Oh,
ooh." Yep. Yeah, basically like that.
Ooh.
Very, very similar to that.
Broken...
You're all just like, oh god.
That actually brings up a very funny point about me. That a little going into about telling you all about some of the things that squeak me. You're all well aware that blood, gore, horror, jump scares, and that kind of stuff barely phases me. Breaking bones, on the other hand, especially
Really?
when you see a limb pointing in a direction it should not be bending, makes me shudder every time. It's just an instinctive no, that's not how that works. Put that back, please.
Look, I get it. I absolutely get it.
That's
I
fair.
don't know why, but literally I can watch someone's face being ripped off or someone being completely eviscerated and just eat a sandwich without a single problem. But the second someone's bones break, I involuntarily shudder. Like, no, stop that, no. Like,
I mean, you're more or less all bone. I can understand. Meanwhile, like, I have seen so much blood in my life, and then the one time it got to me was because idiot shot himself in the fucking leg.
Ugh.
Yeah.
And then I had to drive that vehicle for the rest of the time that company was working.
Fun.
So I got to smell the industrial cleaner the rest of the time.
Well, I grew up with nosebleeds, so I'm used to seeing blood all the time.
I got to watch a dog's amputation
Ooh.
on its leg. That didn't bother me though. The docking of puppy tails that was also happening in the room that I was next to. That was what bothered me.
Yeah, because that's just unnecessary.
Yeah. Well, they were just like so sad.
Oddly,
Like, oh, no.
Oddly enough, my love of horror and the macabre and the fact that blood and all that kind of stuff doesn't bother me, unfortunately had a unintended real life, I won't say benefit, but it allowed me to do something I never want to do again.
Uh-oh. Yeah,
I don't think a lot of people, because the last time I spoke about this on stream was, a year and a half to 2 years ago. For those of you that don't know, I worked surveillance at a casino. 1 year in November, this was about 3 to 4 years ago, one of my coworkers was shot to death. Right as soon as I started my shift.
Oh, jeez.
No one else was able to stomach doing that investigation. I had to do that entire investigation, and to this day, I will flash back to her dying. As I had to watch her dying over and over again to form a detailed report of what happened to her.
Yeah, because of having to...
But thanks to
sure
my efforts, that son of a bitch was immediately arrested.
Good.
And will never see the light of day again.
Jeez.
She was the reason I did the Rain charity, because it was the only thing I could even find that was even close to what I was looking for like domestic abuse and stuff like that, or stalking victims.
Oh, yeah.
Rain stands for Rape and Incest Network, basically for like people who've suffered these violent attacks, generally sexually in nature. Support group. Hope you got help for yourself. Compartmentalized. That fact that it doesn't bother me as much as I think it should bother me is the part that is actually bothering me.
Yeah.
She was a sweet girl. I enjoyed talking with her. She was nice. She was a sweet lady that did not deserve what happened to her. Young, too. She probably wouldn't past her mid-20s.
Damn.
And it's one of those things that there's always that little part of me that wonders if I'm like a sociopath, because this should be affecting me a lot more than it is. Honestly, is there something wrong with me?
Look, honestly, with the job you have, it's very similar to what like doctors have to go through as well. They have to compartmentalize and kind of view it from a way that it's not going to.
Yep. And for a very long time.
You can't save everybody, which is the main problem.
Oh, yeah. And it's one of those things that I'm pretty sure that even now, I can tell you an exact play-by-play of what happened. I'm sure I probably could until the day I died, because, again, that's burned into my brain now.
Well, yeah. I mean,
5 shots tore through her. The final shot went into the floor as he turned to run like the coward he was, because he shot her in the back.
Damn.
I did get a little bit of counseling after that happened, because the company's like, yeah, no, we're bringing a counselor in. You are going to talk to them. I was like, you know what? Fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a little... It's definitely one of those things that I suppose my hobby and fascination with horror kind of prepared me for that. Because, again, there was no one else that could stomach doing that.
Yeah, sometimes it's just going to be one of those things that your interests are always going to help you in some way eventually. It's just...
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to say that I sat there stone-faced. I had tears running down my face because someone I knew was
Oh,
just
yeah.
murdered
Yeah.
minutes ago.
Yeah.
But there was also a bit of rage there. It's like, no, I'm going to nail this son of a bitch. Make sure that there's no mistaking what the hell he did.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
no, and
Yeah.
I'm glad you were able to take care of that.
Mhm.
Yeah. That was not a fun time.
No, absolutely
Not
not.
at all.
Anybody who does think that was a fun time, that's a sociopath.
Yeah, there you go. Mhm.
It's definitely one of those things that I never hope to have to do that again, but I suppose on one hand I can now truthfully say that if I have to, I can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because one never really knows how they'll respond or react to such situations until they're in that situation.
Yeah.
That's just how it is.
How did we get in that topic? Whatever we were talking about previously just blew completely out of my mind when I just did that little trauma dump.
Something.
Not being helpful.
Snapping bones.
Yeah, snapping bones, yeah.
Yeah, snapping bones. We got to that from voyeurism.
Yeah, there we go.
It's weird how our brains work sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, you know what? This is the perfect opportunity to do some
Look,
deep
this is how we
revelations.
this is how we always end up at Kevin Bacon. Okay,
Yeah.
God damn it.
that's just how it works.
It's just one of those things that also brings to the light the fact that just how the sheer statistics about stalkers and what little our law enforcement can or will do to prevent that kind of shit is disgusting. And that's not just an American problem, that's a worldwide problem. Because the UK has a serious problem with that too.
Yeah, I've heard some horror stories from friends who've been to Japan.
I was going to say there's a fucking game about that shit.
Parasocial?
From Noah's Art.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the parasocial game?
Yes.
I like how parasocial, everyone's acting like it's a new phenomenon. It's like, no, that's existed for a long time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, this is the first time they just made the fucking game about it.
Yeah. I think it's just the first time that the term became widespread was with the VTubing community. It's like, no, that's been a thing for a very long time. Look at John Lennon.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
That other actress, shit, what was her name? Shannon?
I was gonna say there's quite a few of those.
There's
actually.
a lot of them. So many of them.
It's again the whole thing is like anybody who's like or claims this never happened in the past, bull fucking shit. It happened. What the issue is that we have more
eyes on it.
Exactly. We have more coverage on this. We have more information about it. We have more people who talk about this.
Yep. Going back to an earlier callback of Billy Joel, we didn't start the fire. It's been burning since the world's been turning.
Yep.
It's like it's always been happening. We're just seeing it more often now because we have more eyes out there.
Yep.
Also, that I will say that song was completely ruined for me by Lana Pator when he was doing Yu Yu Hakusho abridged. just the fucking community watch or whatever they're fucking called. They just were playing the Billy Joel hits, All About Fire, while his house is burning and his body is about to get immolated.
Oh god.
Oh man. You should check out the I won't say cover, but more like the sequel of We Didn't Start the Fire by the Fall Out Boys, which I believe Billy Joel himself actually helped with. Careful, Lord, you're showing age. I mean, it's no secret that I'm ancient. Oh, how was I showing my age this time? I forget. Oh god, senior moment. I'm going senile and forgetting shit.
No, don't do that.
Soon, we shall age beyond any age you will ever know.
I suppose I should pull up another story.
Good, let the age flow.
Oh god.
don't know what the fuck I want anymore.
The age has slothed off my bones. Where am I? What the fuck is going on? Get off my lawn.
Well, this is already starting off wonderful from the title.
Not even to the what?
Not even to the table yet. Yep, that's the title of this one.
Here we go.
Somehow, I have a horror story without ever reaching the table. If this doesn't belong here, I can totally delete it. Mods can. I, female. The fact that she has to designate the fact that she's female for the story already tells you where this is going to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We're about to be rocked by it like a hurricane.
I, female, had always wanted to play D&D. Growing up in a very Catholic Midwestern small town that was impossible as a teen and a young adult. As someone who suffers from a variety... Yeah, right. Catholics, easy.
The only way you're... I was going to say, the only way you're getting worse is Southern Baptist.
Yeah.
And now you just have that playing as it just slowly moves in on my face because I was raised that way.
Right.
Ugh.
The fun part about Catholics, if you call it fun, is if you want to know if something is a sin, just ask yourself this simple question. Are you having fun? Stop that. That's a sin.
Yeah.
It's not that serious, but... I apologize to anyone that's Catholic in the chat. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
So glad I wasn't. I almost was.
I've known some Catholics that when they're away from their peers, they let loose. Holy fuck, they're pent up.
Look, they're the only
yeah.
group that, I mean, they're the only group that still gets actual wine, so that's understandable. Drunk on the blood of Christ.
Yes, we do. Alex, my girl.
I only know that because I dated one and went to
In
church
all
a couple times with her.
caps.
Of course.
Yes, we do. It's like, damn straight.
Fun was trying to sit through service while not worrying about your knees breaking.
Oh, God. Yeah, I can imagine.
Yep.
I can imagine. It's like, honestly, for any religion, not just like Catholics or Mormon, or anyone that has to do a lot of kneeling, churches should make it very commonplace to just like put some fucking padding on your floors or give people freaking knee braces or something, because that shit hurts doing that for too long.
No. Comfort is a sin.
True. We're lucky we're not the Puritan age and having to stick a spike up our butt or something. I think I've heard of some Puritans that would do that. They'd have like spikes like on certain areas to keep them from trying to get comfortable.
Nope.
Look, I'm still disturbed by the fact that there was a subsect of Quaker Shakers that were... It's a good thing that they didn't continue on with their own thing, because it's like, hey, you can only join by coming from outside, because we do not have children.
What Catholic churches are you going to? Our church has a cushion bar for our knees. Well, that's good.
Lucky you.
In other parts of the world, not so much. In other parts of the world, they cheap.
Maybe things have changed in the 20 years since I was last in one and was burning alive. I mean, what?
Yeah, at least you weren't struck by lightning. Got your blessings.
Look.
I didn't even mean to make that pun. God damn it.
Lord God has to bring his A game for that one.
All right, Frieza.
Frieza. Oh, yeah.
Next time, bring your A game.
There you go.
That was too damn good. Holy shit, that was dead on. I'm Goku. I'm insane. From Earth.
100 and... What's that? Oh, God, I killed Vegeta for this.
Where were we? Oh, right.
So we were way too easily amused.
It is getting late, so we'll probably wrapping this up in the very near future.
I apologize, but the voices. These are all the voices in my head.
Oh, no need to apologize for that one. That was good.
And I'm thinking of Falling in Reverse's song, Voices in My Head. That was a good
Now I'm
song.
going to have that stuck in my head. Thank you.
You're welcome.
But he has a fun part.
At least it's a good one.
We're going. He has a good part. We're going back.
First rule, Popo. As someone, as I'm trying to get us back on the trails road we need to be on.
So
Where's those keys?
We are on second paragraph.
Where's the keys?
It's the key.
I left them on my other pants.
Damn. As someone who suffers from a variety of mental disorders, same, and a case of almost unbearable social anxiety, it was even more of an impossibility. I didn't really have access to the internet either, meaning that was also out of the question. But either way, I had recently moved, and I'd been enthused to find a tabletop and board game store while exploring my new town. This was when COVID had been dying out, so I felt okay exploring as I didn't really have an immune system. Steeling myself, I walked in. The store was small, cozy, and really clean. Well lit, organized really well, and there was even a table at the back where they held D&D sessions and Magic the Gathering. That's where I met someone who I'll call Matt, around my age and male. Matt was sitting at the back table and had been talking to an employee. But he saw me and said hi, seemed really nice, and generally excited to talk to me. He asked if I'd ever played D&D. I had been looking at the dice. I'd always wanted to own a set, or Magic the Gathering, and I was rather embarrassed to say no. He actually asked me if I wanted to learn how to play Magic, and if I was interested in D&D, and I said yes. So he took the time out of his day to walk me through all the Magic starter set, taught me how to play, and then played a game with me. I thought this was great. I'd actually been able to talk to someone face to face and interact and learn. And I really thought this was going to be someone whom I could get to know, and maybe learn more about the games I had always held an interest in. We exchanged numbers and Discord usernames. He said he'd been looking for some D&D players and was amicable to a new one, me, for a campaign at the shop. Gave me the decks he and I had played with for free, and went our separate ways. I messaged him that night so that he could have my phone number. My phone had been broken, and I was getting it fixed. That's why I was in town. And he immediately called me, or attempted to. I live in a rural area, so I wasn't able to pick up the call without it dropping. I sent him a text explaining so, and he said, I prefer talking with a phone call. Let's try a few more times. He proceeded to call about 7 more times. Each time he would send a text asking me to pick up, and the call kept dropping, and it was frustrating, so I kind of couldn't understand his messages and the amount of them. I eventually just told him that I was going to bed and I'd message him later. The next day, he sends me some information about the D&D game he and his buddies are starting. Apparently, it wasn't at the shop, but about 30 minutes from my home in his friend's house, which I didn't confirm or deny my attendance, but explained that I'd like to get to know him and his friends better before going to someone's house. He didn't really say anything, just brought up some local attractions and talked about taking me there. At this point, I kind of started to get uncomfortable because he mentioned a lot of places that were hiking spots or bluffs that you drive to, and it didn't seem like he was really listening to me, and I just am not comfortable going somewhere like that with someone I don't know alone. He tried to call me a few more times at night, and I panicked and just didn't answer and said I was just going to go to bed. That's when things started to get even weirder. As I was getting into bed, my Discord pinged. He messaged me there and then tried to start a call. And then another. And another. He sent a server invite with a really odd name about 3 times in a row. I felt uncomfortable joining, so I kind of made a light joke about it, and he kind of just ignored it and refused to explain what it was. He spammed me a bunch of other really odd messages, including the same server invite, and I just figured I'd deal with it the next day because I was starting to freak out. And I couldn't tell if I was overreacting or not because all social interactions are really hard for me. So I just shut my phone completely off and went to sleep. By the time I had woken up, he sent multiple pictures of him out in bars in different locations, and then asked to take me to the bluff that was around 40 minutes away from my home for some sightseeing. I was starting to feel really, really uncomfortable, so I politely declined, and then my Discord and phone was overwhelmed with a barrage of angry texts and messages, ranging from cussing me out to, "Who are you? Whose number is this?" which didn't make any sense, or "Send me a picture of you." It was just really weird, and I didn't even know what to do besides block him. Before I could, he sent 2 unsolicited nude photos of his genitals and requested pictures. Alright. I freaked out and blocked him and his phone number. It really sucks because I really wanted to maybe try and enmesh myself in the local tabletop game, board game community, but I've been too scared to go back into the store because he seemed close with the workers and definitely hung out there a lot. All I wanted was to learn how to play a game I've always dreamed of playing and maybe make some new friends. To this day, I still haven't played D&D. Edit. Due to the general consensus of comments, I've decided to email the hobby store. Thank you all for your incredibly kind words and support. If I could contact this person, I'd invite you to a game right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, goddamn.
I mean,
That's awful.
And quite frankly, social anxiety or not, never go to a stranger's house on a first meeting. It's like, you don't know who these people are. Especially when he's going to follow it up with a whole bunch of places where he could take you alone. No one around for miles. Yeah, nah. You dodged a bullet in so many ways.
Yep. And this guy needs to take a fucking hint and get his life in order.
No, he needs to go to one of those bluffs he was talking about for sightseeing and go walk off it.
What do you think I meant by get his life in order?
Fair enough.
It's called get that last will and testament going.
This is definitely the sort of person that if he were to fall overboard, you should wait 10 minutes before screaming man overboard. Which, for those of you that don't know, that's a death sentence. Because if you don't alert someone that a man's overboard immediately, that person will never be seen again.
Yep.
Because a boat goes a lot faster than you fucking think it does when there's a stationary object quickly disappearing in the distance. And they gotta try to tread water for a long ass time.
And it's not so simple to get turned your ass around either.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Ships do not turn on dimes.
And by that time, the waves caused by the passing of the ship probably have moved you quite a bit of ways from where you were.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all sorts of gross behavior from there. It's like, why do you need to talk to them on the phone that badly? You literally were just. I mean,
that's straight up the stalker, like 100%.
Yeah, this was someone who said, "Oh my God, gamer go a whale! Oh my God, they do have booby." It's like, dude, touch grass. It's like, ugh. At
the very least, touch the devil's grass so that you calm the fuck down.
Right. Like,
oh God.
It's a good thing that she has these anxieties because any red flag is amplified in those situations, I suppose. So she recognizes.
Yeah.
So
this was blood red flags everywhere.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, they were so fucking blood red. Even my colorblind ass could see them. Like, oh yeah, that's a nice shade of red. Like, that's a very vibrant red. Shit.
Mm.
No.
It's like the first bit of preferring a phone call and trying to call multiple times. I can sort of kind of see that. Some people just don't like texting. But at the same time,
back in the day, I preferred talking over the phone. Nowadays, it's like, please do not call me. I do not want to hear your voice right now.
Yeah, that was a transition I did as well. I was like, I prefer talking because it's just easier than texting. And I was like, Don't fucking talk. I don't have the energy to talk to you. Just fucking text me.
To be fair, technology advanced so that we don't have to keep hitting the same button 2 to 3 times to get the single letter that we want.
Showing our age again.
I mean, we had transitioned back to flip phones at some point. What the fuck, man?
Yeah. And it's just one of those things that the only time I tell people to call me is if they actually do need to get my attention at some point, because there are plenty of times that I will not notice a text until hours later. Because, I'm not glued to it when I'm at home.
Look, Discord has been very rude to me lately and is like, nah, we're not going to show you that there was a message for you like hours ago.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, especially on phone.
Yeah, sometimes restart it.
Exactly.
What really ticked me off was whatever they did in their last update. When I'm part of a group chat and the group decides to call everybody, and where I could have just normally just hung up and ignored the call because I'm at work or whatever, which they know this. Even when I hit decline, it still rings. Which is very, very annoying. Is like, I can't get it to stop. Even if I join the call and then leave, it starts ringing again. It's like, are you fucking serious? So I end up having to leave the group. Man. And they have to re-invite me to it later.
That's not a great function at all.
No.
God damn.
Who took over Discord? Google?
Right. Actually, I don't even think Google's that incompetent.
Because it's either them or Amazon, considering some of the shenanigans they've been pulling on Twitch. So.
Here's one. Wizard of the Coast, amazing customer service. Now, for some reason, it's in D&D horror stories.
I have heard so much about this already, and I want to hear more.
Yeah, I got this just because every now and then I like shitting on Wizards of the Coast just because they've pissed me off with what they've done to D&D. It feels like an actual betrayal to me, considering that the game is literally why I exist.
Yeah, I feel like I know the main reason is the folks at the head of it, which is, Hasbro. And because as always, you're trying to do the best with what you've got. And you've got people who just see money. They see they see all these games that have DLC, and they're like, why do we not have DLC on our paper and pen game?
Which makes me laugh, because when has tabletop games not had DLC?
You have so many goddamn books. It's
so many source books for every edition. There's like 50 books minimum per edition. Minimum. And that's just books with actual rules and content, not just like stories or whatever.
Not even getting into like the setting books.
I had 3 bookshelves full of Dungeons and Dragons, advanced Dungeons and Dragons material. It's like, wait a minute, we don't have DLC. Ah, slap him for that one. Well, this has been disappointing to say the least. After watching the live stream of D&D 2024 in Sigil, I was extremely excited to pre-order books and sign up. I followed the link to the Sigil beta, and once I had finished, followed the link from the beta sign-up page to the pre-order special that they had posted. Being a Canadian, I wasn't able to sign up for the pre-order on that page, but luckily there was a link that directed to purchasers from outside of the US. After I followed that link, I clicked on the link. Really? After following that link, I clicked on the link for the 2024 Core Rule Book set and completed my purchase for $178. I was pumped, jacked to pre-order what was supposed to be the next year's of TTRPGs. It wasn't until I got a confirmation email outlining that I had ordered a core set of 2014 rule books that things took a different turn. I immediately sent an email explaining to Wizards of the Coast that the error in their link and asked to have my order changed to the new core rulebooks, which coincidentally are the exact same price under the pre-order special as the 2014 core rulebook set. I received a standardized reply email advising that once an order had been submitted, there's no way to change or adjust that order. bullshit. Calling it there. I replied back immediately that this was unacceptable and I would really appreciate it if someone at Wizard of the Coast would call me back to discuss the situation and resolve the problem. And was replied to by another centralized email that didn't even reference the issue correctly, instead replying as if I had an issue or suggestion for Dungeons and Dragons. And then at the bottom, another message that there was no way to correct this error, which is now resulting in me receiving a second set of 2014 core rulebooks instead of the intended pre-ordered 2024 product. I'm actually blown away that Wizard of the Coast customer service would not only not be concerned with the customer experience, but also they would not want to fix the current issue of their out-of-US fan base if not able to pre-order the correct product and is instead being routed to the 2014 editions. If someone at Wizard of the Coast is on this Reddit and would like to reach out to discuss, I'm willing to chat about it.
Meow.
Yeah. God, that reminds me of... So, years and years... We're going back into the dark ages here.
Mm-hmm.
I went into a Toys R Us.
Oh, wow. We are.
And got a physical copy of Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. Which came with a little order form inside the box for a player's guide as well as a year of Nintendo Power.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I remember Nintendo Power. I love Nintendo Power.
Yeah,
So,
that's good stuff.
So I filled out the form because I was like, this is cool. I would like this. And sent it in. And I got a response eventually because, this was snail mail days. We did not have the internet. At least not like that. Which basically told me, hey, so this was actually a really old deal that we do not do anymore. But what we're going to do is we are going to send you the player's guide as well as give you half a year of the subscription at the very least. Because you did not know this was a thing that had changed. And I'm just like, you know what? I can work with that. Whereas this, what the flying fuck?
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like, oh my God, how do you get away with that kind of... Because, hello, we can cancel the order on our credit card.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean you cannot adjust or alter the order? Yes, you fucking can, especially when there's no way it's shipped yet.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Sweet butter Jesus. I just do not understand that situation there, because it's just like, y'all acting like you can't do anything. We know for a fact you can, and the problem, and like, yes, I get it. You have the whole situation with the dumbass corporates, but you gotta give the customers what they need on this. Otherwise,
Yeah. I mean, the fact is,
gonna lose customers.
They weren't even talking to an actual person. This was a standardized email that's just auto-generated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they couldn't even get to the point of talking to an actual person.
Mm-hmm. I'm reminded of my time at a particular LARP I used to play when regarding horror stories. Ooh. That could be a fun story to hear sometime.
yeah. There you go. My general response to that group chat.
Oh, I really you said that you actually gotten that from somewhere.
Sweet butter
I
Jesus.
I actually got that from a YouTuber that was actually the first person I ever followed on YouTube.
Wow. Holy shit. That would take an entire stream. It's bad. I consider that community one of my abusers. Holy shit, dude.
No.
So we might need to have another guest on the next GMs Chat.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
lordy.
Because fuck.
That sounds like they'll get us to have all sorts of reactions to this story.
Because we got room at this table.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, I just get small and sit on it, or I can turn, or I can turn into a jelly.
Yay, the jelly.
I think consume the table.
hell, I could just literally be a popsicle.
True.
I have so many forms. I love.
Oh, this reminds me of an OG story. If your DM ever asks if you're wearing gloves, always say yes. I appreciate the idea, but I don't think I want my first appearance or stream to be that. That's fair. That's fair.
Oh, you're talking about horror stories, but
Yeah.
oh god.
That's absolutely fair. We'll have to break you in here some other way then.
Yeah.
Let's see. If your DM ever asks if you're wearing gloves, always say yes, or how my first character bit the dust in under 10 minutes. Oh boy.
This sounds glovely.
Boo.
I will not apologize.
Once upon a long ago, in a time where D&D players had to understand a thing called THACO, and lower AC
God.
scores were dope. A group of friends had decided to sit around a table to roll some dice and tell some stories. I love how this is starting already.
Ah.
God, I always remember having to argue with my friends about why the plate mail was so awful. Like, why does it make my AC 0 instead of... How do I have no armor be 10, but plate makes me 0? It's like, yeah, that's how it's calculated, I'm afraid.
Yep.
It's like, let's be fair. Yeah, there you go. Right. To hit armor class of 0.
I remember being first introduced to that in EnQuest Gamer. They were bringing that. They also were like, you get attacked by a dryer. Wait, we get attacked by a dryer? No, a dryer. All right, fine. I drop a dryer on your characters. You both die.
Lol.
Instead of rocks fall, everyone dies. A dryer falls.
A dryer falls.
Take me a...
I miss that magazine.
Right.
They had some amazing art for those.
They did. Oh, God. I never thought I'd go into a day where I actually miss magazines.
Yeah, but
They should at least have kept that same style but ported it online so I can still get my fix for those.
yeah. Like, I have gone out of my way trying to find some of that artwork, and it's rough.
Yeah, not a lot of it was archived properly.
Nope.
Anyways. It had taken me a long time to roll up a character. I didn't yet know the rules, and I had to borrow a copy of the player's handbook. It must have taken poor little me with my undiagnosed ADHD the better part of a week to create Davis, the light-hearted, wisecracking half-elven rogue, whose purpose in life was to find fame, glory, and learn the in and outs of dungeon delving, as well as overcome the stigma of his mixed heritage. I was in love with this character. He always knew what to say, how to interact with people, and how to handle the various dangers associated with venturing forth into those dark places where monsters call home. I show up a little late for our first session, so I was apologetic. The group of adventurers had already found their way into a dungeon and were delving through the Stygian depths. It would take about It would take about 40 minutes to get around to me. Davos finds his way to a side entrance, a door in a rock wall. As the sun fell behind the western horizon, Davos tries to open the door, and I hear a die clatter on the other side of the DM's screen. The door appears to be locked. What do you do? I pick the lock. I give him the open lock roll. You succeed. I enter the dungeon. DM, are you wearing gloves? Me? No. DM, as you begin to travel down the hallway, you can hear the echoing voices of the adventurers whom you're on your way to meet. A wave of dizziness grips you as you lose consciousness. You die a foolish death. Me. What the fuck? DM, contact poison on the doorknob. Roll up a new character. I am inconsolable. and I spent the rest of the session holding back hot, angry tears and wishing that something eldritch would eat this guy. Morden, where were you, man? It's a miracle that I came back for another session at all. I like to think that I'm a pretty good sport about things. However, this motherfucker just killed my first D&D character in my first 5 minutes of my first game. For years after, I really tried to like this guy because he was tight with some of the other players at this table. And one day, years later, I hear that the lady that I like is going out with him. I would say she was, and is, my best friend and favorite person. To be honest, to say I've got it bad for her wouldn't be a stretch. I do my best to be happy for her. They go on to get married. He's a trash person to her. They get divorced. She gives me a call. We start to date, get hitched, and totally agree that the guy's the worst. I'd have had some choice words for this DM. Yeah, I was like, you're seriously going to put a poison that fucking lethal? Which, by the way, I don't think actually existed to do instant death that fast without a save. My jaw's on the floor, right?
The only thing I can think of is from all that is, what is it? The potion of poison that looks like it's a fucking healing potion.
Yeah, but that's
even still.
Yeah, no, that's the only thing I can think of. But I'm definitely not saying this is right at all.
I mean, what possible poison could you have contact with that doesn't even warrant a saving throw? That insta kills you. I don't think that existed in 2nd edition, or 1st edition for that matter.
Not that I'm aware of.
And I played a lot of 2nd edition. I grew up on 2nd edition.
Sus.
Very sus. For whatever reason, this dude wanted to kill this person and ruin his... Like, why would you do that on the first fucking encounter with someone who's clearly never played before? And I would assume, like, a low level at that.
My brain just does not accept this at all.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Let's see.
Sounds to me like the DM knew that that player was setting eyes on that girl.
Maybe.
That's gonna be my guess.
Making them
certainly possible.
Making them puppy dog eyes.
Let's see. The lady friend aside, who was sitting at the table with y'all to let that happen. If I had a friend that was new to the game and our DM did this, I'm walking or calling them out on the BS. There are rules in place for poison as well as the perception on such things. While you don't have to follow all of them, I'm going to kill someone about it if there are better... Yeah, what the fuck? While you don't have to follow all of them, if I'm going to kill someone about it, commas, my dude. There better be some rolls to back it up. Commas, a period, something. Break that sentence up. That was painful to read. There are rules in place for poison as well as perception of such things. Indeed, the poison save table and poison classes A through P were fairly specifically defined. Of those, looking it up, there were 4 classes of contact poison. All gave saves. None acted in under a minute, and only 1 resulted in death. Even in that case, you had time to respond once you noticed the poison, take a potion, or cast a spell, neutralize poison. Even as rocks fall, everyone dies, that the first couple of editions could get, poison was typically a resource consumer rather than a party killer. Dean was just being an idiot or an ass here.
I'm going with the latter.
Yeah.
Yeah, same. Like I said.
Like, well, assuming that this was D&D 2nd edition, if this was Class M or N poison, it would do 5 or 25 HP of damage respectively on a successful save, which could be enough to insta-kill a level 1 rogue. M acts in 1d4 minutes and N acts in 1 minute. So I think we can assume the DM just chose the most dangerous contact poison and put it on the knob, N. Yeah, this is how fucking complicated this game got, guys. Holy fuck.
Yep.
There are some things I miss about 2nd edition, and there are some things I do not miss about 2nd edition.
Hee.
I'm also seeing polymorph trap for a level 1. Good lord.
Right. Just, oh
Jesus.
my god, Alyssa.
I just...
Maybe AD&D was brutal in every way. I just converted Falcon's Peak from an earlier edition and had a polymorph trap and an enrichment for level 1s, yeah. I mean, AD&D could be brutal in something. It all depends on the adventure you're doing. Because some were designed for, like, tournament play. The tournament-style games were brutal by design.
Oh, yeah.
They weren't meant for casual play. Which I think they actually labeled them as such so that people wouldn't make that mistake. But, well, people still made that mistake on occasion because they didn't know what those symbols meant. Maybe I should have saved the joke post for the last one. Because some of these are making me angry.
I was gonna say I could still reopen the circle real quick. Just find another one.
Yeah, go ahead to do that real quick. We end on a amused note. I'm going to step away for just one quick second.
Okie doke. Try to end on a lighter note. Oh god. Cause yeah. Woo-wee. Find a good one?
I think so, because...
Hell yeah.
I'm just trying to finish reading this real quick.
Quick proofread, basically.
Yeah, basically, because the title, and I was trying to figure out, like, okay, are we doing a whole, which side was this from? Was it DM or the player's side? Hello, welcome back.
Oh boy.
You found one?
Oh boy.
It is in there.
Oh my. Alright, let me go ahead and...
Get off this line, George Takei!
So, you reading this or am I reading this? D&D done. That's a nice little tag. My paladin didn't break his oath because paladins can do whatever they want. Oh no.
Oh yes.
With the tag, D and done.
Yeah, I saw that. That's amazing. Alright, buckle up, because I need to vent about how my players actually expect consequences in D&D. Like, have they met me? Chills are going, oh dear. So, one of my players is running a Sorcerin built that's 90% I want to roll big numbers and 10% oh yeah, there's roleplay or something. Of course, this means he's a blue dragonborn with a combat rating higher than his personality stats. He's playing an Oath of Glory Paladin because nothing screams glorious like min-maxing your way into divine smiting everything that moves. Classic. I love that description. Oh my god. 10%, oh yeah, there's roleplay or something. Hey Sky, how you doing?
Hello.
We are trying to end on a high note after some of these horror stories. Oof.
I mean, so far so good.
So far so good, oh my god.
Yes.
Anyway, my party was breaking into yet another prison because apparently prison is just a fancy word for adventure opportunity. They snag a general to interrogate because capturing important NPCs is a genius move that never backfires. And instead of using his charisma for diplomacy, my glorious paladin decides to go full Saw on this poor guy. Oh, fuck. We're talking torture,
no.
electrocution, and mental manipulation. The works. Now, call me old-fashioned, but I thought maybe, just maybe, torturing someone might give your paladin's glorious little heart falter a little. I tell the player his oath's wavering, and you'd think I just told him I canceled Christmas. He and the rest of the party go off about how he shouldn't lose his powers because technically, the tenants don't explicitly say you can't fry people like chicken nuggets. This guy just sneaking in during D&D. Don't rat me out. Oh, your secret's safe with us, my dear dragoness.
I'm in. Have you having fun?
Hopefully it's a fun game. Hopefully you're not experiencing what some of these other players have been experiencing, what we've been reading.
Oh no. Oh no.
Chicken nugget.
Yeah.
Chicken nuggets. Yo.
Apparently we're reading different rule books now because mine has these things called consequences. But nah, they're convinced that just because they're the heroes, they're immune to anything bad happening. They're like toddlers in the candy aisle. But Mom, we want to be invincible and do whatever we want. Now I have an entire table calling me an unfair DM. Shocker. So I'm sitting here wondering if I just cave and give the player his powers back, because clearly letting your paladin go full war criminal is glorious these days. Edit. Oh my god, for the people who keep asking, no, I didn't completely strip his powers. He just has to atone, because even in my world, apparently, you can commit war crimes and then just say sorry to a god later. Edit 2. We had a kumbaya moment and the paladin is going to take the I'm sorry questline to get his powers back. So yeah, I guess torturing a guy is bad now, but all of you feel bad about it afterward. D&D moral dilemmas, am I right?
Bad DM. I'd never play in your table. You suck. Players supposed to have fun and be strong.
You're joking, right? Oath of Conquest fixes this.
I use shocking grasp on every NPC's genitals we encounter just in case they're holding something
I
back.
got a bot. Really, you go wait until this late in the stream? Get the fuck out.
They love to do that.
Like, they're not going to be paying attention now. I'm always watching. My
I was
job
literally
is
about
to
to point it
watch.
out. If you weren't gonna notice, I was about literally seconds away from being like, "Hey, you got a bot, by the way."
Yeah. It's like, my job is to watch for a living. I should probably phrase that differently.
No, then you're just Slender Man.
Allow me to rephrase.
It's
I have to be observant
watching.
on my job.
Always watching a Marble Hornets story. Oh wait, that was terrible.
But oh god, that's a great line, yeah. Oh no, that's where you got that one from now.
Yep. You see, torture always works and it's really fast, and therefore using is okay if you need info from an NPC for greater good. So my celestial patron's so happy that NPCs torture need to take quests to get their powers.
AD&D fixes this.
Actually only plays Shadowrun.
Oh wow.
Oh no.
Woo.
That's what my character wanted, Gary. You can't force me to play in your murder world and not expect me to go along with the rules. It's not my fault that during Session 0 I couldn't hear your pathetic guidelines over me blasting Mexican music while telling my character's tragic backstory.
Rule of cool trumps everything else. If it gets your players to actually engage you, allow whatever is necessary at your table. Remember, DMs aren't people. They're a service provider for adult children to play pretend, though. There's way too people that legitimately believe that DMs aren't people. Or act like that anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if a business is a person, so can a DM.
Oh god, I'm flashing back to that line that Emmett Selk says in Final Fantasy XIV. It's a line that hits so very hard. I don't consider you truly alive, thus I cannot be guilty of murder.
Ooh.
It was like, It's one of those things that when you get through the storyline, you see his point of view, and it's like you gotta. I can see your point. Fuck, that hits hard, and that's intimidating as fuck. That's probably the best justification for what you're doing that I've come across. GG. Because at this point, it's revealed that you were all one a greater species, and then your souls got literally rended and split apart. So everyone's just literally a fraction of what they used to be. So it's like they're trying to mend you and make you whole, so that you're not truly alive. So if we have to kill you to make it done, it's not murder. You're not whole anyway.
Yep.
It's like, damn, that hits hard. I'm definitely having to sub to this, join this, because they've got some good ones in here. Oh,
nice
my
to
God.
sprinkle in the satire a little bit.
Yeah. To help alleviate some
pad.
of the pad.
Let my brain relax the time.
Yeah, instead of go to rage and want to find some of these people and punch them in the face. Out jerked once again. Have you tried Pathfinder 2, eh?
I'm new to D&D, so I'm going to perfect it without even reading the rules.
It's literally just a quick little image. Let me see if I can open this properly. There we go.
Oh god, we're going back to a horrible thing.
Oh.
Uh-oh. I'll read yours next then, I think. Alright, let's see. I'm sad I can't find a party as a woman. How determined are you to stick with D&D? In my experience, the Pathfinder community is more inclusive. There are a lot of places you can find your groups and play online. You can also try your friendly local game store if you have one. Organized play tends to be lighter on the roleplay versus roleplay, but it is a great way to network of the players. Okay, this isn't one of these ones I thought it was going to be.
I say that sounds like just like
this is just someone just advertising. Is like, no, fuck D&D, play this instead. I guess that's why it has the tag like that. Pathfinder fixes sexism. Pathfinder fixes racism. Pathfinder creates world peace.
Have they read the rulebook?
Right?
Can Pathfinder fix Jeremy Crawford? They're hilarious. Even for the second best TTRPG in the world.
They can fix Catcher, though.
Wait, it can fix crabs?
Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Pathfinder fixed my marriage. Oh, my God, they're coming into that. Pathfinder fucks my wife so I don't have to. Thanks, Pathfinder.
Oh, my God.
I thought it could, but alas, it refused to use 3.5 style skill points in synergy bonuses.
We are fucking doing this.
John Lennon, if he was a TTRPG character, oh no.
Yeah. It's a song.
Don't expect me to sing.
No. I just noticed that it was actually lyrics.
Imagine there's no dragon. What was that?
I was just gonna say, if you know Imagine and all the people, there you go. This is what it's parodying.
Nice.
I can't remember it off the top of my head.
I don't either. I barely remember it, but I know it exists.
Oh no. I was just reading through this one. Imagine there's no dragon. And did I just put this in the chat yet?
Yeah, go right ahead.
I did not.
We can all read along and sing it in our heads because no one wants to hear us at 12:30 in the morning.
Right. Oh shit, it is getting late. Ooh, this is probably gonna be the last one then. Imagine there's no dragon and no dungeon 2. Don't like 5th edition? I prefer Pathfinder 2. Imagine all the players. RPG alternatives. Whoa. Imagine there's no settings. All the players homebrew. Nothing to world build for, and no dice rolling too. Imagine all the players playing the pretend Pathfinder 2. You may say I'm a gamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the jerk will be as one. Imagine no items, I wonder if you can. No need for gold or treasures, items RP'd on demand. Imagine all the roleplay, without any dice. Pathfinder 2. You may say I'm a gamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the jerk can live as one.
Oh my god, yes.
But Pathfinder 2 is like turbo crunchy. Like, none of this applies to Pathfinder 2 2nd edition. But
Pathfinder fixes
this.
Oh!
What the fuck? What is this comment? I think we're looking at the same one, right?
Yeah.
Honey?
I didn't know Pathfinder had a feature to let you beat your wife. What?
Oh, whoa!
I was going to say, I don't think I heard about this.
There is the Brawler class in Pathfinder 1st edition. I played that. I played a Brawler when I was like 17 or 18. It was super fun. Just play a woman fighter. What if no dungeoning in the dragon?
Oh god. Freddie Mercury, if he was a TTRPG player.
Oh,
she
God.
don't take no prisoners. She gonna give me the business. Got a dragon on my
What
back.
is that
Hey, it's a
comment?
dragon attack.
I used to be cruel to my DM, ignored him and kept him apart from the plots that he planned. What the fuck is some of
It's
these
just
comments?
so peak.
What if no dungeoning in the dragon, but dragons are so comfy and cozy?
There's a couple people on Twitch who have made an entire living currently
You'll
by,
appreciate this one, Eve.
by making comics about their dragons.
No, he definitely plays a pacifist game girl. Yes,
yes,
I'd rather be playing werewolf option.
He plays an Oathbreaker paladin who
Yes.
aspires to pacifism but was tempted by the BBEG.
What is with the beat? What is this joke about beating your wife? What is this?
I have no idea, because the only wife I know of is Yoko Ono.
That's like the third time I've come across since the comments. I'm getting confused. What the hell are they referencing?
This is something I have never been... Like, this is not something I've been privy to.
The first time I was just like, okay, that's just a bad joke. Then that's why I read it this time around. 'Cause it's like, that's the second time I've seen this. There's what? I need to actually read through these damn books. Apparently,
Or at the very least about,
I thought this was
What?
Pathfinder, not Fatal.
Not fatal! Oh no.
Oh god, I'm so happy I introduced you to that one.
I found that book and downloaded, and I started reading. I was like, wow, wow.
Are you gonna have to give us a review at some point?
You're assuming I'm going to be able to read through all 900 pages of that bad boy.
I forgot how long that was.
It's definitely one of those says, the return of the Y boner. No, seriously, why does this character have a boner?
Vengeance.
Oh my god.
Is that cat boy girl bothering you?
What the hell? Okay, I need to stop before I stay up way later than I mean to.
Falling down a dangerous rabbit hole.
We
by the sounds of
are
it.
tumbling down rabbit holes left and right. I'm going to try to figure out what the hell is the wife beating thing all of a sudden. Like, what the hell? I'm not sure if I want to get the joke, but at the same time, I need to understand the joke.
I don't know if you want to know.
It's a sickness. It needs to be scratched now. I've delved into horrifying rabbit holes. I've probably seen worse. I know I've seen worse. So, Let me do a few shout outs before we get ready to end this. Let's see, we had Joke here earlier, who's in bed by now. We had Kimmy, who's also in bed by now. Chill, who is being a trooper and sticking around this long.
Oh my goodness.
We had Sky, who is totally not here. Shut up. We have Ronnie, who is still lurking here, who is hopefully stretching his legs and back just fine. You know, he's still technically in the title. What the hell, I already shouted at one. We got Eve, who is far more entertaining than I. Check them out. They have all sorts of cool magical feathers.
Excuse me.
Mark.
We have Morden, who is also super entertaining. I had to avoid watching him play that game of Devour because I didn't want spoilers for that map, but I did lurk at his channel. Check them all out. They are amazing people.
It's a fun map. I like maps.
I need to work on my maps.
Oh no!
Was going to have a D&D game tomorrow, but it looks like that's been canceled because one of them has the flu, so fair enough.
Oh no!
Oh no!
There will probably not be one next Saturday, but next Saturday I am having my affiliate anniversary event next Saturday, starting at 1 p.m. Central, where we'll be playing Blood on the Clock Tower. I have the Discord made and set up for that game. The event is up. Feel free to join our Discord. Check it out. Sign up. There's room for 15 people, and we'll have multiple games, so there'll be a waiting list if need be, but I don't think there will be. You do not have to download anything. You do not have to purchase anything. You just need Discord and a web browser, and we will play the best social deduction game I have ever had the pleasure of playing. And I've played a lot.
This is why I play charismatic characters, because I can't. My brain not that big.
It's a very fun, easy game. Everyone has a power. Every role is useful, and if you die, unlike other social deduction games, you are not out of the game. You are still participating. You are still talking with everyone, trying to figure out who the demon is, and you have one vote you can use, even though dead. You just lose your power when you're dead. That's it. That's all death does to you. You're still playing. You still win or lose with your team. But yeah, you don't need to download anything. You don't need to buy anything. Just have a web browser and a Discord with microphone, and you can play with us. Sky's bad at games like that, but may sign up anyway. Not a problem. A lot of people think they'll be bad at it and find out very quickly that, hey, they're pretty good at it. So, by all means, join us in the Discord. I will be teaching everyone how to play the game. Lots of fun. Who the heck is... Not sure who that is. Oh, wait, no, it's not. I know who that is now. Derp.
I may be blowing up the group chat with...
Yeah, I just noticed there was a lot of messages. I was like, what the fuck happened out here?
I keep...
Make a list.
I keep doom scrolling. I can't stop.
List for next time.
Wait, didn't you already show me the... We already have the skeleton rule book, don't we?
No. Well, we do, but this is a different one.
Oh my god.
A different... Oh.
You know there's a save feature, right?
I know, but I've already got a bunch of other stuff saved.
Fair. So anyway, let's see who we can go raid and say hello to. And if you two want into the game, you're both more than welcome if you're available at that time.
I will see what is available for me, because...
Work is evil.
Yeah. I will say there is a lovely mergoblin who is celebrating her new model, so...
Oh, what's her username?
Jezime.
Spell it, please.
I was going to put it in the chat for you.
That works too. Rah!
There you go.
Alright, so we will shout them out. And I will speak to you two later. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me.
Hey.
Not a problem.
It is always a fun trip down whatever rabbit hole we end up tumbling down.
I just don't have a dress that will let me float the rest of the way down.
No, you need an umbrella
You
for
fix
that. Go Mary Poppins with it.
Yeah, that's true too.
Oh, Mary Poppins, y'all.
Yes.
Alrighty, and I will see you guys possibly tomorrow. If I figure something else out for tomorrow, I might just hang out and play some silly games. We'll see. Something horrifying, hopefully. You guys have a wonderful night. Thank you guys so much, and I'll talk to y'all later. Bye-bye.
Why?